Chapter 173. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. No wonder so many people like to rob, it's so easy to get points. Ling Xiao collected all the points and exclaimed proudly. He didn't want to rob others, but who knew they would make things difficult for him? Wasn't this forcing him to do bad things? Fang Minga and the others were regretting in their hearts. They didn't expect to meet such a pervert this time. Not only did they not get anything, but they were also robbed. This time it would be difficult to become an outer sect disciple, let alone an inner sect disciple, because more than half the time had passed. Get lost while I'm in a good mood, or I'll break your legs. You dare to rob me? Ling Xiao waved his hand. Fang Minga's heart was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. He had just walked a few steps when he seemed to think of something and walked towards Ling Xiao. What? You think you have too many teeth? Ling Xiao slightly glared at him. No, I just want to tell you an important news, but I don't know if you're interested. Fang Minga repeatedly waved his hand. Tell me about it. Ling Xiao replied. He wanted to hear what tricks this guy had up his sleeve. Not far from here, there is a waterfall with a cliff protruding from the middle of the waterfall. There seems to be a third-rank ox tendon vine growing on the cliff. At that time we were standing far away and couldn't see clearly, so we don't know if it's real or not. Brother, why don't you go take a look? Fang Minga pointed ahead and said in a very sincere tone. Third-rank ox tendon vine? Ling Xiao was delighted. This was one of the main spirit herbs to refine the third-rank bone restoration pill. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Ling Xiao asked Fang Minga suspiciously. And absolutely not. Fang Minga replied with certainty. Then why didn't you take it? I was afraid there would be spirit beasts guarding nearby, so I didn't dare to go. Okay, I'll go take a look now. If I don't find any ox tendon vine, I'll make you pay when we get back to the sect, Ling Xiao said sternly. I wouldn't dare. Fang Minga's back was drenched in cold sweat. After watching Ling Xiao walk away, he heaved a sigh of relief. Boss Fang, aren't you afraid that he'll hate you for doing this? One of Fang Minga's companions asked. What's there to be afraid of? In any case, there really are ox tendon vines there. It's just that it's impossible for him to get them. A damned bastard, he actually stole our things. I curse you to not have a good death, said Fang Minga. Ling Xiao didn't think that Fang Minga would have any good intentions. She actually told him the location of the rank 3 spiritual grass. There was definitely something fishy going on. However, Ling Xiao also wanted to find out the truth. After all, it was related to the important spirit grass that could restore Li Kuanghu's broken leg. Along the way, Ling Xiao killed 2 advanced rank 2 spirit beasts along the way, and his body was covered in wounds. When encountering spirit beasts of the same rank, he really couldn't be careless. If it was someone else, they might have already become the spirit beast's food. After half a day, Ling Xiao didn't encounter another spirit beast. He became more vigilant because he knew that places with high-rank spirit beasts wouldn't have any low-rank spirit beasts. This was because the division of spirit beasts was extremely strict. As long as there was the aura of a high-rank spirit beast, low-rank spirit beasts wouldn't dare to enter. Otherwise, they would attract the attack of the high-rank spirit beast. Ling Xiao really wanted to summon the Golden Wolf King, but he didn't do so in the end. If he always relied on the Golden Fire Wolf and the Fire Qilin, it would be extremely detrimental to his growth. After passing through a dense forest, he unexpectedly arrived at a valley. This valley's environment was extremely beautiful and secluded. Nearby, hundreds of flowers bloomed beautifully, and the grass was verdant. Before people even arrived, they could already smell the waves of fresh air, which made people feel refreshed. As they walked closer, they could hear the rumbling sound of the waterfall. Ling Xiao couldn't help but quicken his steps as he looked at the valley in front of him. The pure white waterfall was like a curtain, which was spectacular and beautiful. The incessant sound of the water rushing down from a high place made people's emotions surge endlessly. So beautiful! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him. At that moment, he felt like he was in a fairyland, which made him feel like he wanted to break away from worldly disputes. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao's vigilance was completely lowered. He couldn't think of any dangerous existence in a place like this. However, he forgot something. The more beautiful a place was, the more dangerous it was. Without saying anything, Ling Xiao pounced towards the quiet pool under the waterfall. Plop! As soon as Ling Xiao dove into the pool, a refreshing feeling assaulted him, and his body was indescribably calm and relaxed. Refreshing! Ling Xiao came out of the water and exclaimed. Then, an earth-shaking sound came from the side. Ah! Ling Xiao's eardrums were almost shattered by that sound, and his head was shaken to the point where stars were appearing before his eyes. Damn, where did that lion's roar come from? Ling Xiao cursed as he covered his ears and looked towards the source of the sound in confusion. Who knew that a gust of cold water would rush towards him, and all the hair on Ling Xiao's body stood up. An unprecedented sense of danger made him have no time to think, and he dove into the water again. Boom! As soon as Ling Xiao dove into the water, he was instantly frozen into a large piece of ice. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao had already swum a few meters away and soared into the sky from another position. As expected, it doesn't have any good intentions. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Before he could land on the ground again, a dangerous aura attacked him again. Dozens of cold air of different sizes attacked him from all directions, and their speed was fast and swift. Ling Xiao was in midair and had nowhere to hide. He could only be a fish on the chopping board. Swoosh! Ling Xiao screamed in pain from the cold air, and with a plop, he flew back into the pool again. Ling Xiao's hands and feet were numb from the cold, and he used his fire attribute as fast as he could to make his blood flow smoothly. The danger here had not been resolved, and the other side came one after another. Damn, it's coming again! Ling Xiao cursed, and his body sank into the bottom of the pool. Fortunately, the bottom of the pool was deep enough, or he would not have been able to avoid such a terrifying attack. Ling Xiao swam a few meters deep and swam to a place not far away, trying to get away from the other party's attack range. It should be a human just now, not a spirit beast. It's just that the attack came too suddenly, and I couldn't see who it was. That attack was at least at the peak of a high-level mystic realm, or it wouldn't be so powerful. Ling Xiao pondered as he hid in the bottom of the pool. He didn't dare to rush out rashly, and it was better to be careful when facing unknown danger. Ling Xiao took out the blazing flame sword from the space ring and slowly swam towards the side of the pool. When he reached the side of the pool, he jumped back to the shore without thinking. Looking over, he saw a drenched Tomiko glaring angrily at him, the ice sword in her hand emitting a cold aura. This cold beauty was the woman he met when he first came to the restaurant in Purple Sky City, and also the woman who had helped Xia Xianxian. This beauty was dressed in snow-white clothes and had a flirtatious and indifferent face. Her figure was as graceful as a snake, causing one to feel an unbearable desire. However, her entire body emitted an icy cold aura that repelled people 1,000 miles away. She was like a lone fragrant flower that was hiding and admiring itself, cold and beautiful yet prickly. However, if it was just that, Ling Xiao's eyes would not have bulged out, and his eyes were filled with wretchedness. He saw that the beauty was completely drenched, and her exquisite devilish figure was vividly outlined. Her seductive body was faintly discernible, and her proud and upright breasts, and her flat abdomen. All of this was simply killing him. "I'll kill you, you perverted thief!" Being stared at by Ling Xiao, the cold beauty shouted, and the ice sword in her hand created a powerful sword flower that shot towards Ling Xiao. Every sword flower looked like a beautiful ice flower, but as long as one was touched by it, their body would be frozen numb and injured. Ling Xiao came back to his senses, and the blazing flame sword in his hand swung back, and the scorching flame scattered the snow-white sword flower. The beauty did not give up, and once again stabbed towards Ling Xiao's vital points. Each move was terrifying. Clang! Ling Xiao parried again and again, completely blocking off his opponent's sword moves. In his heart, however, he was secretly saying, "This girl's sword technique is so sharp." Ever since Ling Xiao became strong, it was very difficult for opponents of the same level to give him such a great sense of oppression. Only this beauty made him feel somewhat threatened. Ling Xiao blocked a few moves in a row, and then leaped backwards, shouting, "Beauty, if there's something we can talk about, I think this is just a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding your head. The cold beauty frowned, and with a shout, the ice sword in her hand suddenly shone with a cold light, and the aura of Abayan spread out. Infinite chill. The beautiful woman shouted and leaped into the air. The ice sword in her hand exuded a powerful sword essence. Snowflakes flew towards Ling Xiao like raindrops at an extremely fast speed. "Damn, you forced me to do this." Ling Xiao was slightly angry. It was clearly just a misunderstanding, but this girl wanted to kill him. He had to teach her a lesson. Jianlian. The soul-stirring continuous sword technique was like flowing water, and it completely dispersed the snowflakes that contained killing intent. The surrounding weeds and flowers were swept away in all directions. The two of them were like a pair of flirting lovers, and the mood could be said to be perfect. The two of them exchanged blows, sword after sword, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Actually, Ling Xiao did not use his full strength. He felt that practicing with this beauty was not bad. Moreover, he could occasionally see the beauty's tightened body, so it was a win-win situation. The two of them fought for at least 300 rounds. Seeing that she could not do anything to Ling Xiao, the beauty could only withdraw her sword and stop. "Let's not fight anymore. If you don't want to fight, then listen to my explanation, okay?" Ling Xiao asked the slightly panting beauty. In terms of endurance, under the same level, Ling Xiao could be said to be an invincible existence. He had already gone through 30% of the origin energy opening meridian, causing him to be several times stronger than a normal martial artist. Naturally, his profound energy was also several times stronger than others. The beauty did not say anything, and only coldly looked at Ling Xiao. If looks could kill, she really wanted to tear Ling Xiao's body into 10,000 pieces and dig out his pair of thieving eyes. Chapter 174. Bing Ruoshui, a genius girl from the largest family in Ice City, the Bing family. She was only 19 years old, but she was already a high-level profound disciple. Since she was young, she had cultivated the Ice Frost arts, a Cyan rank cultivation technique, which was extremely powerful. She had just discovered this quiet pool of water. Seeing that there was no one around, she went into the pool to wash her body. She knew that there might be danger or other disciples at any time, so she did not take off her clothes. She only soaked in the pool to wash away the dirt and blood from the past half a month of killing. Unexpectedly, before she could wash herself clean, a figure jumped down without any warning and jumped next to her. She thought that someone was deliberately trying to take advantage of her, so she was ruthless and had to kill the other party. To be honest, this time Ling Xiao was really a fool. At that time, he did not notice that there was such a beauty hidden in the pool. Otherwise, he would not have jumped down in such a hurry. It would have been better to climb up a tree and peep. "I really didn't know you were in the pool just now. I just wanted to wash my body, so I'm really sorry." Ling Xiao scratched his head as he explained, but in his heart, he was thinking, "If I knew you were here, I would have waited for you to take off your clothes before jumping down, really." Bing Ruoshui frowned slightly and coldly snorted, "I don't care if you did it intentionally or unintentionally. What you did was wrong." She had never bathed with anyone since she was young, but now the man in front of her had taken advantage of her. She still felt that she had suffered a great loss. Ling Xiao was wronged. I've already apologized to you. What else do you want? Don't tell me you still want me to take responsibility? I'm not a casual person. Although you are very beautiful, you are still a little lacking to be my wife. If you are willing to be my concubine, I can suffer a little." Ling Xiao said nonstop. However, before he could finish, another ice-cold killing intent pounced towards him. Ling Xiao took a few steps back and said snappily, "Hey, why are you so unreasonable? I didn't do anything to you just now, and besides, is this pool water yours? You can bathe here, why can't I? Really?" When Bing Ruoshui saw that she couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, she couldn't help but stomp her feet. Her face flushed red as she said, "I don't care. In short, you have to pay the price for this." She also knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth, but she still felt that it was unfair in her heart. Furthermore, what this guy said just made her angry. She was a dignified heavenly son of Ice City, but she was only fit to be his concubine. This guy was really arrogant. You're being unreasonable. Do you really want to kill me? I'm not afraid to tell you that with your strength, you can't do anything to me, said Ling Xiao very naturally. If this beauty continued to pester him, he wouldn't introduce her to him. Why don't you try? Bing Ruoshui seemed to be furious as well. She puffed out her proud chest and couldn't help but mock him. You said that? Ling Xiao greedily swallowed his saliva and stared at Bing Ruoshui's chest. It was as if he could still see the two protruding spots of red. You're shameless. Bing Ruoshui stomped her feet and the ice sword in her hand trembled once more, stabbing towards Ling Xiao. This young master is the purest of people. Since you say I'm shameless, then I'll show you how shameless I am, said Ling Xiao extremely indignantly. He poured wind attribute energy into his feet and instantly dodged Bing Ruoshui's attack. However, Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, and there was still an afterimage where he had been standing. Bing Ruoshui thought that she had stabbed Ling Xiao and couldn't help but be delighted. Unexpectedly, she suddenly felt her breasts being touched by a perverted hand and even slightly pinched. A feeling of being struck by lightning made her tremble slightly, and her mouth almost let out a soft moan. It was really embarrassing to the extreme. Her private parts had never been touched by anyone before. Furthermore, she was an extremely conservative woman. Now that she had been violated by this fellow, an unprecedented wave of shame filled her heart, and an even stronger killing intent surged within her. Ling Xiao shamelessly sniffed his own hand and said, "Gee, how fragrant." Inside he was saying, "It feels really good, and it's quite plump. I'll kill you." Bing Ruoshui's eyes were red with rage. She released all of her ice attribute energy, and the ice sword in her hand began to dance with countless icy sword lights. This was a true killing intent that wouldn't rest until one side was dead. No way, this young master only touched it a bit. Is there a need to be so angry? Ling Xiao could feel that Bing Ruoshui truly wanted to kill him. Furthermore, looking at the red light in her beautiful eyes, it was obvious that her mind was in a mess. He couldn't help but regret his actions. After all, she was still an unmarried young lady. To be so frivolous with her private parts, this was truly too shameless and despicable. However, this thought of regret only lasted for an instant, because this girl had wanted to kill him without any reason. He was only earning back some interest. Just as Bing Ruoshui was planning to use all of her profound energy to kill Ling Xiao, the earth started to shake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Bing Ruoshui had also recovered some of her consciousness from the shaking. Ling Xiao frowned and looked towards the pool. Ripples started to spread out from the pool, and the ground nearby started to crack and shake, as if a huge earthquake was about to occur. As the pool shook more and more, the ground shook more and more violently, and cracks started to appear in a few places. Following that, a ferocious spirit beast emerged from the large pool. This spirit beast was in the shape of a bull. Its bell-like eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty fierceness, and its bull nose was constantly spraying pond water. Its 2.5-meter-long horns were as sharp as a spear. Its snow-white fur was covered with sparkling water droplets, which sparkled under the sunlight. It looked extremely strange as a whole. This was a white snow cow that had already reached the middle of the 3rd level. Bah! The white snow bull raised its head and let out a strange cry. When the spirit beasts within a radius of 100 miles heard this sound, they were so frightened that they ran in all directions. Fang Minga looked in the direction of the pool and grinned. "Damn bastard, let's see how you die, ha." Fang Minga had gone to the pool before, but that was at night. When they approached the pool to drink, they realized that the white snow bull was breathing in and out the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Fang Minga and the others naturally recognized that it was a 3rd-level white snow bull. With their strength as high-level mystic cultivators, staying behind was undoubtedly courting death. Thus, they did not even dare to think about it and immediately fled. Now, he was beaten up by Ling Xiao and even robbed of all his points. If he did not repay Ling Xiao, how could he feel at ease? It was clear that Fang Minga's intentions were truly cunning and sinister. Outside the valley, a group of attendants looked at the startled birds, and their expressions changed slightly. Xing Zhantian muttered, "Looks like there will be more disciples asking for help. Everyone, get ready." In this half a month, there have already been over 50 people who have given up. It looks like the outer disciple quota will be confirmed soon. A attendant sighed from the side. "Isn't that so? That Ling brat still hasn't asked for help. How unexpected," LV Chihai said in a strange tone. Emoku glanced at LV Chihai and said confidently, "Don't worry, he will definitely make it to the end." Brother Emo is really confident in him. "It looks like I'll have to take out my bet in advance." LV Chihai laughed. In his heart, he looked in the direction of the ancestral curse, hoping that it was caused by Ling Xiao. LV Chihai was right. It was indeed Ling Xiao who had caused the commotion, but there was another beautiful woman there. Mid-level, third-level white snow bulls usually lived in the frigid north. Who would have thought that such a spirit beast would also exist in this pool? This kind of spirit beast belonged to the 6th level of the 6th and 9th levels. If they continued to grow, they could become 6th or 7th level spirit beasts. If anyone could subdue such a white snow bull, it would be a huge gain. Its potential was very strong. However, the higher the level of the spirit beast, the more arrogant it was. It was not something that could be easily tamed by an ordinary person. As for why such a white snow bull would appear here, it was puzzling. Moreover, this was within the Purple Sky Sect's territory, so it was impossible for no one to discover it. Tisk, there's even a white milk cow? I wonder if there's milk? Ling Xiao sized up this pure white snow bull and couldn't help but praise it. That white snow bull already had some intelligence, and it could hear the sarcasm in Ling Xiao's words. It rushed out of the pool. Its huge body was more than 4 meters long, and its waist was sturdy and round. Every step it took caused the ground to shake violently, showing how strong it was. "Bah!" The white snow bull cried out and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was actually very fast, and it did not look clumsy at all. "Hey big guy, calm down. Brother's words are just the truth. Don't get too excited." Ling Xiao kept retreating as he spoke to the white snow bull. At the same time that Ling Xiao finished speaking, the white snow bull had already collided with him, its sharp horns stabbing towards his chest. "Damn, that's fast!" Ling Xiao exclaimed, leaping into the air. He originally thought that he could dodge it, but who knew that a flash of darkness would flash over? But Ling Xiao only felt that his body was burning uncomfortably, as if he had been slashed by a sharp knife. His entire body flew backwards. "Damn, it's fine if a woman bullies me, but a little milk cow like you also bullies me. I'll kill you." Ling Xiao cursed as he looked at the bleeding wound on his waist. It turned out that the thing that had just swept Ling Xiao was the white snow bull's tail. Just as Ling Xiao finished cursing, the white snow bull rushed over again, as if it really wanted to torture and kill Ling Xiao until he died. "Damn, do you really think that I'm easy to bully?" Ling Xiao was furious. The flaming sword instantly appeared in his hand, and a roaring fire dragon rushed towards the white snow bull. Ling Xiao originally thought that even if this move could not really hurt the white snow bull, it would at least cause some obstruction to it. It would be convenient for him to reorganize his momentum and fight or escape. Unexpectedly, the fire dragon that he waved did not even touch the white snow bull's fur before it was dispersed by the cold air in front of the white snow bull. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and turned to run. If it was only a low-tier third-tier spirit beast, perhaps Ling Xiao could fight it. However, the white snow bull in front of him was already in the middle of the 3rd tier, and their strength was not at the same level. There was no way for him to fight it. Unfortunately, the white snow bull seemed to be unwilling to let Ling Xiao escape just like that. Chapter 175. The white snow ox glared at Ling Xiao with its bell-like eyes and snorted. 2 streams of water shot towards Ling Xiao's back at an extremely fast speed. Even though Ling Xiao's speed was already very fast, it was still not enough against the 3rd-rank spirit beast's elemental attack. Ling Xiao's back felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. His waist let out a cracking sound, as if it had been broken by the water stream. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his entire body flew out another 10 meters. Not far away, Bing Ruoxue, who had been watching the fight, had a strange feeling in her heart. Seeing that Ling Xiao was being chased by spirit beasts, she should have felt happy and delighted. After all, not only did this hooligan jump into the place where she was bathing to bathe with her, he even took her place. She wished that this hooligan could immediately die in front of her. However, when Ling Xiao was really about to die in front of her, her heart was conflicted. After all, she had a deep impression of Ling Xiao previously. First, when they first came to Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao saved Xia Xianxian. This made Bing Ruoshui feel that Ling Xiao should be a good person with a lot of love. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that he had been given a good person card by a beauty, or else he would have been angered to the point of going crazy. In addition, in Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao took 5 palm strikes from Lao Fanqing and was completely fine. This made her feel that Ling Xiao had become mysterious again. At that time, Ling Xiao was only a middle-stage profound disciple. In a defenseless state, he took 5 full strikes from an opponent of the same level and was actually completely fine. Even if it was any other high-level profound disciple, they would have fallen on the spot. At that time, she began to pay special attention to Ling Xiao. She felt that in the election, Ling Xiao would become one of her opponents that was worthy of her attention. However, on that night, Ling Xiao was attacked and returned with heavy injuries, causing her to be even more shocked. At that time, Bing Ruoshui was in Ling Xiao's room taking care of Xia Xianxian. She had also personally fed Ling Xiao a healing elixir. Later, something surprising happened. When Ling Xiao was unconscious, the recovery ability of the Vajra 5 transformation technique shocked Bing Ruoshui. She had originally thought that Ling Xiao was doomed, but seeing Ling Xiao circulate his Xian Qi to heal himself, and in just a short night, he actually recovered to his original state. This was too heaven-defying. From then on, Bing Ruoshui deeply remembered Ling Xiao. Of course, Bing Ruoshui didn't mean that she had fallen in love with Ling Xiao. She just felt a strong sense of curiosity towards Ling Xiao. Now that he thought about it calmly, what happened in the pool earlier should have been a misunderstanding. Yet, he had played second fiddle to the other party's death. It seemed like he had gone overboard. Bing Ruoshui gently shook her head and touched her chest as she muttered to herself, "He deserves to die. Who asked him to take advantage of me?" "Xiao Jin, come out." Ling Xiao was lying on the ground. His spine was fractured and he was seriously injured. Seeing that the white snow bull was about to attack again, he had no choice but to call out to his Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King appeared majestically beside Ling Xiao with a flash of his spirit beast wrist guard. Its eyes were fierce, and its fangs were deep as it stared at the white snow bull that was about to pounce on it. "Xiao Jin, kill it for me." Ling Xiao sent a mental message to the Golden Wolf King. His entire body was in excruciating pain. If he didn't kill this white snow bull, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. "Yes, master." The Golden Wolf King replied and pounced towards the white snow bull. The white snow bull looked at the powerful Golden Wolf King with fear in its eyes. Even though the two spirit beasts were of the same level, the Golden Wolf King's aura was slightly stronger than the white snow bull's. It was already about to step into the advanced ranks of the 3rd level, and the wolf spirit beast's attack was much stronger than the bull's. The Golden Wolf King and the white snow bull clashed, and for a moment, a series of howls could be heard. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to consume a healing elixir and quickly circulated the Vajra 5 transformation technique. When Bing Ruoshui saw the sudden appearance of the Golden Wolf King, she was shocked. Who is he? How can he have such a powerful protective spirit beast? Bing Ruoshui looked at Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, and was even more confused. She couldn't see through the man in front of her now. How many things did others not know about him? If she had allowed this golden wind wolf to appear in Purple Sky City, Lao Fanqing would probably have fled at the sight of it. He wouldn't have dared to tangle with it. He really hit it well. Bing Ruoshui's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao's figure as she muttered. In the battle of spirit beasts, the white snow bull was a water-type spirit beast, and its attack power was far from the Golden Wolf King's. After fighting for a while, the white snow bull was already covered in wounds. A lot of its white fur had fallen off, and it was even stained with fresh blood. The more it fought, the more it retreated, as if it wanted to escape back into the pool. As long as it returned to the pool, the Golden Wolf King wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Unfortunately, the Golden Wolf King's spirituality was not any lower than the White Snow Bull's. It had long blocked the White Snow Bull's path back to the pool and continuously bit at the White Snow Bull. Ba ba! The White Snow Bull let out a series of blood-curdling cries, and it seemed to be transmitting some kind of message. After Ling Xiao consumed the elixir, he relied on the Vajra 5 transformation technique to absorb the medicinal effects. His injuries quickly recovered, and he could already stand up from the ground. Phew, that was close. I was almost killed by that cow, Ling Xiao softly exclaimed. He glanced at the Golden Wolf King, who had already gained the upper hand, and sat down to recover from his injuries. By the time Ling Xiao's injuries had mostly healed, the White Snow Bull was already lying on the ground, barely breathing. Its white fur had already been stained red. If the Golden Wolf King bit it a few more times, the White Snow Bull would definitely die. That's enough, Xiao Jin. Don't eat it yet, Ling Xiao softly said as he stood up. The Golden Wolf King stopped attacking, but it still hadn't let down its guard. Pretty lady, come over here. Ling Xiao beckoned to Bing Ruoshui, who wasn't far from him. Bing Ruoshui frowned and said, "What are you trying to do, you pervert? Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." Ling Xiao was speechless. This girl really thought of him as a super pervert. Don't be nervous. I was in the wrong just now. To express my apology, how about I give this White Snow Bull to you? I think it wouldn't be a bad idea for you to use it as a protective spirit beast, Ling Xiao said. You're giving it to me? Bing Ruoshui asked in disbelief. Yes, it should be an ice water attribute, which is compatible with your attribute. If you can obtain it, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger. Ling Xiao nodded. Bing Ruoshui was both nervous and pleasantly surprised. Her heart was extremely conflicted. Ling Xiao was right. This White Snow Bull was an ice water attribute, which was compatible with her body's ice attribute. If she could obtain such a powerful spirit beast as a follower, it would greatly increase her combat strength. However, she was also suspicious of Ling Xiao's motives. She had never thought that someone would so easily hand over a third-rank spirit beast. Even if it was someone from her clan, there might not be such a generous person. Ling Xiao could tell that Bing Ruoshui was worried, and he immediately said to the Golden Wolf King, "Xiao Jin, make it spit out its beast core. Otherwise, it'll die." After receiving the order, the Golden Wolf King howled at the White Snow Bull on the ground, transmitting Ling Xiao's message. A third-rank spirit beast had already developed intelligence, and it already knew what fear and death were. Just as the White Snow Bull was about to spit out its beast core, the melodious sound of a flute could be heard from all directions. The sound of the flute was melodious and clear, like the sound of a clear spring in a secluded valley or the morning bell in an ancient temple. The sound of the flute struck one's heart, causing one to be extremely intoxicated. The White Snow Bull seemed to have realized something, and it struggled with its heavily injured body while neighing nonstop. Ling Xiao's mind was slightly on guard, and he shook his head slightly to keep himself awake. He looked around, but there was no trace of anyone. Suddenly, in the middle of the rapidly flowing waterfall, water splashed everywhere, and two figures shot out from the waterfall. In an instant, they arrived in front of the White Snow Bull and the Golden Wolf King. Ling Xiao focused his gaze and saw that it was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was currently riding on an even larger White Snow Bull, and he held a green bamboo flute in his hand, which he placed to his mouth and played. This old man was not very tall, and his hair and eyebrows were all white. He had a warm smile on his face, and there was no trace of a martial artist's aura on his body. He was like a kind grandfather. The large White Snow Bull looked at the White Snow Bull lying on the ground, neighed, and charged towards the Golden Wolf King without a care for anything else. Its speed was even faster than the Golden Wolf King's, which had the wind attribute. The Golden Wolf King's huge body was actually sent flying a few meters away, and it let out a miserable howl. When the large White Snow Bull was about to attack the Golden Wolf King again, the old man riding on it put down his flute and caressed the bull's head. He said, "Old White, let's take a look at Whitey first." The large white snow bull turned around unwillingly and walked in front of the injured white snow bull. It licked the injured white snow bull's wound, and there was a look of pity in its eyes. Could it be that these two white snow bulls are a pair? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. The old man glanced at Ling Xiao, and it was as if he could immediately see through Ling Xiao's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Whitey is Whitey's son. You guys disturbed its sleep, so it attacked you." Seeing that the old man had spoken, Ling Xiao immediately walked up to the old man and cupped his hands in salute. "Greetings, senior. Are these two your spirit beasts?" "You can say that. Your golden wolf king isn't bad either. It's actually at the intermediate stage of the 3rd level. Which family are you from?" The old man nodded and asked. "That's right. You're a golden wolf king. This junior is Ling Xiao from the Meteorite City's Ling family," Ling Xiao replied. "Ling family? I've never heard of it." The old man thought for a moment, and then said, "Are you the new disciples who came to participate in this year's selection?" Ling Xiao and Bing Ruoxue nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. "If that's the case, then I'll forget about this matter. Hurry up and leave." The old man flicked his sleeves. How should I address you, senior?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked the old man another question. The old man squinted his eyes, stroked his white beard, and said with a smile, "You can ask your master after you become inner disciples." Looks like this old man should be an elder of the sect, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He thought for a moment, and then said to the old man, "Senior, can I ask you for a favor?" The old man raised his eyes, not understanding why this kid would ask such a big question. But seeing that he was so polite, he couldn't bear to disappoint him. He immediately said, "Tell me. However, I won't help you get away with this and become a disciple of the sect as you please." Chapter 176. The elder thought that Ling Xiao wanted to ask him about the selection, so he took the initiative to make things clear and shut Ling Xiao's mouth. Ling Xiao smiled. "Senior misunderstands. Although junior's strength is average, it shouldn't be difficult for me to become a disciple of the sect. How could I let senior make the decision?" "Not bad. You're still young, but you're already a high-level mystic cultivator. You also have a spirit beast to protect you, so it really shouldn't be difficult for you to become an official disciple." The elder looked at Ling Xiao and agreed. He then asked, "Then what do you want from me?" "It's like this. Before we entered the Purple Maple Valley, the deacon told us to hunt spirit beasts and find spirit herbs as points. Whoever obtains more points can become an outer sect disciple or even an inner sect disciple. What do you think, senior?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. This has been the sect's rule for generations." The elder answered. "That's right. But before we entered the Purple Maple Valley, the deacon didn't tell us that senior was cultivating here, so we didn't know that Little White was your spirit beast. The two of us spent a lot of effort and risked our lives to subdue it. It's a middle 3rd rank spirit beast, worth 20,000 points. That's enough for us to become inner sect disciples. But you suddenly appeared and asked for our points. This doesn't seem to be against the rules. Before we entered the valley, we heard the deacon say that no one in the sect is allowed to interfere in the selection." Ling Xiao clapped his hands together and then revealed a troubled expression as he talked incessantly. Bing Ruoxue couldn't help but be puzzled. Why was this scoundrel looking for so many reasons? The elder pondered for a moment after hearing Ling Xiao's question. He seemed to feel that this little fellow's words made some sense. If this Snow White Bull wasn't his, then he wouldn't have appeared. If he didn't appear, then it meant that the Snow White Bull had already been killed by this little fellow. According to the sect's rules, killing a low 3rd rank spirit beast was worth 5,000 points, and a middle 3rd rank spirit beast was worth 20,000 points. Now that he had stirred things up like this, it was indeed a bit against the sect's rules and unfair to this little fellow. Could it be that Little White killed him? Absolutely not. The old man thought in his heart, then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "What you said makes sense, but I definitely can't give Little White to you. How about this? I'll go talk to your deacon and give you 10,000 points each. That way, it won't be a problem for you two to become inner disciples." The old man was very easy to talk to. If it were any other elder, they would have sent Ling Xiao flying with a slap. He actually dared to bargain here. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "If we do this, Lord Deacon will think that we asked you to cheat. This is not a good influence, and it will also affect your reputation." "What are you trying to do, kid?" the old man said impatiently. Ling Xiao glanced at the rock protruding from the waterfall and said, "Why don't you give me that ox tendon vine? That way I can get over 20,000 points." There was indeed an ox tendon vine growing here. Fang Minga hadn't lied to him. "You little brat, you really have a good plan." The old man finally understood why Ling Xiao had gone in such a big circle and couldn't help cursing him in his heart. "Senior, this junior was also forced by the situation. You don't want the sect to lose a genius like me, right?" Ling Xiao felt that this old man was very approachable, and his words were becoming bolder and bolder. The old man didn't go up to take the growing ox tendon vine, but instead took out a section of it from his space ring and threw it to Ling Xiao. "Take it." Ling Xiao carefully put away the ox tendon vine. As long as he could find another yellow marrow grass, he would be able to refine the bone replenishing pill. That way, Li Kuanghu's foot would be able to return to normal. "Let's go, I'll find a suitable spirit beast for you," Ling Xiao said to Bing Ruoshui, who knew that Bing Ruoshui wouldn't pay attention to him, and instead bowed to the old man before disappearing into the dense forest. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, jumped onto the back of the Golden Wolf King, and left the pool. After the two of them left, the old man muttered to himself, "This year's seedlings are not bad. An ice attribute girl is very suitable for Xiao Bai, but her realm is still a bit low. The other little slippery fellow is also not bad. He actually dared to extort this old man. The younger generation will surpass the older in time." After leaving the pool, Ling Xiao first found a place to recover to his peak state. After being injured again and facing the threat of death again and again, Ling Xiao realized that he had to quickly increase the realm of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. In the past, in Meteor City, most of the experts were at the Mystic Knight realm. Spirit Master experts didn't often appear, so there wasn't much of a threat in terms of defense. Now that he was in a large sect, the younger generation would all have high-level Shen skills, high-level Shen weapons, and even Spirit Master experts were common. If he caused any trouble again, he couldn't just rely on the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin. If that was the case, then the increase of his realm would be abnormally slow, and his ability to respond to enemies would slowly slow down. After all, any expert would have to go through countless battles to continuously break through and grow. In order to ensure that he would have more protection in future battles, it was imperative to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique. At the very least, at the most crucial moment, it would give him a chance to survive. However, the spirit herbs and elixirs needed to cultivate the third transformation, the organ's refinement realm, were all very rare and precious. At present, Ling Xiao's savings were still far from enough. This was also the reason why he couldn't continue cultivating. Now that he was in the Purple Sky sect, the resources were much more abundant, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find all the materials. If he really couldn't find them, he could go to the inner area of the desolate mountain range. He believed that he would be able to find them there. There were many strong spirit beasts there. His current priority was to break through to the Spirit Master level as soon as possible. With the help of the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin, he believed that even if he went deep into the inner area, there wouldn't be too much danger. However, the prerequisite was that his two spirit beasts had also broken through to the 4th stage. The Golden Wolf King was only at the peak of the 3rd stage intermediate stage. At the very least, it needed to devour one beast core of the metal element and one beast core of the wind element. Moreover, it could only absorb beast cores of the 4th stage and above. As for the Fire Qilin, Ling Xiao didn't know how long it would take for it to advance. Its body seemed to have no limit. In the past half a year, it had devoured countless beast cores of the 3rd stage intermediate stage and had only entered the 3rd stage advanced stage from the 3rd stage intermediate stage. It would probably take a while for it to enter the 4th stage. My first priority is to gain a foothold in the Purple Sky sect and break through to the Spirit Master level as soon as possible. Ling Xiao confirmed his goal and made up his mind. In the next few days, Ling Xiao increased his speed in finding and killing spirit beasts. His goal wasn't as simple as becoming an outer sect disciple. The top 10 with the highest points could be accepted as inner sect disciples. Only by becoming an inner sect disciple would one be recognized by the Purple Sky sect. A normal outer sect disciple would at most be in name only. While killing spirit beasts, he didn't forget to find spirit grass. He collected all the useful spirit grass from first stage to second stage. In this period of time, there were two groups of people who wanted to take advantage of Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they found the wrong person and didn't manage to take Ling Xiao's things. Instead, they were all taken by Ling Xiao. In an instant, Ling Xiao's points skyrocketed. Other than the points he had obtained, he also had the points of 3 groups of people. This made him extremely happy. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to become an inner sect disciple. Very quickly, there were only 3 days left until the 1-month deadline. Ling Xiao no longer killed spirit beasts. Instead, he leisurely embarked on the reverse journey, picking many low-level spirit grass along the way. The Purple Maple Valley was planned by the Purple Sky sect to be a trial for participating disciples. Being able to find a third-stage spirit grass like the purple gold grass was extremely rare. Third-stage spirit beasts were also rarely seen. This greatly disappointed Ling Xiao. If the other participating disciples knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would probably fight to the death with this guy. If there were many third-stage spirit beasts, wouldn't they all want to take their lives? Just as Ling Xiao ate some spirit beast meat and was about to set off, he sensed that there were people walking over from his vicinity. Ling Xiao quickly jumped onto one of the big trees to hide. No matter when, he always maintained a vigilant heart. He absolutely wouldn't relax just because he became stronger. 2 figures gradually appeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. It's actually them. Ling Xiao revealed a playful smile. Under the tree were Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui, who had been separated for half a month. Looking at their hurried and sorry appearance, it seemed that they had encountered some misfortune. "Little Shui, you run first. I'll block them." Hua Xiaogui shouted. "Can you block them? Don't waste words. If you really can't, then crush the jade tube and call for the deacon to come and save us." Wu Xixue said as she pulled Hua Xiaogui's hand and ran. Hua Xiaogui was only a middle-level profound practitioner. Her speed naturally couldn't compare to Wu Xixue's, so she could only let Wu Xixue pull her. "Haha, do you think you can escape?" A laugh sounded. A figure flashed and blocked in front of Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui. The person who came was Xiahou Shi, who was in the same city as Wu Xixue, and his 3 companions behind him. "Xiahou Shi, do you really want to steal our points?" Wu Xixue stopped and shouted at Xiahou Shi. Wu Xixue's breakthrough stopped. Hua Xiaogui couldn't stop and pounced on Wu Xixue. Ouch! Wu Xixue was knocked 2 steps forward. She couldn't help but turn around and scold Hua Xiaogui. "Stinky little turtle, what are you doing?" "I'm sorry, little Shui. I didn't do it on purpose," Hua Xiaogui said embarrassedly as she scratched her head. "Little Shui, come back. You and I are a match made in heaven. Why do you have to be with this kind of useless trash?" Xiahou Shi said to Wu Xixue in a relaxed tone. He wanted to be with Wu Xixue mainly because he wanted to become the son-in-law of Wuming City's Wu clan, but a small part of it was because of his love for Wu Xixue. He really didn't want to have a falling out with Wu Xixue unless he had no other choice. "You make it sound better than a song. I've always treated you as a brother, but you actually joined forces with outsiders to bully me. When I return to Wuming City in the future, I'll definitely make my father stop being friends with your clan," Wu Xixue said with puffed cheeks. "Since that's the case, then put down all your points. Otherwise, don't think of leaving," Xiahou Shi said coldly. "If you have the ability, then come and take them. Do the 3 of you really want to become enemies with me, Wu Xixue?" Wu Xixue called out fearlessly, and then called out to the 3 people behind Xiahou Shi. They were also from Wuming City. "Cut the crap. Go get them and cripple that brat for me." Xiahou Shi didn't wait for the 3 to reply and waved to his companions while he himself attacked Wu Xixue. Just as the 3 of them were about to attack Hua Xiaogui, a figure descended from the sky. Whoever dares to hurt my brother, I'll cripple him. Chapter 177. Boss. Hua Xiaogui couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Ling Zhao's figure. Wu Xixue, on the other hand, felt an inexplicable worry in her heart. Could it be that he's been following us? I was wondering where you ran off to. So you've been hiding all this time. That's even better, let's take it together. Xiahou sure disliked Ling Xiao the most. Now that he had broken through, of course he was even happier. They had a total of 4 people on their side and they were all above Mystic Realm. The other side had 3 people and one of them was a Mystic Realm cultivator. Comparing them like this, their chances of winning were in their grasp. Ah, good, let's take it together. Ling Xiao laughed wildly and then said to Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui, you two go to the side first and watch your boss take revenge for you. Only middle stage. You've reached high stage Mystic Realm? Xiahou sure snorted and was about to say that Ling Xiao was only a middle stage Mystic Realm. But upon closer inspection, he discovered that Ling Zhao's aura had clearly increased by several times. Only then did he know that he had broken through to high stage Mystic Realm. You're quite observant. Obediently put down all your points and I'll let you suffer less, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Even if he was only a middle stage Mystic Realm, dealing with these people in front of him was a piece of cake. Young Master Xia, what do we do? The young man beside Xiahou sure asked with some fear. Although high-stage Mystic Realm cultivators were only 1 stage higher than middle-stage Mystic Realm cultivators, their strength was many times higher than middle-stage Mystic Realm cultivators. Even 5 middle-stage Mystic Realm cultivators wouldn't be a match for 1 high-stage Mystic Realm cultivator. What's there to be afraid of? He's only a high-stage Mystic Realm cultivator. Even if a Spirit Master expert came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything, Xiahou sure said very calmly after the shock. Then he stuck his spear to the side and slowly pulled out a scarlet-red broadsword from his back. This broadsword emitted a dense dark aura. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that this was a dark attribute weapon. The large blade was engraved with many profound spirit marks, making it look extremely agile. The huge teeth on the back of the blade looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. A bloodthirsty killing intent spread out, causing people to feel suffocated. This was definitely a 3rd-tier profound armament. Moreover, it should be a 3rd-tier intermediate profound armament. Blood-devouring devil saber. Wu Xixue seemed to have some understanding of this saber. She immediately exclaimed upon seeing it. Is it very powerful? Hua Xiaogui asked dumbfoundedly. Nonsense, a mid-3rd level profound artifact. Don't you think it's powerful? Furthermore, it can also suck human blood. It's a very terrifying demonic blade. Wu Xixue replied in a bad mood. Devouring Shue's profound weapon. Hua Xiaogui could not help but be shocked. Even Ling Xiao, who was beside her, was slightly moved. It's actually a dark attribute Shen weapon. It's really rare. Ling Xiao said in his heart. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then obediently put down all your points and I'll let you go. Xiahou Shi, who was holding the dark attribute Shen weapon, had his eyes turn red. It seemed that he could not bear the pressure that the profound weapon was giving him. He himself was not a dark attribute Shen cultivator. It did not match the attribute of the profound weapon. Therefore, he could not use this profound weapon with ease. You want to scare me away with just a profound weapon? I think there's something wrong with your brain. However, I want this profound weapon of yours. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Ling Xiao, you must be careful. You must not be injured by that saber. Otherwise, your blood will be sucked dry and you'll die. Wu Xixue reminded him. Don't worry, he doesn't have the ability to hurt me. Ling Xiao replied confidently. Then watch carefully. Don't blame me if you die. Xiahou Shi's eyes became redder and redder. He held the blood-devouring saber in his hand and chopped towards Ling Xiao's head. A thick black mist with a tinge of red swept towards Ling Xiao. All of you, get out of here. Ling Xiao shouted, sending out dozens of fiery streaks to meet the black light. Unfortunately, the black mist's energy was comparable to a spirit master's attack. His flames were of no use. Cloak of clouds and moon. The cloak behind Ling Zhao's back instantly flew out and blocked in front of the black mist. Sizzle! The cloak that was specially made from the mountain pangolin beast was instantly corroded when it came in contact with the black mist. Furthermore, it spread towards Ling Zhao's body. Damn, so vicious! Ling Zhao cursed. He immediately shook off the cloak to prevent himself from being affected. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Xiahou Shi's eyes were red with anger. It was as if he was possessed. With a sinister laugh, he charged towards Ling Zhao. His three companions behind him saw that Xiahou Shi's profound weapon was so powerful. They believed that it would not be a problem to restrain Ling Zhao. Hence, the three of them charged towards Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaoge. Damn it, you're looking for death. Ling Zhao did not want to waste time. He knew that Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaoge would not be able to hang on for too long. Just as Xiahou Shi was about to attack again, Ling Zhao did not hold back anymore. A formless condensed needle surged towards Xiahou Shi's consciousness. Ling Zhao's current mental attacks were not just condensed needles. He could also condense them into palms, fists, all sorts of shapes. Moreover, he had just broken through to a high-level mystic disciple. His consciousness had grown again. His attack range had increased from the original 5 meters to 8 meters. The reason why Ling Zhao chose to attack with condensed needles was because he did not want to assassinate Xiahou Shi. After all, killing was not allowed in this training ground. However, Ling Zhao had already set his eyes on the blood-devouring saber in Xiahou Shi's hands. He might as well snatch it. In order to prevent the incident of Lao Fanqing from happening again, he must not let others know that he was the one who snatched it. Using the condensed needle would not kill Xiahou Shi. It would only turn him into an idiot. As for the others, Ling Zhao did not plan to let them go. Before Xiahou Shi could reach Ling Zhao, he felt as if his head was being pierced by thousands of needles. It was as if his head was about to explode. He screamed. His hand loosened and the blood-devouring saber fell to the ground. He held his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. This scream attracted the attention of his companions. Seeing Xiahou Shi in this state, they knew that this had something to do with Ling Zhao. Run! Their leader was defeated. How could they have the strength to fight against a high-level mystic disciple? There was only one thought left in their minds. Do you think you can escape? Ling Zhao sneered and frowned. Next, he sent the polymerizing needles piercing towards their spiritual seas. 3 screams sounded almost at the same time. Before coming to Purple Sky Sect, Ling Zhao had used his mental strength to split the beast core in order to refine a 3rd-grade elixir. He had already mastered the basics of skill manipulation. He could divide his attention to several things at the same time and hurt the consciousness of 3 people at the same time. But this way, Ling Zhao's mental strength was greatly exhausted. Fortunately, he had just broken through to the high-level mystic disciple and his consciousness had expanded. Otherwise, he would have fainted immediately. It should be known that using mental strength to attack was more exhausting than using mystic force directly. It was also fortunate that Ling Zhao's consciousness was big enough and his mental strength was strong enough. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do this. Take their points. Ling Zhao said to Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaoge with a slightly pale expression. After saying that, he ignored the two and immediately sat down to meditate to recover his mental strength. Soul-controlling art had endless uses. It was a rare mental attack secret art in the world. Its recovery ability was also extremely unique and fast. Ling Zhao only spent a little more than an hour and felt that his mental strength had recovered by more than half. When he opened his eyes, he found that Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaoge were staring at him with an extremely astonished expression. Ling Zhao touched his face and said very cockily, "Could it be that I have become more handsome?" "Wow, boss, you are really handsome. How did you make them lose the ability to fight?" Hua Xiaoge praised in admiration. Wu Xixue turned her pretty face slightly and did not speak. She seemed to still be a little worried. "You don't need to worship me. I am just a legend." Ling Zhao stood up and joked. Then he walked over and picked up the demonic blood-devouring saber. For a moment, an evil aura came from the saber hilt, as if it wanted to drill into Ling Zhao's body. How strange. Ling Xiao hurriedly guarded his mind and circulated his energy to resist that evil aura. This demonic blood-devouring saber was obtained by an ancestor of the Xia family when he was traveling. At that time, it was only at the low 3rd level, but later on, the ancestor of the Xia family continuously fed it with his blood. This demonic saber can actually upgrade itself. I just didn't know that such a strange profound weapon would be passed on to Xiaoshi. Perhaps the Xia family especially valued him. After all, Xiaoshi is that ancestor's great-grandson. Wu Sixue explained to the side. It can actually upgrade itself. This is unbelievable. This was the first time that Ling Xiao had heard of a profound weapon having this kind of ability. There's nothing strange about that. It said that in ancient times, some powerful swordsmen used their own essence blood to nourish their swords. Later on, their swords reached the level of spiritual connection, becoming the legendary spiritual weapons. Wu Sixue came from a large city, so she had a certain understanding of some secrets. So that's how it is. I'll take this saber. Ling Xiao nodded and then stored the demonic blood-devouring saber into his spatial ring. I think you should return it to him. Otherwise, if the ancestor of the Xia family finds out, I'm afraid. Wu Sixue advised. Don't worry, he doesn't know I did it, Ling Xiao said. Then he walked over to Xiaoshi, who had already fainted, and found his jade tube. Then he crushed it. Ling Xiao's actions could be considered to have been benevolent. Otherwise, if he left them lying here, they would sooner or later be dismembered by spirit beasts. Let's go. I believe that their points should be enough for you to become outer disciples. Ling Xiao called out to the two of them. The two of them nodded and then followed Ling Xiao's footsteps. Not long after, a few green wind cranes appeared in the sky. The deacons had arrived. Mo could jump down from the green wind crane and check their auras. Only after discovering that they were not dead did he let out a sigh of relief. They've only fainted. Bring them back. Emoku said to the other deacons. Each of them carried one person and left. They did not know that the people they saved had all become idiots or mentally retarded. Chapter 178. In Wuming City, in a quiet and secluded mountain. In a cave, a figure sat cross-legged on a stone bed. This person was thin, his face was high, and his eyes were sunken. There was no aura around his body, and he sat quietly like a dead man. Suddenly, he slowly opened a pair of gloomy eyes, and 2 rays of light flickered with substantial energy. The demonic blade's aura is gone, the old man said in a hoarse and angry voice. Then he shot out of the cave. His speed was like a ghost, and with a whoosh, he disappeared from the cave. In a majestic and unadorned courtyard, an old man in his 50s was reading a book. This person was the Xia family's current patriarch, Xia Shida. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the door was blown open. Who? The old man immediately cried out in alarm. A ghostly figure stopped in front of him. When Xia Shida saw who it was, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, grandfather." This person was the old man who was meditating in the cave just now. Where did the blood-devouring demon blade go? The old man asked. Xia Shida panicked and stammered, In the storage room. But the old man's eyes flashed with anger, and with a wave of his hand, a nearby table was immediately shattered into pieces. How long are you going to lie to me? The old man said darkly. Xia Shida panicked and immediately knelt down to the old man, begging, "Grandfather, forgive me. I made the decision to reward it to that child Hoshi. He was chosen by the Purple Sky sect to compete for outer sect disciples, so, bastard." The old man cursed again, and then glared at Xia Shida. "How can you be so muddle-headed, child? Although the blood-devouring demon blade is extraordinary, those who are not dark will lose their nature if they use it, causing them to fall into the demonic path. The consequences are unimaginable. Didn't I forbid anyone from using this demon blade? Why didn't you listen? I know my mistake. I'll send someone to the Purple Sky sect to get the demon blade back." Xia Shida kowtowed and said. "It's too late, I'm afraid the demon blade has already changed hands." The old man sighed heavily. "What?" Xia Shida panicked even more this time. Outside the Purple Maple Valley, the 1-month trial time was up. In a campsite outside the valley, 11 deacons were waiting for the returning crowd. Behind them, there were already a few dozen people who had been rescued early on. These people were all people who had no choice but to crush the jade tube to ask for help after encountering danger that they could not resist in the Violet Maple Valley. This was also equivalent to giving up the trial ahead of time. Not long after, Lu Ji and the others walked out. Half a day later, those who had entered the valley for the trial had basically all come out. Those who hadn't come out would never come out again. After all, there were many spirit beasts in the valley, and there was no lack of poisonous spirit beasts. Some people could not avoid being poisoned. The deacons had already received the news of those people's deaths through the jade tube, so they didn't wait any longer. Everyone, line up and come over here to register your points. Xing Zhantian shouted at everyone. All the young people took their points and walked towards the deacon. The 11 deacons were divided into 5 points, and they each checked and registered their points. In the end, the 150 people with the highest points would become Purple Sky Sect disciples, and the 10 people with the highest points would become inner disciples. The young people with low points all had downcast faces and were not in high spirits. As for the young people with great gains, they all raised their heads and puffed out their chests, looking very pleased with themselves. Wang Guixin, you killed 25 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts for 25 points, 5 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 500 points, 30 high-tier first-tier spirit herbs for 30 points, 3 low-tier second-tier spirit herbs for 300 points, and 1 mid-tier second-tier spirit herb for 300 points. That's a total of 1,155 points. And your results are not bad. One of the deacons counted a young person's points as he spoke. After that young person heard the praise, he happily walked away. Following that, another person stepped forward and opened his bag, allowing the deacon to check the contents. Bai Fuan, you killed 27 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts for 27 points, 2 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 200 points, 31 low-tier first-tier spirit herbs for 31 points, and 4 low-tier second-tier spirit herbs for 400 points. That's a total of 658 points. Tanda, you killed 40 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts for 40 points, 5 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 500 points, 1 mid-tier second-tier spirit beast for 300 points, 36 low-tier first-tier spirit herbs for 36 points, 6 low-tier second-tier spirit herbs for 600 points, and 2 mid-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 600 points. That's a total of 2,760 points. Very good. As the deacons counted, quite a few people's points were recorded. Most of the points were in the range of 1,000 to 2,000 points. Those with less than 1,000 points were basically eliminated, and those with more than 1,500 points could basically become outer disciples. Boss, let's go as well. Hua Xiaogui looked at the people being counted one by one and couldn't wait. You don't have any points, why are you going? Ling Xiao said in a bad mood. Hehe, I just want to see boss in the limelight, Hua Xiaogui said while scratching her head. I think you just want to see Xiao Xue in the limelight, Ling Xiao said jokingly. Wu Xixue turned her pretty face away and didn't say anything. 3 days ago, Ling Xiao took all the points from Xiahou Shi and the others, but he didn't accept them and instead gave them to Hua Xiaogui and Wu Xixue. Unexpectedly, Hua Xiaogui didn't want a single point. At that time, both Ling Xiao and Wu Xixue didn't understand. In the end, after listening to Hua Xiaogui's explanation, they understood. Originally, he was an alchemist, so he didn't need to participate in the selection and could directly become an inner disciple of the Purple Sky Sect's refinement peak. He just wanted to join in the fun. Therefore, he didn't need any points and could also be considered an inner disciple of the Purple Sky Sect. Therefore, he gave all the points to Ling Xiao and Wu Xixue. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't need those points. He himself had a lot, so he gave all the points he got from Xiahou Shi to Wu Xixue. Wow, that Sengu actually got 5,600 points? So scary. Yeah, looks like it's a sure thing that he'll become an inner disciple. He's worthy of being a high-level profound cultivator, amazing. Ling Xiao glanced at Sengu, who had his hands crossed in front of his chest. Looking at his arrogant look, he thought disdainfully in his heart, he still has the nerve to show off this little bit of points, really. Immediately after, another two young people who got high scores came. They got 3,800 points and 4,100 points respectively. These two people also had the strength of a high-level profound cultivator. To be able to get so many points was really within expectations. Ling Xiao, why aren't you going to count your points? A beautiful figure leisurely walked towards Ling Xiao and asked in a sweet voice. Sister Yan, seeing that you're smiling so proudly, you must have gained a lot. Ling Xiao looked at the person and said, wasn't it you Lai Yan who walked over? She was wearing a red armor, and the armor was stained with blood. She must have done a lot in the trial. I was lucky to get some points. It shouldn't be difficult to enter the sect. Yu Yanlai lightly tapped her lips and said. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao again and revealed a surprised expression. You broke through to the high level? I was just lucky. Ling Xiao replied modestly, but in fact, his expression was very proud. How old are you this year? I just turned 18. What's wrong? Could it be that Sister Yen is interested in me? TSK, you're really abnormal. An 18-year-old high-level profound cultivator, there aren't many in the sect. Yu Lai Yen stared at Ling Xiao and said, her beautiful eyes revealing a strange expression. Sister Yen, don't stare at me like that, I'll be shy. Ling Xiao replied weakly. He didn't know if this fellow was really shy or what, but his face actually turned slightly red for the first time in a long time. You're so cute, Sister Yen likes it. Yu Lai Yen laughed happily and said, let's go and count our points together. Then, Ling Xiao waved at Wu Sixue and Hua Xiaogui and followed Yu Yanlai. At this time, it was already the end. Most of the points had been counted. Deacon Mo, help me count. Yu Lai Yen threw her bag to the ground and said to Moku. Moku nodded, but his eyes glanced at Ling Xiao before he started to count Yu Lai Yen's points. 15 low-level rank 2 spirit beasts are worth 1,500 points, 8 mid-level rank 2 spirit beasts are worth 2,400 points, 2 high-level rank 2 spirit beasts are worth 1,000 points, 50 high-level rank 1 spirit herbs are worth 50 points, 20 low-level rank 2 spirit herbs are worth 2,000 points, 5 mid-level rank 2 spirit herbs are worth 1,500 points, and 1 high-level rank 2 spirit herb is worth 500 points. That's a total of 8,950 points. Good, very good. Moku excitedly counted the points, and in the end he didn't hesitate to praise loudly. Almost 9,000 points. This is too abnormal. Exactly, I wonder how many people's points she robbed, otherwise how could she have so many points? It can't be, she's so pretty, how could she rob other people's points? Haven't you heard that a woman's heart is the most vicious? The surrounding youths were discussing incessantly. At this time, there was a commotion at Deacon LV's side. 13,000 points? There's actually someone with more than 10,000 points? My God, she's too powerful. Wow, isn't she that ice rose? Look at her delicate appearance, I didn't expect her to be so powerful, killing 8 high-level second-level spirit beasts. Too terrifying, she's really a genius from Ice City. Good, very good, Bing Ruoxue, looks like you'll be the first in this trial, LV Chihai praised Bing Ruoxue happily. Bing Ruoxue nodded slightly at LV Chihai, there was not a trace of excitement on her face, and then she walked to the side. Her state of mind seemed to have reached the state of not being happy with material gains, not being sad for personal gains. Chapter 179. Yu Lion curled his lips and said unhappily, if I had known this would happen, I would have killed a few more high-rank spirit beasts. This is so infuriating. Ling Xiao looked at the proud figure and tried to persuade Yu Lion, what's there to be angry about? It's fine as long as you can become an inner disciple. It's not a matter of success or failure, so you don't have to be so serious. What do you know? Yu Yanlai snorted coldly, But he still stared at Bing Ruoxue unhappily, as if he had already made her his #1 enemy. At this time, Ling Xiao and Wu Sixue took out her points and counted them. In the end, she had a total of 3,700 points. This was enough for her to become an inner disciple, which made her extremely happy. Ling Xiao, thank you. Wu Sixue sincerely thanked Ling Xiao. It's nothing. You're my sister-in-law, so this is what I should do. Ling Xiao glanced at Hua Xiaogui and said to Wu Sixue, "What are you talking about? Who's your sister-in-law?" Seriously. Wu Sixue stomped her feet and walked away in embarrassment. "Ha, little turtle, hurry up and go over. You have to do your best." Ling Xiao laughed and gave Hua Xiaogui a look. Hua Xiaogui gave Ling Xiao a grateful look and walked over with Wu Sixue, her buttocks trembling. At this time, LV Chihai walked over from the other side. He looked at Ling Xiao and asked him, "Oku, brother, what's the result? Did this kid get 3,000 points?" "Not yet, but we'll know soon," Moku replied. He then shouted at Ling Xiao, "Hurry up and take out your points to count." "Let me do it. You guys just watch from the side. No one is allowed to deny the loss," Xing Zhantian said as he walked over. Ling Xiao listened to the three of them and was a little confused. Did they make a bet? "Ling Xiao, hand over your share," said Xing Zhantian to Ling Xiao. "Oh," Ling Xiao answered, then threw a parcel on the ground and opened it. 25 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts are worth 25 points, 3 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 300 points, 33 high-tier first-tier spirit grasses are worth 33 points, 2 low-tier second-tier spirit grasses are worth 200 points, for a total of 558 points, Xing Zhantian reported. Just as Xing Zhantian finished speaking, LV Chihai burst into laughter. "Ha! Ha! Brother Emo, look. This is the inner disciple that you thought highly of, but he didn't even get 1,000 points. He doesn't even have the qualifications to become an outer disciple. I'm dying of laughter. Hurry up and take out the white jasmine vine." LV Chihai was very pleased with himself. Previously he had made a bet with Moku. If Ling Xiao could become an inner disciple, then he would lose a blazing serpent grass to Moku. If Ling Xiao could not become an inner disciple, then Moku would lose a white jasmine vine to him. But now, Ling Xiao had not even brought out 1,000 points. It was obvious that he did not even have the qualifications to become an outer disciple. Moku was furious. He glared at Ling Xiao with eyes that were about to spit fire. This is only a portion of the points. There's still more." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before moving over 4 more parcels and placing them in front of Xing Zhantian. This time, LV Chihai's laughter stopped. Xing Zhantian opened one of the parcels and started counting. Killing 70 high-tier first-stage spirit beasts is worth 70 points. Killing 12 low-tier second-stage spirit beasts is worth 1,200 points. Killing 2 mid-tier second-stage spirit beasts is worth 600 points. Obtaining 40 stalks of first-stage spirit herbs is worth 40 points. In total, 4,810 points. Killed 32 high-tier rank 1 spirit beasts for 32 points. Killed 5 low-tier rank 2 spirit beasts for 2,902 points. Total, 2,902 points. After opening 3 more parcels, Ling Xiao's points had already reached 8,270 points. This time, not only were the deacons stunned, but the surrounding younger generation who were looking at the points were also stunned. They all stared blankly at the 2 parcels that had not been opened. It was likely that over 10,000 points was already a matter of time. All right, Deacon LV, don't forget to give me my blazing serpent grass. Moku let out a sigh of relief and smiled at LV Chihai. Just now, he had almost wanted to hack Ling Xiao into pieces. He thought that Ling Xiao would only obtain a few hundred points. Not only would he lose the bet, but he would also be scolded by the young miss. If that happened, his position as an inner deacon would be far away. Luckily, this brat did not disappoint him, nor did he disappoint the young miss. Xing Zhantian cast an appreciative glance at Ling Xiao, who had a faint smile on his face. Then he opened the largest package. 25 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 2,500 points. 20 mid-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 6,000 points. 13 high-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 6,500 points. That's a total of 15,000 points. The more Xing Zhantian spoke, the louder he became. This parcel was filled with rank 2 spirit beast points. This was too extravagant. Just this parcel alone had more points than Bing Ruoshui's 13,000 points. The surrounding young disciples looked at Ling Xiao with even more respect. This guy is even more abnormal. He actually has more than 20,000 points. Heavens, the second place has more than 10,000 points less than him. He's simply not human. Isn't that so? So this guy is the strongest among us. I really don't know how he did it. Even a team of 2 high-tier mystic cultivators might not be able to obtain as many points as him. LV Chihai's face was burning. It was fine if he lost the bet. After all, he had Bing Ruoshui, who had more than 10,000 points, on his side. As long as he reported this to the sect, he could possibly obtain the position of an inner deacon. If an outer sect deacon wanted to enter the inner sect, it would depend on who had contributed the most to the sect, and the ranking in the disciple selection also represented their judgment. Whoever picked the strongest disciples, or became the most inner sect disciples, then their contribution would be the greatest, and they would naturally become an inner sect deacon. Now that Ling Xiao had so many points, he had undoubtedly become the most dazzling new star. This also reflected Mo Ku's accurate judgment, as he had chosen such an outstanding disciple for the sect. Because of Ling Xiao's appearance, his position as an inner deacon had been ruined. He hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Ling Xiao, however, did not know about this. He did not think that he would offend someone in order to obtain the highest points. If he knew, he would probably cry out, "Injustice, even more injustice than Doui." Xing Zhantian then opened Ling Xiao's last parcel, which was also the smallest parcel. It was filled with spirit herbs. There were more than 100 stalks of rank 1 to rank 2 spirit beasts, and he had obtained a total of 7,350 points. In the end, Ling Xiao had obtained a total of 30,620 points. As soon as this number was calculated, it caused another uproar. Boss is truly worthy of being my boss. Too amazing. Hua Xiaogui was full of praise for Ling Xiao. At the same time, he was proud of Ling Xiao's points, as if Ling Xiao's glory was his glory. Wu Xixue unhappily patted the back of Hua Xiaogui's head and said, "If you were even half as amazing as Ling Xiao, then I would consider being together with you." Hearing this, Hua Xiaogui's face drooped like a deflated balloon. "Little Shui, I'm a noble alchemist. There will be many martial artists following me in the future, so my future won't be much worse than bosses. Then wait until you become a rank 3 alchemist before you chase me," Wu Xixue lightly said. "Really? Then just you wait, I'll definitely become a rank 3 alchemist." Hua Xiaogui couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Of course, but there's a time limit. 3 years. If you can't reach it in 3 years, then don't blame me. Wu Xixue raised 3 fingers. All right, it's a deal. With Ling Xiao obtaining first place with the highest number of points, the first round of selection came to an end. All right, the first round of selection is over. Everyone return to the sect and wait for the second round of selection, Xing Zhantian announced before leading a group of attendants on their green-winged cranes back to the sect. All of the youths once again rushed back to the Purple Sky sect. However, more than half of them had already lost interest, as they had already chosen to participate in the second round of selection. On the way back, Yu Yanlai joined Ling Xiao's group of 3. Her enchanting eyes constantly glanced at Ling Xiao, and her body was extremely close to him, causing Ling Xiao's mind to ripple. Wu Xixue jealously cursed in her heart, "What a coquettish vixen!" Half a day later, everyone once again returned to the Purple Sky sect. At this moment, there were only 150 people left waiting for the second round of selection to begin. Before the second round began, everyone had a day to rest. Ling Xiao returned to his residence, and Hua Xiaogui followed him. "Boss, thank you," Hua Xiaogui said very sincerely to Ling Xiao. "Thank you for what?" Ling Xiao asked. Hua Xiaogui laughed lightly. If it weren't for you, Little Snow wouldn't have given me this chance. Little Snow promised me that as long as I can become a third-rank alchemist in 3 years, she'll agree to be with me. You brat, what does that have to do with me? That's something you've fought for yourself. But to become a third-rank alchemist in 3 years, that seems a bit difficult. Ling Xiao replied. No matter what, I'll definitely work hard. I believe I'll definitely succeed, Hua Xiaogui said very firmly. Ling Xiao inwardly exclaimed, love is blind, but the power of love is great. Little turtle, if you really want to become a third-rank alchemist, then your martial arts must also improve, otherwise you can't condense a third-rank alchemist, Ling Xiao reminded. He knew how much energy was needed to refine a third-rank alchemist. If Hua Xiaogui didn't reach the realm of a middle-stage mystic practitioner in these 3 years, it was almost impossible to try to refine a third-rank alchemist. Hua Xiaogui looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, Boss, you also know alchemy? Ling Xiao smiled and replied, I know a little. Keep bragging, Hua Xiaogui said in disbelief, and then said, Boss, you're right. My old man said that if I want to become a real alchemist, I must reach the mystic practitioner level, transform the fire attribute, and then use my own control of fire to better refine alchemy. But my cultivation of Tenbin is only average. What can I do? Don't be discouraged. The bridge will be the boat straight. The boss won't leave you alone. Don't worry, your wish will definitely come true. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and comforted. Chapter 180. In front of a quiet and secluded courtyard in the Purple Sky sect, a young girl wearing light muslin and satin held a blue soft sword in her hand, continuously waving it. She was like a dancing fairy, appearing extremely agile and beautiful. The shadow of the sword rippled like water. Those ripples seemed to have substance, making a series of xiao-xiao sounds as if the air was being cut open, crisscrossing with cracks. After a round of sword dance, she gracefully landed on the white cobblestone with her smooth jade-like feet. She stroked the blade with one hand, her eyes filled with longing and tenderness. She murmured, You will definitely pass the trial, right? At this time, light footsteps sounded from outside the courtyard. Miss Emoku is back. Emoku knelt on one knee outside the courtyard and called out softly. Let's talk business. The young girl responded indifferently. Yes, Ling Xiao obtained first place in the trial. He obtained over 30,000 points, setting a new record for our sect's trial points, respectfully reported Emoku from outside the courtyard. I understand, you can leave first, the young girl responded softly, then thought of something and said, You just wait to become an inner court deacon. Thank you, miss. Emoku was overjoyed, immediately knelt down again to thank her, then turned and left. The young girl in the courtyard had a faint smile on her face as she murmured, You really didn't disappoint me. This smile was truly beautiful beyond compare. Even the flowers that were blooming at the side would pale in comparison. Honestly speaking, why did Ling Xiao act so ostentatiously when he just arrived at the Purple Sky sect? Of course he had his own reasons and goals. If he wanted to receive the attention of the Purple Sky sect, then he had to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Purple Sky sect. As long as he quickly stood firm, he could meet the beautiful figure that he longed for as soon as possible. It was said that the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. However, without a fine steel drill, one wouldn't be able to do porcelain work. Ling Xiao had the experience of 2 lives. He knew that some things had to be done. He had to have a courageous, diligent, and fearless heart. Only then would he be able to go straight to his heart, and only then would his cultivation and temperament be even more resolute. What's more, Ling Xiao didn't want to get so many points anyway. He had no time to spare. There were 3 bags of points that had been given to him by those conceited fellows. It would be a waste not to take them. As for the bag of spirit beasts heads of rank 2 and above and the bag of spirit herbs, they were the true points that he had obtained. Of course, he still had a purple gold flower and a bull tendon vine. If he took them out, he was afraid that everyone would go crazy. Of course, Ling Xiao would not reveal such a precious spiritual grass, lest he invite unnecessary trouble. On that day, the second round of the election began. Although 150 outer court disciples remained after the first round and 10 inner court disciples were selected, it didn't mean that the number of inner court disciples was decided so hastily. The second round of selection was very simple. It only tested the attributes and purity of the candidates. Any martial artist's attribute martial value would represent how far they could go in the future. In addition to the 10 people who obtained the highest points, in the second round of selection, if there was an individual with a high purity attribute, they would also gain the favor of an elder and become an inner disciple. The 150 new disciples all gathered at the training field of the Purple Sky House. This was the largest training field of the Purple Sky sect, occupying almost half of the mountain peak. The field was paved with exceptionally smooth marble, and there were several rows of weapon racks placed around it. There were also a few war drums beside it, appearing extremely solemn and austere. At this moment, on the high platform sat the leaders of the 9 peaks. They all had serious expressions on their faces. Next to them were a few elders of the same generation who were also participating in the ceremony. Up there, the most eye-catching person was not the Purple Sky House's headmaster, nor was it the peak lord of the other peaks. Instead, it was the figure sitting next to the headmaster. Her face was covered with a veil, and she wore a light blue dress. A faint immortal aura coiled around her body, causing her to seem ethereal, divine, and inviolable. Even though she hadn't seen her face, he could tell from her graceful figure that she was absolutely a peerlessly beautiful woman. The new female outer court disciples all seemed to have lost their brilliance at this moment. They didn't even have the right to compete with her. Only Bing Ruoxue, Yu Yanlai, and Wu Sixue could compete with her, but anyone with a discerning eye would know that they were still inferior. The main thing was that their temperament was far from being as easy to sink into as the woman sitting there. Ling Xiao looked at the sacred and inviolable figure, and his body trembled slightly. His tiger-like eyes revealed an infinite gentleness. "Is she the her you are talking about?" Wu Sixue's voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao nodded lightly. "That's right. My biggest goal in coming to the Purple Sky House is to fulfill my promise with her." Wu Sixue looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression, then smiled and said, "Then I wish you success." At this moment, Wu Sixue finally put down the grudge in her heart. From the moment she saw Yun Mingqi, an uncontrollable sense of inferiority began to grow in her heart. Indeed, she wasn't on the same level as Yun Mingqi. No wonder Ling Xiao rejected her. Perhaps only an outstanding man like Ling Xiao was worthy of her. "Yes, she's mine. No one can take her away from me," Ling Xiao said with great confidence. He had come all the way to the Purple Sky House, so he naturally wouldn't let her slip through his fingers. Yun Mingqi seemed to sense Ling Xiao's scorching gaze and couldn't help but look in his direction. The corners of her lips curled up slightly under her veil, and her heart rippled with a sweet feeling. On the viewing platform, Xing Zhantian walked out with a dragon-like gait and announced to the crowd in a clear voice, "The second round of selection will begin next. When your names are called, come up and test your mystic purity. Regardless of your score in the Purple Maple Valley, as long as your purity reaches 70%, you can become an inner court disciple." As soon as Xing Zhantian said this, the disciples below were in an uproar. They seemed to see the hope of becoming an inner court disciple again. "All right, all of you calm down. Next, the sect master will give you some instructions." After saying that, Xing Zhantian bowed toward the viewing platform before leaving. The Purple Sky sect's sect master, Yun Xiong, looked extremely refined and handsome. He slowly walked out with his hands clasped behind his back, and a formless aura enveloped the crowd of disciples. Everyone held their breaths, and no one dared to make a sound. They felt as if their throats were stuck, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. You are all elites from your respective cities, and you all have your own pride and arrogance. However, now that you have become a member of our Purple Sky sect, whatever you do in the future will represent our Purple Sky sect's honor and image. Therefore, in the future, you must be careful and cautious. You must not do anything that will bring shame to the sect, or else. Yun Xiongfeng briefly explained the sect's principles. To be able to become a member of the sect is your honor, as well as the sect's honor. I hope that you can discard all distracting thoughts and focus on your cultivation, so that you can become pillars of our sect as soon as possible and make even greater contributions to our sect. Now, let the test begin. Yun Xiong didn't say much, but each sentence was deeply imprinted in the minds of the crowd. It wasn't because his words were inspiring, but because they seemed to be directly imprinted in their hearts, and they couldn't help but remember them. It was clear that the Purple Sky Sect's sect master's strength was truly unfathomable. How terrifying! He's so much stronger than the patriarch. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Xiong and secretly thought to himself. Yun Xiong retreated back to his seat, and an attendant carried a large square platform over. The square platform was about a meter wide, and it shone brightly. It was surrounded by a faint multicolored halo, making it look extremely magical and beautiful. There were 9 mysterious lines on the square platform, and it seemed as if each line represented a certain meaning. Xing Zhantian walked out and said, "Next, let's call your name and take the test. You just need to press your handprint on the platform." So it's that simple. Great, great, it's very similar to the testing stone in the family. That's right. With my tenbin, it shouldn't be a problem to reach 70%. If it was so easy to reach 70%, then the inner sect disciples would be overcrowded. Don't hurt my confidence, okay? When I become an inner sect disciple, I'll protect you. You protect me, so why don't I protect you? The youths below the platform were whispering to each other, and their expressions were beaming with joy. They all felt that this test was too easy to pass. In reality, they didn't know that everyone was born with a mixture of attributes. Only a certain attribute would be relatively prominent, and once they broke through to the mystic night realm, they would be able to distinguish their own attribute. Only martial artists with a higher attribute purity would be able to advance faster and walk further on the path of cultivation. The higher one's attribute purity was, the more advantageous they would be in cultivating that attribute. As long as their comprehension wasn't too bad, they would be much stronger than ordinary people. This referred to the individual's tenbin index. Tandao, come up. Xing Zhantian began to call out people. A strong young man walked up with steady steps. Press your hand here, Xing Zhantian said as he pointed at the center of the square platform. Tandahu took a deep breath and pressed his hand down. The veined patterns on the square platform began to change, and the fiery red veined patterns continued to rise until they reached a certain level before stopping. Fire attribute constitution, 52% purity. That's enough, you can go down, Xing Zhantian said as he glanced at the square platform. Tandaha's expression became gloomy when he heard the announcement, and he walked back. Dong Shuhua, come up. Would attribute constitution, 48% purity. Yu Meng Meng. Xing Zhantian called out people one by one, and soon there were 30 or 40 people whose attributes were between 40% and 60%. Not a single one had reached 70%. Next, Wu Xixue, come up. Soon, it was Wu Xixue's turn, and she walked up nervously. Chapter 181. Xiao Shui, you can do it. Hua Xiaogui cheered Wu Xixue on. Wu Xixue turned around and glanced at him. She smiled at him, nodded slightly, and walked up to him. This time, Hua Xiaogui fainted from Wu Xixue's gaze. Oh, Xiao Shui smiled at me, am I dreaming? Hua Xiaogui kept shaking Ling Zhao's hand and said, her face full of joy. Is that all you've got? I already said that Xiao Shui will be yours in the future. Not only will she smile at you, but she'll also love you. Ling Xiao lightly patted the aroused Hua Xiaogui. He couldn't help but feel that Hua Xiaogui was really stupid. She had only smiled at him and she had already fallen head over heels for him. Ling Xiao thought back to the scene of him and Yun Mingqi in the abyss and couldn't help but look at the person on the viewing platform. Mingqi, just you wait. Before long, I'll definitely openly ask the sect master for her hand in marriage. Water attribute, 67% purity. It's a pity you're just a bit off, but don't worry. Your points are already in the top 10, so you're still an inner disciple. Xing Zhantian looked at Wu Xixue. Wu Xixue nodded at Xing Zhantian and then walked back. On the viewing platform, the The pavilion master of the Jade Spring Pavilion, Wen Haiyan, said, "This child belongs to our Jade Spring Pavilion." The Peak Lord of Blackrock Peak, Gu Shi, laughed. "Ha, this child belongs to the water attribute, so she's naturally your junior apprentice sister's disciple. But I wonder if there are any good earth attribute disciples? Every time, I always have the least number of disciples." Fourth brother, don't sigh. You already have many earth attribute disciples, especially that child Tianho. I'm sure he'll become a true disciple soon. When Haiyan laughed. Tianho, that child, Tianbin, isn't bad. It's just a pity that his comprehension ability is a bit low. Otherwise, he would have long since become a true disciple. When he mentioned Shi Tianho, a benevolent smile appeared on Gu Shi's face. Below the viewing platform, another 10 or so people were quickly picked. Still, not a single one had surpassed the 70% purity gap. "Senj, please come up." Xing Zhantian called another person. This young man was one of the people who came to Purple Heaven City with Ling Xiao. This person also got one of the top 10 points. A 22-year-old high-level mystic cultivator, Tianbin should not be low. As expected, the moment he placed his hand on the stone platform, the purity of the two attributes quickly soared. As expected, the moment he placed his hand on the stone platform, the purity of the two attributes soared. Metal and wood attribute constitution. Metal attribute 30%. Wood attribute 75%. Xing Zhantian looked at the patterns on the square platform and read them out. There's finally a good disciple from our Wood Flag Peak. Mu Huai, the peak master of Wood Flag Peak, shouted happily from the viewing platform. The auxiliary attribute is the metal attribute, which just makes, is to the metal attribute to the wood attribute, and the mu has the wood attribute. Just Yunxiong. Yes, sect master. Mu Huai will definitely make him a true disciple as soon as possible, Mu Huai replied happily. Senjitai walked back with an arrogant look on his face. He was the one with the highest purity in the test. Then, another group of people went up. Among this group of people, there were two people whose attributes had basically reached 70%. One of them was a metal attribute and the other was an earth attribute. Among these two people, there was a 17-year-old low-level mystic cultivator. His points did not reach the top 10. He could only be an outer sect disciple, but now he was promoted to an inner sect disciple. This made him extremely happy. Bing Ruishui, come up. Xing Zhantian called another person's name. A beautiful figure leisurely walked up, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Hey, this child should be good in Tenbin. She looks like she's only 18 or 19, but she's already a high-level mystic cultivator. When Haiyan exclaimed from the viewing platform, I know this child's information. She should be from Ice City. Junior sister, you've got another good disciple. Your Jade Spring Pavilion has gained a lot this time. Su Jiannan, the Peak Lord of Golden Tree Peak, said faintly. One of the 5 great cities, Ice City. No wonder. She should be from the same family as a female disciple from my peak. Tenbin shouldn't be weak. When Haiyan was slightly surprised. Water attribute ice attribute constitution, attribute purity 88%. Her future is limitless. Xing Zhantian read out in shock. Those whose attribute purity exceeded 70% would have a chance to step into the king level in the future. Those whose attributes exceeded 80% would definitely not have a problem on the king level. As for the Earth Sovereign level, that would depend on her luck. Even so, Bing Ruishui was enough to cause a stir. 188%. Good, very good. When Haiyan exclaimed from the viewing platform, it was as if she couldn't wait to go down and call Bing Ruishui over. Congratulations, junior sister. Congratulations, junior sister. Many elders on the viewing platform congratulated Wen Haiyan. As long as Bing Ruishui joined Wen Haiyan, she would definitely shine in the future. At that time, the status of the Jade Spring Pavilion would also change. Therefore, the elders were both envious and jealous of Wen Haiyan. Junior sister, let me have this child, said Yunxiong. For a moment, all the elders' gazes fell on Yunxiong. Sect leader, you want to take her as a disciple? When Haiyan asked in disbelief. Yes, I have very few disciples. I believe Junior's sister won't fight with me over her, right? Yun Xiong replied. When Haiyan was speechless, and the other elders didn't dare to say anything. After all, Yun Xiong was the sect leader and had a supreme position in the sect. Furthermore, Yun Xiong was a dual attribute of water and earth. Water was his main attribute, so he was completely qualified to teach Bing Ruishui. If Bing Ruishui had been of another attribute, Yun Xiong naturally wouldn't have made such a request. However, it was rare to meet such a good disciple like Tenbin. It would be a lie if he wasn't tempted. Furthermore, as the sect leader, Yun Xiong accepted very few disciples each time. It could be said that he had one of the peaks with the fewest disciples. Therefore, when he spoke, very few people dared to resist. The number of disciples below the viewing platform had already decreased by more than half, and there were only a few whose attribute purity was above 70%. Towards the end, 2 more disciples with 70% purity appeared. Scarlet Flame Peak obtained 1, and Black Rock Peak obtained another. When it was Yu Yenlie's turn, her fire attribute purity reached 82%. Once again, she stunned the crowd and successfully became a disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak. Seeing all the people in the limelight, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was he always the last one? Could it be that the main characters are usually the last to appear? Ling Xiao was right. He was actually the last one to be called. He had waited so long that he wanted to doze off. Ling Xiao, come up. Xing Zhantian called out. He's the disciple who obtained first place in this year's ranking, Ling Xiao? Yun Xiong softly asked Ling Xiao. This Tenbin kid should be pretty good as well. He's already a high-level mystic cultivator, but I don't know what element he has, said Su Jianan. He was thinking to himself, I hope this kid has the metal element. I'm guessing he has the wood element, said Mu Huai from the side. If you say so, then so be it. We'll know soon enough, laughed Gushi from the side. He has many elements. Yun Mingqi, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. For a moment, all the elders looked at Yun Mingqi in confusion. Ling Xiao arrived on the platform and bowed to Xing Zhantian. Then he placed his hand on the platform. Suddenly, a line of golden Xian lines shot up from the platform. Its speed was extremely fast as it rushed towards the peak. For a moment, the platform was filled with dazzling golden light. Xing Zhantian was so shocked by this scene that he couldn't speak for a moment. On the viewing platform, Su Jianan immediately stood up. Metal element. It really is the metal element. The purity is so high. That's great. Just as Xing Zhantian was about to take a closer look at how high the purity of the element was, something strange happened. The lines on the platform actually began to shoot up, and the entire platform was immediately surrounded by a multicolored light. What's going on? What kind of element is it? It can't be that he has many elements, but it shouldn't be emitting such a dazzling light. As expected of the first place in the trial. Even when testing his element, he can cause such a huge commotion. He's really abnormal. Little Shui, what do you think boss's element is? Hua Xiaogui asked Wu Sishua. Didn't he use metal Xian energy before? I think it should be the metal element, Wu Sishua replied. Oh, that might be the case. But how can boss create so many colors? It's really beautiful, Hua Xiaogui said in confusion. At this time, all the elders on the viewing platform were alarmed by this strange scene and stood up. Several figures rushed towards the platform without any regard for their image. At this time, Ling Xiao retracted his hand and asked, Executor Xing, can you read the purity of my element now? I didn't see it clearly just now. Why don't you try again? Xing Zhantian said with some embarrassment. At this time, Su Jianan, Zhao Mingyuan, Mu Huai, and when Haiyan had all arrived at the side of the platform. Su Jianan impatiently said, Quickly put your hand on it. The elders on the side all held their breaths and looked at Ling Xiao with strong curiosity. Yun Xiong, who was on the viewing platform, also wanted to go down and take a look, but because of his status, he didn't do so. He only asked Yun Mingqi, who was beside him, "Shao Qi, how did you know?" "Back then I fell into the abyss with him. He saved my life," Yun Mingqi replied indifferently. "So that's how it is." Yun Xiong looked at Yun Mingqi meaningfully before looking back at the platform. Ling Xiao obediently put his hand on the platform, and the strange scene from just now reappeared. Metal element 100. 90%. "That's great, you're a disciple of my golden tree peak." Su Jiannan earnestly looked at the golden pattern and exclaimed, "No, it's fire element, 92%. You're my crimson peak's disciple." Zhao Mingyuan stared at the fiery red pattern. "Ice element, 92%. This is too inconceivable," Wen Haiyan muttered with her beautiful eyes wide open. Mu Huai, who was beside her, was even more exaggerated. His old eyes were actually filled with tears as he said, Wood element, 100%. From now on, you're my, Mu Huai's, direct disciple. If anyone tries to snatch it from me, I'll fight them to the death." This time, the entire platform was in chaos. Chapter 182. What kind of concept was an attribute purity of more than 90%? This meant that as long as Ling Xiao was provided with enough resources, he would definitely have a chance to reach the Earth Sovereign level. It was no wonder that the elders had lost their composure. However, 90% purity wasn't the highest. There was actually a wood element purity of 100%. This was simply inconceivable. Mu Huai's words gave Ling Xiao a fright. He had always known about the other attributes, but he didn't know that he possessed the wood element. The metal element was the attribute that his body possessed, and the fire, ice, and wind attributes were the result of cultivating the three-part returning energy. Ling Xiao had always used these four attributes. Now that he had broken through and gained another attribute, he was a bit dumbfounded. Could it be because of the 10,000-year tree's milk? That's impossible. Right, it must be because of old Lu. He was originally a tree spirit, and now he resides in my consciousness. That's why I'm also tainted with his wood element. Ling Xiao pondered and finally concluded that it was definitely because of Lu Weng that he possessed the wood element. There's another attribute that's also at 100%. Xing Zhantian exclaimed. At this time, Yun Xiong and the other elders could no longer sit still. They all rushed over to the square platform. "Boss, what's going on?" It actually alarmed all the elders. Hua Xiaogue cried out in puzzlement. "I don't know. It seems like he possesses many attributes," Wu Sixue replied. "This fellow really makes people curious." Not far away, Yu Laiyan tapped her jade lips, her beautiful eyes rippling with extraordinary splendor as she muttered. On the other side, the snow-white figure that no one approached also had a puzzled expression in her beautiful eyes. This is the wind attribute, but it's also at 100% purity. What's going on? Yun Xiong looked at a gray pattern in puzzlement. "I don't care. This kid belongs to our flag peak," Mu Huai said confidently. A 100% wood element. As long as he was properly nurtured, his wood flag peak would definitely rise above the other peaks in the future. He has the metal element. He should belong to our golden tree peak, Su Jiannan said bluntly. He also has the fire attribute. Our red flag peak also wants him, said Zhao Mingyuan, not to be outdone. Boy, our blue sea pavilion is basically full of first-class beauties. Why don't you join our blue sea pavilion? I will definitely try my best to cultivate you. When Haiyan was even more direct, using seduction on Ling Xiao. No, his wood element is the highest, so he should belong to our wooden flag peak. The elders kept arguing. All of them wanted to make Ling Xiao their disciple. As a result, Xing Zhantian and Ling Xiao did not know what to do. That's enough. What's the point of making a ruckus in front of everyone? We'll discuss this further in the main hall. Enforcer Xing, you go ahead and make arrangements for the other disciples, snorted Yun Xiong. For a moment, all the elders shut their mouths. Xing Zhantian bowed to Yun Xiong and then continued with his work. He arranged for the 10 or so inner sect disciples to go to the various peaks and made arrangements and instructions for the rest. Yun Xiong and a group of elders returned to the main hall of the sect. Ling Xiao was directly brought in by Mu Huai. It seemed that he was determined to have Ling Xiao belong to his peak. Everyone took their seats. Only Ling Xiao stood alone in the center of the main hall. "All right, let's start discussing whose peak Ling Xiao belongs to," said Yun Xiong. As soon as he finished speaking, the elders began to fight again. Everyone wanted to have Ling Xiao. "Sect Master, please be the judge." In the past, whichever disciple's elemental purity was higher, that disciple would belong to that sect. Now that this kid's wood elemental purity has reached 100%, he should belong to our wood flag peak. "Sect Master, please make a decision for me." Mu Huai wiped away tears of grievance as he spoke to Yun Xiong. Even so, his metal attribute has reached 90%. As long as he cultivates my Golden Dipper mysterious art, he will definitely be able to break through to the Earth Emperor realm in the future. 100 years later, our sect will have an Earth Emperor expert. At that time, becoming a 7th grade sect will not be a problem. "Sect Master, let him become my disciple. I will definitely teach him with all my heart," said Su Jianan. "Senior brother Nan, your Golden Dipper mysterious art is not complete, and although my Scarlet Arcane art is a bit lower in rank, it is very complete. It should only be a matter of time before he breaks through to the Earth's sovereign realm. Moreover, I also have the Fire Lotus altar for him to cultivate, so my Scarlet Flame flag is the most suitable for him," said Zhao Mingyuan. When Haiyan wanted to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, she didn't say anything. At this time, Yun Mingqi opened her mouth and said, "Why don't we let him choose for himself?" Hearing this clear and melodious voice, Ling Xiao didn't avoid looking at Yun Mingqi, and his eyes revealed infinite tenderness. "That's fine. Ling Xiao, you have multiple attributes, and now all the elders want to take you as a disciple. You can think about it yourself. This is the Peak Lord of Golden Tree Peak, Elder Su, who specializes in the metal attribute. This is the Peak Lord of Scarlet Flame Peak, Elder Zhao, who specializes in the fire attribute. This is the Peak Lord of Wooden Flag Peak, Elder Mu, who specializes in the wood attribute. And this is the Pavilion Master of the Jade Spring Pavilion, Elder Wen, who specializes in the water attribute." Yun Xiong introduced them one by one to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also bowed to each of the elders. In his heart, he proudly exclaimed, "I didn't think that this young master would also become a popular commodity." "Oh right, you can also choose to become this sect master's disciple. This sect master specializes in the water attribute," added Yun Xiong. For a moment, all the elders looked at Yun Xiong. Yun Xiong laughed, "Don't look at me like that. Everyone loves talent. No matter which peak he chooses, I'll support it. In any case, it'll be the fortune of our sect." Ling Xiao glanced at Yun Xiong, then glanced at Yun Mingqi, and began to ponder. Everyone in the main hall grew quiet. Only the elders of Medicine Peak, Tool Refining Peak, and the Beast region didn't care. After all, the disciples they wanted to choose weren't chosen based on the purity of their attributes. After a while, Ling Xiao finally spoke. For a moment, all the elders began to grow nervous. "Sect Master, can I not choose?" Ling Xiao raised his head to look at Yun Xiong. "What? You can't? You definitely have to make a choice. You're already an inner disciple of our Purple Sky sect. Don't tell me you still want to betray the sect?" "No, that's not what I meant." Ling Xiao waved his hand. "Then what do you mean?" asked Yun Xiong. "I feel like there's no need for all the elders to make such a big fuss over a brat like me. This will hurt the harmony between us, and I feel extremely apologetic. I want to choose another peak. Is that all right?" Ling Xiao spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, seeming to show that he was very considerate of the elders. When Yun Mingqi heard Ling Xiao's words, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. What kind of scheme is he planning? Could it be that you want to cultivate the wind attribute? But none of the elders have a wind attribute. In the entire sect, only one of the previous generation's elders had a wind attribute. But he's already gone out adventuring, so I'm afraid you're not fated, guessed Yun Xiong. "Brat, you have a 100% wood attribute purity. Choosing my wood flag peak will allow you to reach the peak of martial arts faster. Don't worry about what other people think. Anxiously said Mu Huai. Choosing my golden tree peak is the wisest choice. My scarlet fire peak is the best choice for you. Elders, please listen to me. I'm actually an alchemist. Ling Xiao had no choice but to make things clear. You're an alchemist? All the elders cried out. Even Yun Xiong's expression changed slightly. That's right. I'm a second-rank alchemist, so I want to become a disciple of Medicine Peak. Is that all right? Ling Xiao asked Yun Xiong. Impossible. How can you be a second-rank alchemist at such a young age? Medicine Peak's Peak Lord, Nangong Changle, was the first to speak. Elder. Ling Xiao bowed to the old man and asked. I am Medicine Peak's Peak Lord, replied Nangong Changle. So it's Master. Ling Xiao immediately bowed to Nangong Changle. Hold on. In this batch of disciples, I only know a brat who's a first-rank alchemist. I think he's called Hua Xiaog. I've already arranged for him to be my disciple. I've never heard of anyone else who's an alchemist, Nangong Changle said solemnly. Although Ling Xiao's various attributes were very pure, which meant that cultivating Tenbin was extraordinary, Nangong Changle did not think that Ling Xiao was an alchemist, let alone a second-rank alchemist. This was simply unreasonable. In order to become an alchemist, one had to first understand the various characteristics of spirit herbs and possess the fire attribute. Most importantly, one had to know how to refine pills. The first two conditions were met by many people, but the last condition was met by very few people. Alchemists paid particular attention to refining Tenbin, and one's temperament had to be steady and firm. No matter how Nangong Changle looked at Ling Xiao, he did not think that Ling Xiao was an alchemist. In order to become an alchemist, one's cultivation speed would be affected, which would slow down one's advancement. Now that Ling Xiao was already a high-level mystic cultivator at such a young age, it could be seen that he spent most of his time on cultivation. Thus, he concluded that Ling Xiao was lying. This was not the first time that Ling Xiao had been doubted. He smiled at Nangong Changle and said, If Master doesn't believe me, you can prepare a set of spirit herbs for the muscle-growing pill. I'll refine one for the elders on the spot. How about it? Nangong Changle looked at the confident Ling Xiao and couldn't help but think, could this kid really be an alchemist? That's impossible. Nangong Changle did not reject Ling Xiao's request. He ordered a deacon to bring over a set of spirit herbs and a cauldron for the muscle-growing pill. Yun Mingqi, who was sitting on the upper seat, was increasingly unable to understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. She originally thought that Ling Xiao would choose to become her father Yun Xiong's disciple. She didn't expect him to choose Medicine Peak and even say that he was an alchemist. What is this guy doing? He only has low-grade pills like the dew-returning pill and the qi-nourishing pill. How could he be an alchemist? Yun Mingqi thought back to when the two of them were injured in the abyss and Ling Xiao only had low-grade pills. If Ling Xiao was a second-grade alchemist, he definitely wouldn't only have these two low-grade pills. Everyone was filled with doubt towards Ling Xiao's actions. No one believed that he was really a second-grade alchemist. However, Ling Xiao would soon let them know that their thoughts were wrong. Chapter 183. In the main hall of the Purple Sky sect, a group of elders were sitting upright and still. All of their gazes were focused on the figure standing in the middle of the hall, as straight as a spear. Under Nangong Changle's orders, a medicinal cauldron was quickly brought up, as well as the spiritual herbs required to refine the muscle growth pill. Like the dew-returning pill, qi-nourishing pill, muscle growth pill, many people knew of these common pill formulas, but not many people could refine them. Alright, now that everything is here, let us see your strength as a second-grade alchemist. If you truly reach the second grade, this old man will accept you as my disciple, Nangong Changle said as he stroked his beard. The expressions of the other elders weren't very good. It was as if they didn't want Ling Xiao to truly be an alchemist. Although alchemists were extremely respected in the eyes of everyone, only the strongest cultivators were the true rulers of this continent. Unless Ling Xiao was able to become a 4th or 5th grade alchemist in the future, he definitely wouldn't be able to compare to an Earth sovereign. Then this brat will have the guts to embarrass himself in front of the sect master and the elders. Ling Xiao bowed towards the crowd, then glanced at Yunmingqi. Faintly smiling at her, he began to refine the pill. Ling Xiao was already a third-grade alchemist, but he still couldn't announce his status for now. Otherwise, it would be too shocking. First, he would let them know that he was a second-grade alchemist. With his age, he believed that it would be enough to attract their attention. A spiritual herb was picked up by Ling Xiao and thrown into the medicinal cauldron. A small flame quickly ignited. When an expert made a move, it would be obvious. Nangong Changle's eyelids twitched, and his expression changed slightly. The others also focused their attention on Ling Xiao. The spiritual herb that fell into the medicinal cauldron instantly withered, and a few drops of its medicinal essence were extracted. Ling Xiao's movements didn't stop, and the spiritual herbs on the table were thrown into the medicinal cauldron one after another. Very quickly, the entire hall was filled with the medicinal smell of the spiritual herbs. "Old man Nangong, this kid is really an alchemist," said the peak lord of the crafting peak, Yan Zhen, who had the best relationship with Nangong Changle. Nangong Changle heavily nodded his head and replied, "Just by looking at his skillful control of fire, he is definitely not someone an ordinary first-grade alchemist can compare to. How old is this kid? Even if he hasn't reached the second grade, I still have to take him in. His alchemy tenbin is probably a bit higher than mine. When I was his age, I barely reached the first grade." All the elders looked at Ling Xiao, who was refining pills, with complicated expressions on their faces. No one knew what they were thinking. An hour later, as Ling Xiao's palms pressed down, he shouted, "Condense!" The muffled sound of the medicine cauldron setting off was extremely ear-piercing and loud in the silent hall. "Phew, the pills are done. Elders, please have a look." Ling Xiao gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and then took out the 8 pills from the medicine cauldron. Why were there 8 pills and not 10? This was naturally Ling Xiao's intention. Right now, he did not want others to know that his success rate was as high as 100%. Otherwise, he was afraid that others would look at him like a monster. Even though he had only refined 8 pills in one go, this was enough to stun everyone present, especially Nangong Changle, who was an alchemist. He took the pills from Ling Xiao and observed their color and smell, and a happy expression appeared on his face. Good pills, and even better. From now on, you will be this old man's disciple." Nangong Changle praised Ling Xiao repeatedly. "Disciple Ling Xiao greets master." Ling Xiao took the opportunity to kneel and salute Nangong Changle. This time, the expressions of the elders who wanted to take Ling Xiao as a disciple became extremely ugly, especially Mu Huai, who looked like he was about to burst into tears. Those with an attribute purity of 70% were called geniuses, and those with 80% were called peerless geniuses. Then those with 90% were called monstrous geniuses. As for those with 100% pure attributes, what kind of existences were they? It was rare to see one with 100% pure attributes in a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. And now, there was one living in front of him. Unfortunately, he could not take him as a disciple. How could he not be upset? This made him feel even worse than if his wife had been snatched away. However, the other had already gone through the ceremony of taking him as a disciple. How could he still have the nerve to steal him? Alright, since Ling Xiao has become a disciple of Medicine Peak, he is now a disciple of Medicine Peak. However, while refining pills, you must not neglect your cultivation. Do you understand? Yun Xiong, who was sitting on the highest seat, tried to smooth things over. "Yes, sect master. This disciple will remember," Ling Xiao replied. "All right, you can all disperse." Yun Xiong had not expected this result. Seeing the ashen faces of the elders, he no longer planned to discuss anything else and immediately waved his hand to disperse the meeting. "Let's go. Accompany me back to Medicine Peak." Nangong Changle very kindly said to Ling Xiao. Medicine Peak had the least number of disciples compared to the other peaks. This was because the requirements to become an alchemist were extremely harsh, and Tenbin was also extremely particular about them. Nangong Changle was already extremely satisfied to be able to find a good disciple from Tenbin this year. but he had never imagined that there would be an even more outstanding disciple joining them. How could he not be wild with joy? Ling Xiao once again bowed to the crowd, then glanced at Yun Mingqi before resolutely leaving with Nangong Changle. I really don't know how to describe this brat. I can only hope that the path he has chosen is correct. Yun Xiong sighed in his heart. In truth, in his heart, he still hoped that Ling Xiao would focus on cultivating. But since things had already reached this point, he could only let it be. A day later, on top of a mountain peak that was filled with spiritual qi. Boss, so you're a second-rank alchemist. You're too unkind. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hua Xiaogui exclaimed in admiration as he looked at Ling Xiao. He had just been brought to Medicine Peak by an attendant when he discovered that Ling Xiao had already arrived. Only now did he find out that Ling Xiao was also an alchemist, and had even reached the second rank. Ling Xiao laughed. You didn't even ask me, so is there a need to tell me? Furthermore, I'm afraid that if I tell you, you'll suffer a huge blow. Boss, I'm just being considerate. Look at what you're saying. In the future, we'll be fellow disciples. Boss, you have to take good care of me, Hua Xiaogui said in an extremely fawning manner. But now, in front of Ling Xiao, he really couldn't compare. Before, when he hadn't known that Ling Xiao was an alchemist, he would often flaunt his first-rank alchemist skills in front of Ling Xiao. But now, whether it was martial strength or alchemy, he was far inferior to Ling Xiao. This time, he more or less felt inferior in his heart. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and said, Little turtle, your 10 bin is not below mine. As long as you're willing to work hard, one day you'll surpass me. Boss, I know you're comforting me. But for the 3-year promise, I'll definitely become a third-rank alchemist. Hua Xiaogui clenched his fist and said confidently. And that's right. But your first task right now is to break through to the mystic realm. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to become a second-rank alchemist. Ling Xiao nodded in response. I also know this. That old man in my family often nags that I must break through to the mystic realm and change my attributes before I can refine second-rank medicinal pills. But right now, I'm only a middle-stage mystic realm cultivator. Moreover, I've eaten medicinal pills to increase my rank. Wanting me to break through to the mystic realm in a short period of time is easier said than done. Hua Xiaogui said in distress. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Xiaogui's bitter face and his heart moved slightly. He had long regarded Hua Xiaogui as a brother. Although this kid's strength was a bit lacking, he was very loyal. This was something Ling Xiao knew in Purple Sky City. Since you're my brother, Ling Xiao, I'll help you. Ling Xiao secretly made up his mind. This determination made Hua Xiaogui become a high-rank alchemist that was admired by tens of thousands of people in the future. Little turtle, will you recognize me as your boss for the rest of your life? Ling Xiao asked very seriously. When Hua Xiaogui saw that Ling Xiao was so serious for the first time, he immediately restrained his casual attitude and nodded heavily to Ling Xiao. Boss, what are you saying? On the way to Purple Sky Sect, only you treated me as a friend. Although I, Hua Xiaogui, don't have much ability, I will not betray my friends and brothers. Boss, you'll always be my boss. Even if I block a knife for you, I won't frown. Good brother. From now on you're my brother, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder heavily and said. After a pause, he said, Little turtle, I'll now teach you a set of cultivation method. This set of cultivation method must not be easily known by others. Moreover, it's also extremely useful for your future alchemy, so you must keep it a secret. Boss. Hua Xiaogui was so excited that he wanted to say something. He knew that for Ling Xiao to instruct him so seriously, this Xian technique was definitely extraordinary. He trusted Ling Xiao's words very much. After all, Ling Xiao had never lied to him. Just like before when he said that Wu Xixue would definitely be his, wasn't the opportunity given to him now? When I'm the boss, you don't need to say anything. I'll now recite the chant for you. You have to remember it well. Ling Xiao interrupted Hua Xiaogui's words and then passed on the cultivation method of cloud-pushing energy to Hua Xiaogui. Cloud-pushing energy was originally a set of fire attribute cultivation method. Moreover, the cultivation speed should not be slower than those high-level Xian techniques. As long as Hua Xiaogui learned this cloud-pushing energy, he would definitely be able to break through to high-level mystic realm within half a year. At that time, he would be able to take the elixir and break through to mystic realm wouldn't be a problem. Hua Xiaogui naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao was thinking about him like this. However, just based on the fact that Ling Xiao passed on the chant to him, he was moved to the point that he was in a mess. He decided in his heart that in this life, he would definitely follow in his boss's footsteps. Hua Xiaogui's comprehension was average. After Ling Xiao passed on the chant to him, he had to repeatedly explain it many times. Only then did he slightly comprehend some of the essentials. Ling Xiao also didn't force him. He could completely master it all at once. In any case, he had plenty of time. It was good to let him slowly cultivate and comprehend it. Boss, am I stupid? I don't even know these essentials of the chant. Hua Xiaogui said with a downcast face. It's all right. Right now you've already understood more than half of it. If you spend a bit more time, you'll be able to remember everything. Ling Xiao comforted him. Thank you, boss. I'll work hard. Chapter 184. On top of a mountain peak that was filled with spirit energy and towering trees. Medicinal fields of different sizes were planned out here, and stalks of level 1 to level 2 spirit grass were planted within them. The rich medicinal fragrance caused people to feel refreshed when they smelled it. This was one of the 9 great peaks of the Purple Sky sect, the Medicine Peak. Nangong Changle was the peak lord of the Medicine Peak, and was already a rank 4 alchemist grandmaster. Together with him, there were 2 other rank 3 alchemists, and under his peak, there were only 8 disciples. Now, with the addition of Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui, there were exactly 10 disciples. As the peak lord of the Medicine Peak, Nangong Changle did not easily accept disciples, because his requirements were extremely high. Currently, his only disciple, Chao Nanxian, was already a rank 3 alchemist, and had become a successor disciple of the sect 2 years ago. The other disciples were all disciples of his 2 junior brothers. Now, Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui were going to be accepted as disciples by Nangong Changle at the same time. This matter caused the usually peaceful Medicine Peak to become lively. The Medicine Peak did not only have a few dozen people, there were also a few dozen outer sect disciples who were willing to be medicine servants here. They all wholeheartedly wanted to become alchemists, but they didn't have Tian Bin, who was a cut above them, so they could only stay at Medicine Peak to help with the planting of spirit herbs, hoping that one day, the god of fortune would descend upon them and they would be able to receive pointers from the Peak Master or the other 2 elders, allowing them to become alchemists. Or perhaps, they could pursue a new generation of inner sanctum disciples. It wouldn't be a bad idea to be a follower, so they would have the chance to observe alchemy and benefit from it. Although the Medicine Peak's Great Hall was not as grand and imposing as the main peak's Great Hall, the building was still very dignified and extravagant. After all, alchemist was the most respected profession, and if the other peaks wanted to obtain pills, they would naturally have to come to the Medicine Peak. If they wanted to obtain something, they would naturally have to pay a price, so the Medicine Peak was the wealthiest of all the peaks. Nangong Changle sat at the head, and on his left and right were 2 old men, both around 60 to 70 years old. Both of them had indifferent expressions on their faces. Senior brother, I heard that you accepted 2 disciples this year? The old man on the upper left asked Nangong Changle. This person was called Zhu Ruchang, a 3rd-rank alchemist. He had the most disciples, for the other elder was called Yang and he had 3 disciples. Nangong Changle stroked his white beard and said with a smile, "That's right. Originally, I thought that only 1 disciple would be enough, but I didn't expect to find another alchemy genius. His future achievements will definitely not be inferior to Nan Xian's. Oh, it's rare to receive such praise from senior brother. I'll definitely have to meet this martial nephew in the future," Ruchang replied with a disdainful expression. From the looks of it, Nangong Changle must have held a grudge against him. Back then, Nangong Changli's disciple, Chao Nanxian, was discovered by Zhu Ruchang first. Who would have thought that he would become Nangong Changli's disciple in the end? Now that Chao Nan had become a true disciple, It was even more proof that he had a unique foresight. However, all of this glory belonged to his senior brother, not him. He wholeheartedly wanted to cultivate an even more outstanding disciple to surpass Chao Nanxian's brilliance and reclaim the glory that belonged to him. This matter isn't urgent. Wait until the sect oath assembly, and he'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, replied Nangong Changle. The sect oath assembly? Senior brother, do you think a new disciple like him has the ability to participate? Yang En, who had been silent all this time, interrupted. We'll know when the time comes, replied Nangong Changle confidently. To the side, Zhu Ru Chang's expression changed slightly. It was unknown what he was thinking. At this time, a disciple hurriedly ran in to report, Peak Lord, Elder Mu requests an audience. Nangong Changle indifferently said, quickly invite him in. Could it be that Elder Mu has come to ask senior brother to refine pills for him? Ruchang and Yang En couldn't help muttering to themselves. It looks like Mu Huai still isn't satisfied. Nangong Changle thought. At this time, Wooden Flag Peak's Mu Huai walked in. Behind him was a stooped old man. This old man held a walking stick and walked very slowly. His eyebrows and beard covered most of his face. Only his old eyes would occasionally reveal a trace of light. When Nangong Changle, Ruchang, and Yang En saw this person, they immediately stood up to greet him. Greetings, Elder Shao. Nangong Changle and the other two bowed towards the stooped old man. He, you can all dispense with the formalities. The old man chuckled. Nangong Changle immediately led the old man to the first seat below him. Mu Huai stood to the side and didn't take a seat. Nangong Changle and the others didn't dare to sit. Elder, sit down. Aren't you all tired of standing? Said the old man indifferently. Only then did everyone dare to take their seats. May I ask why Elder Shao has come? Nangong Changle looked at the old man and asked. Although he could guess the old man's intentions, he didn't dare to be certain. This old man was Wooden Flag Peak's previous elder, Mu Huai's master, Shao Songlin. He was already close to 200 years old and was a true senior figure in the Purple Sky sect. Even the sect master had to be courteous to him. I won't beat around the bush. I want to see that pure wood attribute kid. Shao Songlin got straight to the point. Yesterday, Mu Huai hadn't been able to recruit Ling Shao into his sect, so he had been eyeing him covetously. A pure wood attribute physique was a special physique that was rarely seen in hundreds or even thousands of years. He definitely couldn't just watch as Ling Shao went to another peak. However, what was done could not be undone, and there was nothing he could do. After thinking about it, he finally thought of a way, and that was to invite his master. He believed that with his master's ability, he would definitely be able to get Ling Shao to come to his Wooden Flag Peak. Nangong Changle replied with some difficulty, Elder Shao, that kid has already come to my peak. Don't tell me you want to snatch him away? Besides, that kid personally asked to come to my peak yesterday. I heard everything from Mu Huai. Let me see that kid first, Shao Songlin said in a tone that said he couldn't refuse. Nangong Changle hesitated for a moment, then ordered someone to bring Ling Shao in. Ling Shao followed the disciple in and bowed to the people sitting down. May I know why Master called me here? This is our sect's senior, Elder Shao. He's looking for you, Nangong Changle introduced. Ling Shao bowed to Shao Songlin. Greetings, senior. Shao Songlin's sleepy eyes burst forth with an elite light. His body flashed and he immediately appeared beside Ling Shao. Before Ling Shao could react, Shao Songlin grabbed his pulse. Ling Shao was shocked, so fast. Immediately after, Ling Zhao's profound energy started to circulate on its own, out of his control. A pure green light appeared on Ling Zhao's palm. Shao Songlin looked at the ball of pure green light in Ling Zhao's palm and said excitedly, it really is a pure wood attribute physique. Following that, Shao Songlin let go of Ling Zhao's hand and said to Nangong Changle, this kid will be under our Wooden Flag Peak from now on. His alchemy is definitely not as outstanding as his martial arts, but don't worry, I will get Mu Huai to give you the best things as compensation. When Mu Huai heard this, his face was filled with joy. He thought to himself, letting Master take action was indeed the right decision. This isn't too good. This kid has already acknowledged me as his master, so it's unreasonable for him to change to Wooden Flag Peak. Moreover, it will damage the reputation of our peak. Nangong Changle said awkwardly. Xiao Songlin's status was higher than his, so he had to consider Xiao Songlin's face. However, he also admired Ling Xiao a lot. He had reached the 2nd grade at such a young age, and his success rate had already reached 80%. In less than 3 years, he would definitely be able to make Ling Xiao the 2nd Chao Nan Xian and become a true disciple of the sect. What's wrong with this? You can just expel this kid from your peak and then have him acknowledge Mu Huai as his master. Can you do it or not? If not, this old man can only look for the sect master, Xiao Songlin said with a determined look. Senior, since he has a wood attribute physique, let's give him to Wooden Flag Peak. In any case, our peak is filled with fire attribute disciples. What kind of pills can a wood attribute disciple like him refine? Ruchang Chang said. He sneered in his heart. Could it be that Senior's eyes have gone bad? He actually chose a wood attribute kid as his disciple? Could it be that wood attribute people can also refine pills nowadays? What a joke. Yang An also advised from the side, Senior, Junior Chang is right. Let's give him to Wooden Flag Peak. Yang An's thoughts were the same as Zhu Ruchang's. What do you guys know? Nangong Changle glared at his 2 juniors unhappily and immediately asked Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, make another choice. Kid, you have to think about it carefully. It would be a great waste if you don't use your pure wood attribute physique for cultivation. Even if you don't agree, this old man will still tie you up and bring you to my Wooden Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in a difficult position. The old man in front of him was an old senior of the sect and had an extraordinary position in the sect. If he didn't agree, then it was as he said, he would be tied up and brought to Wooden Flag Peak. If he agreed, then it would mess up his plans. What good would that be? That's right, the Vajra 5 transformation technique that I'm currently cultivating is a metal attribute mystical technique, and the 3 parts returning to origin technique is a 3 attribute technique. I'm afraid that this will affect my path of advancement in the future. It seems that choosing Wooden Flag Peak is also necessary, Ling Xiao pondered in his heart. After a moment, Ling Xiao finally thought of a 2-step plan. Old Senior, I've already acknowledged Master Nangong as my master, so he's already my master. As the saying goes, a master for a day, a master for life. If I let Ling Xiao betray the sect, then it would be an unforgivable and disgraceful act. Although Ling Xiao isn't talented, he has also studied the books of sages. I believe that old Senior should know the moral principles behind this, Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. Once he said this, Nangong Changle laughed and thought to himself, this kid is really good with words. You don't have to worry about this matter. I'm not asking you to betray the sect. I'm just asking Changle to expel you from the sect. This way, there won't be any disgraceful act. Xiao Songlin replied indifferently. He thought to himself, this kid really has some backbone. Even so, this disciple still feels guilty. Ling Xiao sighed and said. He paused for a moment before saying, how about this, I'll acknowledge Master Nangong as my master and Elder Mu as my master. This way, everyone won't be in a difficult position. This way, I can learn alchemy on one hand, and I can also cultivate a wood attribute mystical technique on the other. I believe that there won't be any problems on either side. Once Ling Xiao said this, everyone was stunned. Xiao Songlin frowned slightly, then relaxed and said, that works too. Chapter 185. Ling Xiao's proposal was undoubtedly bold. 1 disciple, 2 masters. This was not unprecedented in the Xianling continent, but it was the first in the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao originally thought that Xiao Songlin would not agree, but who knew that this old man was quite bold and actually agreed immediately. Since Xiao Songlin had already spoken, Nangong Changle had no reason to refuse. Although Xiao Songlin was not the sect master, his seniority was there. No matter what, he had to give him some face. On the other hand, Zhu Ruchang and Yang An's expressions were not very good. They felt that Ling Xiao was too slippery and did not have the slightest bit of calmness that an alchemist should have. Furthermore, he was a pure wood attribute cultivator, so it was impossible for him to be an alchemist. They really could not understand what Nangong Changle was thinking. This matter is decided. I will report to the sect master about this little guy. In the future, you will be allowed to learn alchemy in the Medicine Peak for the first half of the month, and come to our Wood Flag Peak to cultivate Xian technique for the second half of the month. Changle, do you have any objections? Xiao Songlin said. Let's do as Elder Xiao says. Nangong Changle nodded. Disciple greets Master Mu, greets Grand Master. Ling Xiao will definitely not disappoint you. Ling Xiao bowed to the two old men and said, Good, good, Master will definitely teach you everything and let you become a true disciple as soon as possible. Mu Huai repeatedly replied. The stone in his heart was finally put down. When these words came out, Nangong Changle, Zhu Ruchang, and Yang An's expressions flashed slightly. This was because Mu Huai was famous for being a miser in the Purple Sky sect. He always hid things from his disciples, and even if he had good things, he was not willing to take them out for his disciples to cultivate. For example, he did not pass down his suppressing peak Xian technique to any of his disciples. This caused the overall strength of Wood Flag Peak to be on the weaker side. Wood attribute attacks were already much weaker than other attacks. Without a high-level Xian technique to cultivate, their strength would naturally be slightly weaker than those of the same level. Now that they heard Mu Huai say this, Nangong Changle and the others naturally found it hard to believe. From the looks of it, he must be sincere in teaching Ling Xiao. Mu Huai sent a Wood Flag Peak token to Ling Xiao before he left with Xiao Songlin. But before he left, Mu Huai once again instructed Ling Xiao that he must go to Wooden Flag Peak in half a month, as if he was deeply afraid that Ling Xiao would change his mind at the last minute. As soon as Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai left, Ruchang started to complain. Senior brother, are you sure you want to accept this kid as your disciple? Ruchang pointed at Ling Xiao and asked unhappily. Junior brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Nangong Changle did not beat around the bush and asked him directly. This brat is of the wood attribute. Are you sure you want to take him as your disciple? Ruchang asked very playfully. Yang An also looked at Nangong Changle with a questioning gaze. He wanted to know the answer. That's only natural. Ling Xiao is already a second-tier alchemist. That's something that all the sect masters and elders have witnessed, laughed Nangong Changle. As soon as he said this, Ruchang and Yang An both revealed expressions of disbelief. Their gazes towards Ling Xiao had already changed. Could it be that this kid has both wood and fire attributes? Both of them thought at the same time. They did not doubt Nangong Changle's words at all. After all, there was no need for him to joke about this kind of matter. Such a young second-tier alchemist. This was too heaven-defying. Even Chao Nan, who was known as a genius alchemist, was already over 30 years old. The kid in front of them did not even seem to be 20 years old. Not only was he a high-level mystic cultivator, he was also a second-tier alchemist. In less than 5 years, they believed that he would be able to step into the realm of the seniors and catch up to them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, Ling Xiao had thoroughly understood the situation of Medicine Peak. In this peak, everyone knew of the existence of Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaoge. After all, they were the direct disciples of the Peak Lord. Their status was naturally one level higher than others. Even so, Ling Xiao never put on any airs towards the disciples who were in charge of managing the spirit herbs. Those disciples also had a good impression of Ling Xiao. They would often ask Ling Xiao questions about alchemy. These were all questions about refining first-tier pills. Ling Xiao was naturally willing to answer them. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. It was just that Ling Xiao did it unintentionally. In the eyes of others, it made them unhappy. Lu Dong, 38 years old. He was the first inner sect disciple who followed Zhu Ruchang. He had long been a second-tier alchemist. Originally, he was the disciple who was the fastest to break through to the third-tier alchemist realm. Who knew that Chao Nan would become a third-tier alchemist before him? This was a huge blow to him. In addition, He was a narrow-minded person. He was extremely petty and had a bad temperament. That was why he had not been able to successfully refine a third-tier pill in recent years. This made his master Zhu Ruchang more and more disappointed in him. Instead, he placed all his attention on teaching the new disciples. This meant that he had fallen out of favor in the inner sect. Since then, his temperament had changed greatly. He often spoke ill of the disciples who were in charge of taking care of the spirit herbs. He even punched and kicked those who didn't see eye to eye with him. This caused all the disciples who were in charge of taking care of the spirit herbs to keep a respectful distance from him. In private, they especially hated Lu Dong. On this day, Ling Xiao went to the spirit herb garden to collect some low-level auxiliary spirit herbs. He wanted to use them to refine some muscle-relaxing pills and qi-consolidating pills. He planned to go down the mountain in a few days and give these pills to Xia Xianxian. Xia Xuanxuan's experience resonated with Ling Xiaoqing. He had already regarded this little girl, who had no relatives or friends, as his own sister. Xia Xianxian was still young. He had to nurse her body back to health and lay a solid foundation. Only then would she be able to practice martial arts better in the future. Greetings, senior martial brother. A disciple who was in charge of taking care of the spirit herbs saw Ling Xiao walking over and immediately bowed to greet him. This disciple was already around 30 years old, but he still had to call Ling Xiao senior martial brother. After all, Ling Xiao was an inner sect disciple while he was only an outer sect disciple. According to the rules of the Purple Sky sect, all the inner sect disciples were the senior martial brothers of the outer sect disciples. Ling Xiao nodded slightly to that disciple to return the greeting. I don't know what spirit herbs senior martial brother needs. Junior martial brother will help you get them, that disciple said fawningly. No need, junior martial brother you. I just want to get a few spirit herbs. It won't take long, Ling Xiao replied. It doesn't matter. I'm in charge of taking care of this grass garden. Senior martial brother, you can tell me and I'll help you get them faster, that disciple said enthusiastically. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble junior martial brother. Ling Xiao was no longer pretentious. He told the name of the spirit herbs to the disciple and let him go and get them. This disciple was called Yu Lang. He had been in the Medicine Mountain for 8 years. His tenbin of alchemy was not high, but he was very persistent in alchemy. He had originally thought that after entering the Medicine Mountain as a disciple in charge of taking care of the spirit herbs, he would have the opportunity to come into contact with some alchemy techniques. But unfortunately, in these 8 years, other than taking care of the spirit herbs, there was not a single inner sect disciple who was willing to teach him anything related to alchemy. All of them were very secretive and treated the disciples who were taking care of the spirit herbs like slaves. Only if a disciple could curry favor with an inner sect disciple and become their attendant or servant would he have the opportunity to observe others refine pills. But this was equivalent to throwing away his dignity as a human. Yu Lang really could not let go of this face. Recently, because of the appearance of Ling Xiao, many bold disciples came forward to fawn over him and asked him a lot of general knowledge about alchemy. Ling Xiao very patiently explained it to them. Ling Xiao very quickly gained their favor and respect. After all, there were not many who could be as selfless as Ling Xiao. 2 days ago, Yu Lang had also asked Ling Xiao a few questions, and Ling Xiao had answered them one by one. At that moment, Yu Lang saw an opportunity. He felt that this inner sect disciple in front of him was definitely different from the others. If he chose to follow him, he believed that he would not mistreat him. As long as he could become an alchemist, he decided to let go of his pride and try his best to please Ling Xiao. Yu Lang's enthusiasm towards Ling Xiao was aware of it. After a few days of understanding, he also knew that many outer sect disciples did not have it easy. Of course, he would not be overflowing with sympathy. Even if he wanted to take a medicine servant, he had to see clearly first. But he was still satisfied with Yu Lang's performance. Of course, it was not that he was satisfied with trying his best to please him, but the way he did it was not like the others who flattered their master and flattered him. Instead, he performed very well in some matters. Just like now, when Ling Xiao wanted to take the spirit grass, he could take the initiative to do it, but he did not act too flattering. This proved that Yu Lang's character was not bad. Ling Xiao was naturally not in a hurry to accept him. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's heart, and distance tests a horse's stamina. He still had to wait for time to test and understand before making a decision. Yu Lang came out with the spirit grass and smiled at Ling Xiao. "Senior, the spirit grass you wanted." Just as Ling Xiao was about to take it, an annoying voice rang out, "I want these spirit grass." The two looked back and saw that the person who had come was the #1 disciple of Medicine Peak, Lu Chen. Behind him were 2 outer sect disciples. "Greetings, eldest senior brother. These 2 stalks of spiritual grass are what junior brother wants. If senior brother wants them, you can go and pick them." Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Lu Chen and spoke in an indifferent tone. Lu Chen glanced at Ling Xiao and revealed a slightly angry expression. "Did you not hear what I said? I said I want these 2 spirit grass. If you want more, you can go and pick them." Lu Dong was very unhappy. A new inner sect disciple dared to be arrogant in front of him. Today, he wanted to show Ling Xiao his strength. So what if he was the disciple of the Peak Lord? In Medicine Peak, he was the senior. "Forget it, senior. These 2 spirit grass are for senior. I'll go in and pick 2 more for you," Yu Lang said from the side. "Who are you?" Scram. "This is not the place for you to interrupt. Today, you are not allowed to pick any more spirit grass in the herb garden. In the future, if you want to pick spirit grass, you have to get my permission first." Lu Dong was extremely arrogant. As the senior inner sect disciple and the overall manager of the spirit grass, he indeed had the authority to restrict other inner sect disciples from picking spirit grass. Otherwise, if people came to pick spirit grass every day, they would not be able to grow enough spirit grass. When Ling Xiao heard this, he was very angry. He knew that this guy was clearly trying to make things difficult for him. He was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force, so he naturally would not be scared. Ling Xiao's face was cold. He took the spirit grass from Yu Lang's hand and turned to leave, not planning to get entangled with Lu Dong. "Stop right there. What kind of attitude is that? Are you trying to rebel?" Lu Dong shouted angrily. Chapter 186. Ling Xiao didn't want to leave because he was afraid of Lu Dong, but because he didn't want to cause trouble the moment he arrived. Furthermore, he had a lot of low-grade spirit herbs in his spatial ring, so even if he didn't come here to pick them, he would have enough to use. If he really didn't have enough, he could just go to Purple Sky City to buy more. However, he didn't expect that even though he didn't want to cause trouble, the other party would still bully him. Ling Xiao turned around to look at Lu Dong, who was glaring at him, and said, "What's with my attitude? Who do you think you are? Just because I call you senior brother, you think you're some big shot? I'm going to take those spirit grasses, and if you have the ability, you can take them back. However, you'd better measure your own worth. My master isn't Uncle Master Zhu or Uncle Master Yang, it's the Peak Lord. If you want to teach me a lesson, then I'll go back and tell my master that senior brother is quite impressive, even daring to bully his disciple." Ling Xiao didn't want to use Nangong Changle to show off, but seeing that this old man still took him seriously, he could only pretend to be a thug and compete with him to see if Lu Dong still dared to be arrogant. Indeed, as the Peak Master of Medicine Peak, Nangong Changle held supreme authority in Medicine Peak. Even Lu Dong's master, Rong Changle, had to be courteous to him. As a mere eldest disciple, how could he dare to act rashly? Lu Dong didn't expect Ling Xiao's words to be so sharp. With just a single sentence, he was left speechless. If he really offended Ling Xiao and this brat returned to complain to the Peak Lord, he would probably not be treated well in the future. "Endure, I'll endure." Lu Dong clenched his fists, his eyes revealing an unwilling expression as he repeatedly warned himself in his heart. "What's wrong? Does eldest senior brother have nothing else to say? Then I'll be leaving. That's right, when junior brother Gue and I come to collect spirit herbs in the future, you must make an exception, or else we can only ask our master for them," Ling Xiao said as he looked at Lu Dong playfully. You're too arrogant, but when you lose my favor in the future, I'll teach you a lesson." Lu Dong's face was ashen as he coldly snorted. He then turned to Yu Lang and yelled, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take up your post, or else I'll kick you out of Herb Peak." Yu Lang had no choice but to retreat to his herb garden. He was not like Ling Xiao, who dared to offend Lu Dong. After Ling Xiao left, Lu Dong said unwillingly, "Who do you think you are? If you weren't the disciple of the Peak Lord, I would have crippled you." He had wanted to give Ling Xiao a show of strength, but in the end he was outmaneuvered by Ling Xiao and lost all his face. It was really not a good feeling. Eldest senior brother, there's no need to be so calculative with such a despicable person. If one day he falls out of favor, I believe the Peak Lord won't protect him, a disciple beside Lu Dong comforted him. You're right, but we can't let him be arrogant for too long. We have to think of a way to deal with him, Lu Dong replied. Eldest senior brother, I have a plan, but I don't know if you're willing to invest in it, the disciple said in a low voice. Lu Dong glanced at him and said indifferently, "Let's hear it." Thus, the disciple whispered some plan into Lu Dong's ear. Lu Dong's expression gradually turned into a cold smile. "All right, that's a good idea. I'll leave this matter to you, but you must do it properly. Once it's done, I'll teach you how to refine another type of Tier 1 pill." "Thank you, eldest senior brother." The disciple was delighted and immediately bowed to Lu Dong. The bamboo forest courtyard was where Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui lived. As inner sect disciples and Nangong Chang's disciples, the treatment they received was naturally much better than that of ordinary disciples. The environment here was extremely beautiful, with verdant bamboos, lush trees, hundreds of birds singing, and abundant spiritual energy. Living here gave people a tranquil and distant feeling. After returning to the courtyard, Ling Zhao's restless mood became better. Within the courtyard, Hua Xiaogui was currently sitting on an altar and meditating. His expression was extremely solemn and serious. Ling Xiao didn't want to disturb him, but he opened his eyes. "Boss, you're back!" Hua Xiaogui cried out. "All right, continue working hard. I'll go to the alchemy room to refine pills," Ling Xiao said to Hua Xiaogui with a nod. "All right, I've never seen you refine pills before. This is a good opportunity for me to observe," Hua Xiaogui said excitedly. "Brat, if you want to be lazy, just say it. Why do you need to find such an excuse?" Ling Xiao said in a bad mood. During these past few days, Hua Xiaogui had been cultivating the cloud-expelling force that Ling Xiao had taught him. However, he was naturally restless and simply couldn't sit still. Every time he meditated, he wouldn't last more than 2 hours. He lacked sufficient patience. Hua Xiaogui seemed to have been hit by Ling Zhao's words. He scratched his head and said, "Boss, meditating all the time is getting boring. It's not as fun as refining pills." "Do you even know how to refine pills? What's the use of only concocting some medicine? It's better to hurry up and increase your strength. Once you reach the Mystic Knight rank, you can refine any first and second stage pills you want," Ling Xiao said with disdain. "Boss, you don't have to be so direct. I'm also a first-rank alchemist," Hua Xiaogui said with a drooping face. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "If you really want to reach the 3rd rank in 3 years, then talk less now, practice more, and reach the Mystic Knight level as soon as possible. Otherwise, your Xiao Shui will belong to someone else." Ling Xiao is right. "Xiaogui, you should work hard on your cultivation. Before you reach the Mystic Knight rank, I won't teach you how to refine any pills," Nangong Changle said as he slowly walked in from outside. "Greetings, master." Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui immediately bowed. "There's no need," Nangong Changle said. He then said, "Follow me to the alchemy room." The two knew that Nangong Changle was going to teach them alchemy, so they immediately followed him. After entering the alchemy room, a dark green cauldron was placed in the middle. There were restrictions and spirit patterns around it. This spirit rune wasn't used to guard against theft. It was used to prevent the medicinal effects from spreading when refining elixirs. "Ling Xiao, refine a cauldron of first-stage pills for me to see," Nangong Changle said. Ling Xiao nodded, walked to the side of the cauldron, and began to refine the qi-strengthening pill. Beside him, Hua Xiaogui's eyes became fanatical. Ling Xiao didn't dare to casually use the flame shadow hand. He could only rely on his experience to control the fire. Even so, with his experience, he didn't waste a single stalk of spirit grass. Nangong Changle looked carefully, and from time to time, he nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's performance. Soon, a cauldron of qi-strengthening pill was refined, forming 9 pills. Ling Xiao, how long have you been learning alchemy? Nangong Changle saw that Ling Xiao had such a high success rate and was very happy. At the same time, he wondered if this kid had been learning alchemy since he was in his mother's womb. His success rate was actually so high. When he was at Ling Xiao's age, he was only a first-stage alchemist, and his success rate was less than 40%. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "It's been 2 years." He naturally didn't dare to say that he had only learned for less than a year. Even if he did, Nangong Changle wouldn't believe it. To reach the second stage in 2 years, 10 bin isn't bad. Nangong Changle reluctantly praised. In his heart he thought, this kid isn't tricking me, right? Nangong Changle had spent a few years to reach the second stage, and his master had even praised him for being a 10 bin alchemist. However, Ling Xiao had only used 2 years to reach the second stage. This was really hard for him to believe. Hua Xiaogu, who was beside him, also opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "Boss, you're really abnormal." Hua Xiaogui was born in an alchemy family, so he naturally knew that to become an alchemist, one needed a strong 10 bin and a strong comprehension ability. He knew that an alchemist with a good 10 bin would need at least 3 to 5 years to reach the second stage, but Ling Xiao had only used 2 years. He was truly a genius in the alchemy world. Alright, your performance just now was not bad, but there are still many areas that are not good enough. Next, I'll tell you about the methods and experience on how to control the fire, Nangong Changle said, getting to the point. Following that, he began to explain some of the basic essentials of fire control to the two of them. Nangong Changle was already a 4th-stage alchemist, and he could be considered a top-notch alchemist in the entire Northwest region. His words of experience definitely had their own unique points. Although Ling Xiao was already a 3rd-stage alchemist, he knew that he still had many areas that he was lacking, so he listened very patiently. Occasionally, when he heard the main points, he would be enlightened and gain a lot of insight into fire control. Hua Xiaogui, on the other hand, made a mental note that he would be able to practice on his own once he broke through to the mystic night realm. After half a day, the two of them had gained something. Nangong Changle was also very satisfied with the seriousness of these 2 disciples. Alright Ling Xiao, you refine well by yourself. Xiaogui, follow me. Nangong Changle knew that it was time to stop. He was afraid that they would not be able to digest if he spoke too much, so he immediately stopped them. After Nangong Changle and Hua Xiaogui left, Ling Xiao refined a cauldron of tendon smoothing pills and 2 cauldrons of tendon warming pills. These tendon warming pills were for Li Kuanghu. Before he found the main ingredient for refining the bone and muscle rebirth pill, the yellow marrow grass, he had to make sure that Li Kuanghu continued to take the tendon warming pill. He could not allow his meridians to wither. While Ling Xiao was refining pills in the pill room, Hua Xiaogui followed Nangong Changle outside. Nangong Changle sat on a stone bench and looked at Hua Xiaogui as he asked, "How is your grandfather doing?" "Grandfather's body is very good. Thank you for your concern, master." "Alright, grandfather still has something that he wants me to give you." Hua Xiaogui replied and then went into the house to retrieve something before hurriedly running out. Hua Xiaogui handed a brocade box to Nangong Changle. Nangong Changle's eyes slightly moved as he stored the brocade box into his spatial ring. Then he took out a book from within. Nangong Changle handed the book to Hua Xiaogui and said, "Xiaogui, keep this book well. Master's lifetime experience in alchemy is recorded here. If you have time in the future, you must read it more. It will be of help to you in the future. Also, you must learn from your senior brother, understand?" Hua Xiaogui carefully put away the book and immediately nodded. "Yes, master. I know what to do." Nangong Changle nodded and continued, "You are currently only at the profound realm. Logically speaking, you still cannot learn alchemy. Fortunately, your Hua family has always been of the fire attribute. I believe that when you reach the profound realm, you will also be of the fire attribute. Therefore, the most important thing now is that you must first break through to the profound realm. At that time, Master will think of a way to help you advance to the profound realm. However, if you use alchemy to break through, your foundation will not be stable. In the future, your speed of advancement will be slow. Disciple will work hard to break through to the profound realm as soon as possible. Please rest assured, Master, Hua Xiaogui replied. He understood the reasoning behind Nangong Changle's words, but his own cultivation of Tenbin was not strong. If he did not use alchemy to break through, who knew when he would be able to reach the profound realm? Chapter 187. Zitian City, in a remote courtyard. A little girl with a jade-like face climbed onto a tall tree. The little girl had a sad expression on her face as she said to a spirit bird with blue feathers, "Lon Lon, Big Brother hasn't come to see me in a long time. Do you think Big Brother has forgotten about me?" This blue spirit bird was slightly larger than an ordinary bird. The color of its crown and feathers was completely different. It was actually blood red, and there were 2 snow-white lines on both sides of its head. It looked very strange and extraordinary. This blue spirit bird was not afraid of humans. It was less than half a meter away from the little girl. After listening to the little girl's words, it even slightly flapped its wings and let out a few clear cries, as if answering the little girl's words. It was extremely magical. "Forget it, Lon Lon, you won't understand even if I tell you so much. You've never seen Big Brother before. If you see him, I think you'll like him too. Big Brother is a good person." "What? You said that there aren't many good people in the world. In fact, I thought the same as you at first, but I think Big Brother, Sister Shui, and Uncle Hu are all good people. All right, Lon Lon, I'm going down. Otherwise, Uncle Hu will blame me again when he comes back." The little girl was about to climb down the tree after communicating with the blue spirit bird for a while. Unexpectedly, the little girl's feet were not steady, and she slipped. She immediately lost her balance and fell down the tree. Just as the little girl was about to fall to the ground, a peerless figure broke through and rushed over. "Little girl, why are you climbing so high?" A youth caught the little girl, touched her head, and scolded her lightly. "Big Brother, you're here." The little girl saw who it was, and then she hugged the youth's neck and exclaimed softly, "Hee, did you miss Big Brother? Come down first, where's your Uncle Hu?" The person who came was none other than Ling Xiao. He held Xia Xianxian and asked with a smile. In fact, Li Kuanghu was only 25 years old, only a few years older than Ling Xiao. However, because of his years of work, he looked more sloppy and mature, so Xia Xianxian didn't dare to call him Brother Hu, but Uncle Hu. Li Kuanghu had already sincerely regarded himself as Ling Xiao's servant, so it didn't matter to him. Moreover, Xia Xianxian was still so young, it was not an exaggeration to call him Uncle Hu. "Big Brother, Uncle Hu went to buy things, Xianxian is alone at home," Xia Xianxian replied. "What, didn't Uncle Hu hire someone to take care of you?" Ling Xiao frowned and asked unhappily. "Big Brother, don't blame Uncle Hu. I didn't want Uncle Hu to treat us. We have our own hands and feet. Why would we need someone to take care of us? Xianxian knows how to cook," Xia Xianxian quickly explained when she saw that Ling Xiao seemed to be angry. Ling Xiao followed her words and said, "Xianxian is so awesome. Then you can cook for Big Brother later. Big Brother is hungry." Ling Xiao felt that the more he spent time with Xia Xianxian, the more he saw himself in his previous life. The only difference was that Xia Xianxian was a girl. Not long after Ling Xiao carried Xia Xianxian into the house, Li Kuanghu returned from outside. As soon as Li Kuanghu saw Ling Xiao, he immediately bowed and greeted Ling Xiao. "Young master." "Kuanghu, there are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so formal," said Ling Xiao. Then he took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them over to Li Kuanghu. "Kuanghu, here are 2 bottles of muscle-warming pills. Take them first. I've already found the ox tendon vine, and if I find the yellow marrow grass, I'll be able to help you refine the muscle-replenishing bone regrowing pill." Li Kuanghu was overjoyed when he heard Ling Xiao's words. He took the tendon-warming pill from Ling Xiao and retreated to the side. The main reason Ling Xiao came down the mountain this time was to visit Xia Xianxian and reassure Li Kuanghu. Otherwise, Li Kuanghu would think that Ling Xiao did not care about him. After accompanying Xia Xianxian for most of the day, Ling Xiao planned to wander around the city to see if there were any good spirit grass. After all, there were very few precious spirit grass on the Medicine Peak. In fact, before going down the mountain, Hua Xiaogui wanted to come down with Ling Xiao no matter what, but Ling Xiao used his identity as a senior brother to order him to stay and cultivate. Who knew that the kid completely ignored his identity as a senior brother. In the end, he had no choice but to use Wu Sishue's 3-year promise to intimidate him. It was not that Ling Ji did not want to bring Hua Xiaogui down, but that guy's temperament was too active. If he did not calm down and cultivate, he did not know when he would be able to break through to the higher level. Ling Xiao did this for his own good. Ling Xiao carried Xia Xianxian and walked with Li Kuanghu in Purple Sky City. Li Kuanghu was extremely familiar with Purple Sky City and quickly brought Ling Xiao to Spirit Herb Hall. At first, Ling Xiao didn't know that there was a Spirit Herb Hall in the Purple Heaven sect. It was only after Li Kuanghu told him that he knew about it. Moreover, Li Kuanghu also said that there was a Spirit Herb Hall in his original city. At this time, Ling Xiao felt that the Spirit Herb Hall was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. To be able to open a shop in every city, it was impossible to do so without a strong backer. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Yuan Ping more when he was in Meteorite City. He believed that he would know some inside information. However, Ling Xiao was not too concerned about this matter at the moment. In any case, as long as he could buy spirit grass, it did not matter where it was. Now, Ling Xiao urgently needed to find some third-grade spirit herbs. In addition to refining the bone regrowing Dan for Li Kuanghu, he also needed to make some preparations for practicing the Vajra 5 Changes secret art. At the same time, he also needed to practice the mind-controlling art. At the third transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation technique, Viscera refinement, he needed a lot of spirit grass and medicinal pills. It was originally impossible to find in Meteorite City, but it was easier to find in Purple Sky City. Here, rank 3 spirit grass was relatively common. As for rank 4 and above spirit grass, it was relatively rare. In addition, he also encountered some bottlenecks in cultivating the god-controlling art. Ling Xiao only got 1/3 of the god-controlling art. Now he has cultivated to the point where he can condense and attack others high, but the range and number of attacks are always limited, and it has not reached the effect of killing with one blow. In the end, his spiritual force was not strong enough. Although cultivating the god-controlling art could gradually strengthen his spiritual force, he could not be satisfied with the current speed. He must find a kind of spirit grass that can improve spiritual force, such as the stem of the patterned flower obtained at the Luo family's auction last time. After taking 2, his spiritual force has obviously improved a lot. Although he must endure the mental pain and torture, it is worth it to be able to exchange for a strong spiritual force. The first stage of the god-controlling art is skill manipulation. The so-called skill manipulation, of course, can use spiritual force to evolve all kinds of invisible attacks. When the first stage is completed, the power of the attack will absolutely have the unpredictable power. Now Ling Xiao can't imagine whether the power can compete with the king stage, but he has tasted the benefits of spiritual force for the first time. Not to mention the unexpected attack. Taking alchemy as an example, he can use spiritual force to prevent the spread of medicinal power, and can also divide the energy of the beast Dan, so it will not be too wasteful. In short, there are many benefits of cultivating spiritual force. The Spirit Herb Hall was built in the southeast of Purple Sky City, not in the center of the city, but at the edge of the city. The scale of the building is many times larger than the Spirit Herb Hall in Meteorite City. As soon as Ling Xiao walked into the Spirit Herb Hall, a maid bowed to greet him. This level is also not comparable to the one in Meteorite City. Perhaps this is the gap between big cities. When Ling Xiao and the other 2 walked in, they were attracted by the dazzling spirit grass. The spirit grass here is divided into 3 areas. The first stage spirit grass area is on the first floor, the second stage spirit grass area is on the second floor, and the more precious spirit grass above the third floor is on the third floor. The first stage spirit grass on the first floor naturally can't enter Ling Zhao's eyes, but the girl Xia Xianxian kept shouting when she saw the delicious spirit flowers, looking very happy. Ling Xiao did not stay on the first floor and went directly to the second floor. There are many good things on the second floor, such as the second stage low-level blood star vine, the second stage low-level crow ginseng king, the second stage mid-level black ganoderma, some second stage spirit grasses, which are extremely rare in Meteorite City, can be found here, which makes Ling Zhao's heart itch. He, who used to be familiar with the spirit herb collection and the alchemy technique, is very familiar with the role of the spirit grass here. When he saw that each spirit grass is the main medicinal material of a certain kind of alchemy, Ling Xiao wanted to buy it. Look at the price tag, it is more than twice as expensive as in Meteorite City. The same spirit grass, but sold at different prices. This is too much of a scam. Ling Xiao thought in his heart in bewilderment. However, he remembered that he obtained a crystal card in Meteorite City, and it seems that he can get a discount. Now, it just so happens that it came in handy. After strolling around, Ling Xiao gained a lot. He chose a large batch of second stage spirit grass, and even bought 3 spirit grass that can increase mental strength. These 3 spirit grass are not as powerful as the patterned flower's stem burst effect. After all, the difference in level is too big. However, having something is better than nothing. Every little bit of improvement counts. After choosing the spirit grass, Ling Xiao went to the counter to settle the bill. Sitting at the counter is a young married woman in her 30s. Her looks are average, but her figure is very well proportioned and graceful. If you don't look at her front and only look at her back, she is definitely a flower-like assassin. Ling Xiao originally didn't want to take out the crystal card, but now that he is outside, it is not the time to show his face. After hesitating for a moment, he still handed over the crystal card. In the end, the spirit grass that Ling Xiao bought actually cost 1.5 million gold coins, and that is after the discount. Without the discount, it would be at least 2 million gold coins. Looks like I have to think of a way to get more gold coins. Ling Zhao's finances have suddenly shrunk by quite a bit. In his heart, he was thinking whether or not he should take out some things to auction, otherwise he will become poor again. After all, he has only bought second stage spirit grass, and he still hasn't seen the third stage spirit grass on the third floor. Forget it, let's go up and take a look first. After putting away the spirit grass, Ling Xiao turned and walked up to the third floor. Who would have thought that just as he reached the stairs, 2 guards would block the path of Ling Zhao's group. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown, not understanding what these 2 wanted. Then, the young married woman's voice came from behind, "Little brother, in order to go to the third floor, you must first apply for a VIP card." Chapter 188. The young woman walked in front of Ling Xiao and explained, "The third floor is filled with high-level spirit grasses and is only open to distinguished guests of the herb hall. Please forgive us, little brother." Ling Xiao responded. He didn't hear Li Kuanghu mention this before he came, so he probably didn't know that the herb hall had such a rule. "Then how do I get a VIP card?" Ling Xiao asked. The third floor naturally had such a rule, so he naturally couldn't force his way in. One had to know that there was at least a spirit master guarding each floor. Just by looking at their strength, the herb hall wasn't a place to be trifled with. The young woman stretched out her hand and said, 5 Xian crystals can be used to get a VIP card. When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At the side, Li Kuanghu's face also became ugly. What was a Xian crystal? It was a cultivation resource for experts, and it was also the proof to purchase high-level spirit grasses, Xian skills, Xian arts, and other things. In the northwest, Xian crystals were extremely rare. For example, in Meteorite City, even the large Ling clan only had a dozen Xian crystals after 1,000 years of accumulation. It could be seen how precious Xian crystals were. And now, to go to the third floor of the herb hall, he had to spend 5 Xian crystals. This was not a small price. Okay, help me get one. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to get a VIP card. After all, he was already a rank 3 alchemist and would need a lot of rank 3 spirit grasses in the future. He also didn't need to go to the deep forest every time he needed spirit grasses. As long as he had enough gold and Xian crystals, he could also find a lot of good spirit grasses. The young woman looked at Ling Xiao in a daze, as if she didn't believe that Ling Xiao could take out Xian crystals at such a young age. In the blink of an eye, there were a few Xian crystals in Ling Xiao's hand. Quickly help me, I'm in a hurry. Oh, I'm sorry, young master. I'll get it done right away. The young woman knew that she had lost her composure and quickly apologized respectfully. She went to help Ling Xiao apply for a VIP card. Those who could casually take out Xian crystals were all big shots. However, Ling Xiao was so young and could easily take out 5 Xian crystals. The power behind him must be extraordinary. Watching Ling Xiao take out the glazed crystal, Li Kuanghu's expression became fanatical. He finally believed that Ling Xiao's identity was absolutely extraordinary. Moreover, Ling Xiao was already a level 3 alchemist at such a young age. No matter where he was, his identity was extremely honorable. He was even more determined to follow Ling Xiao. The young woman also quickly applied for a VIP card for Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao dripped a little blood into the card would automatically record all of Ling Xiao's spending in the herb hall. Moreover, this card was much more honorable than the card obtained in Meteorite City. Everything spent in the herb hall could be converted at 70%. Moreover, if there were good things in the herb hall, the members would be given priority to buy them. Now Ling Xiao finally realized the function of this card. Now that he was an alchemist, he would definitely need to buy a lot of spirit herbs in the future. Deducting 30% of gold coins or Xian crystals could really save a lot of wealth. Since this card could only be used by one person, Ling Xiao could only go to the 3rd floor by himself. Xia Xianxin was taken by Li Kuanghu. There were not more things on the 3rd floor than on the 2nd floor, but what was displayed in front of Ling Xiao were level 3 spirit herbs that he had never seen before. This is level 3 low-rank flame grass, and level 3 low-rank yellow Kuan tail vine. Ling Xiao looked at the valuable spirit herbs in front of him, and his eyes were filled with surprise. The spirit herbs here could definitely be used to refine a lot of level 3 alchemy pills. One had to know that he had only refined a level 3 alchemy pill, spirit breaking pill. There were many other level 3 alchemy pills that lacked spirit herbs, so he had not tried to refine them. Now that there were so many spirit herbs in the herb hall, as long as he had enough wealth in the future, he would definitely not lack resources. On the 3rd floor, there were several people who were also looking at the spirit herbs. They seemed to be looking for what they needed. One of them, Ling Xiao, recognized him. It was the city lord of Purple Sky City, Lord Ji Tuesday. Now that Ling Xiao was an inner disciple, his status was not necessarily lower than G2's. G2 was just an outer sect deacon, and he was one of the outer sect deacons. Therefore, when Ling Xiao saw G2, he only needed to go forward and greet him. This was the basic etiquette of a fellow disciple. Greetings, City Lord Ji Tuesday. Ling Xiao stepped forward and bowed slightly to G2, who was looking at a spirit herb. G2 did not expect that someone would disturb him at this time. He raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. He only felt that this young man seemed to be very familiar. You are? G2 asked. City Lord G2, a noble person has a short memory. I am a disciple who came to participate in the sect election. It was Deacon G2 who brought us into the sect. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Oh, I remember, you are the little guy who offended the Lao family. G2 was reminded by Ling Xiao and remembered Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao detained Lao family's Lao Fanren, which left a deep impression on him. Otherwise, he would not remember which disciple Ling Xiao was. After all, there were a lot of disciples who came to participate in the election. I have let City Lord G2 see a joke. Ling Xiao replied politely. How is it? Did you participate in the election? G2 asked with a slightly dignified tone. He was a dignified sect deacon, and his status was much higher than the newly selected outer disciples. It was already good that he could ask about Ling Zhao's situation. At the same time, he was puzzled. How did this kid get to the third floor? Is he also a VIP of the herb hall? I passed by luck. Ling Zhao did not care about G2's attitude and immediately replied casually. Not bad. G2 replied indifferently and no longer paid attention to Ling Zhao. His gaze once again fell on a spirit herb on the counter. Ling Zhao followed his gaze and his expression suddenly became happy. It was actually yellow marrow grass. Middle Tier 3 yellow marrow grass was a kind of top-notch spirit grass used to treat broken bones. However, the effect of direct consumption was not obvious. Only when used to refine bone-growing pills could it display its greatest effect. Kuang whose leg can recover. Ling Zhao was secretly happy. He immediately looked at the price and almost fainted from the shock. It was actually as high as 5 million gold coins. That was too expensive. According to Ling Zhao's estimation, spirit herbs used to treat injuries were not as expensive as spirit herbs used to raise profound strength or spirit energy. Who knew that this yellow marrow grass would be so expensive? Even with a discount, it would still cost 3,500,000 gold coins. That was almost all of his gold coins. Do you have anything else? G2 slightly frowned and asked Ling Zhao. He felt that Ling Zhao was very unreasonable. He actually kept standing beside him. Could it be that he had something to ask of him? Ling Zhao looked at G2 and an idea came to him. He asked him, City Lord G2 wants to buy yellow marrow grass? What does that have to do with you? If you don't have anything else, then go away. Don't hinder me. G2 was slightly unhappy. A small outer disciple dares to get close to me. He really doesn't know etiquette. Ling Zhao didn't get angry and immediately said, City Lord G2, is there someone in your family who is injured? Moreover, is it a bone injury? G2 was about to get angry, but when he thought about how Ling Zhao was able to guess his situation with just a yellow marrow grass, he immediately suppressed his anger and lightly said, That's right. Hearing this, Ling Zhao was delighted and his face unconsciously revealed a smile. G2 just happened to catch Ling Zhao's expression and immediately angrily said, Brat, what are you planning? I'm telling you, you better not have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, even if you're an outer disciple, I won't have any problems killing you. No, City Lord G2, you misunderstand. I don't have any other intentions. Ling Zhao repeatedly waved his hands. What do you mean? Quickly scram, otherwise don't blame me for being angry. G2 coldly snorted. City Lord G2, listen to me. Maybe I can help you get what you want. Ling Zhao said in a low voice. You know what I want? G2 disdainfully retorted. Medicinal pills. Ling Zhao very seriously said and then said, Bone-forming pills. This time, G2 was slightly startled. Seeing G2's expression, Ling Zhao knew that he had guessed correctly. He thought to himself, there's hope. G2 instantly regained his indifference. So what if you guessed correctly? Could it be that you have a way to get it for me? Ling Zhao was too young, and G2 truly didn't trust him. The bone-forming pill was a third-rank medicinal pill. Who could casually obtain it? Thinking of this, G2's heart dimmed for no reason. City Lord G2, I know you don't trust me, but you should at least trust my master, Nangong Changle. Ling Zhao slightly raised his head, revealing a somewhat arrogant expression. If he didn't act a bit arrogant, G2 might even think that he was lying. Your master is Elder Nangong? This time, G2 was shocked by Ling Zhao's words and couldn't help but speak loudly with excitement. Following that, a muffled voice came from the pavilion, Don't make any noise. This voice penetrated into the depths of one's heart, causing one to feel a sense of timidity. G2 knew that he had lost his composure, so he immediately bowed and said, I'm sorry. Then he lowered his voice and asked Ling Zhao, You're an inner disciple of Medicine Peak? And a disciple of Elder Nangong? Ling Zhao knew that G2 still didn't believe him. After all, he didn't receive the alchemist's robe from Medicine Peak today. He immediately took out a small medallion and showed it to G2's day. This medallion was the unique medallion of Medicine Peak's inner disciples. Great! G2 couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and continuously exclaimed in a low voice. Then he respectfully said to Ling Xiao, "Little brother, I'm truly sorry." G2 had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. "Please forgive me for offending little brother." G2's 180-degree change really made Ling Xiao somewhat unable to bear it. "City Lord G2, please excuse me. We're all from the same sect, and you're also my elder. There's no need to be so polite." Ling Xiao replied appropriately. "That's right. By the way, little brother, how should I address you?" "My boy, Ling Xiao." "Good name, then I'll call you Xiao Xiao from now on. You also don't need to call me City Lord G2, just call me by my name." G2 praised. He was obviously trying to get close to Ling Xiao. "This can't be messed up. How about I call you Elder too?" Ling Xiao said while waving his hand. "That's fine. Xiao Xiao, just now you said, you can get a bone-growing pill. I wonder if you can get one for me?" G2 asked with some embarrassment. Just now, his attitude towards Ling Xiao wasn't good. Now that he had a favor to ask, he naturally had to humble himself. "Of course you can, but—" Ling Xiao hesitated. Chapter 189. Ling Xiao and G2 found a resting area on the side. While sipping on the high-quality wine, they listened to G2 talk about his situation. Sure enough, as Ling Xiao had guessed, G2's family had a relative with a foot problem, and that person was G2's only granddaughter, Ji Beixin. Ji Beixin was born with weak bone marrow and had never been able to stand up since birth. For this reason, G2 had been trying to think of a way to help his granddaughter stand up again. He knew that only the elders of the sect's Medicine Peak could refine high-grade pills for his granddaughter. Perhaps only then would his granddaughter have the chance to stand up again. However, the rules of the Medicine Peak were extremely strict. Those who wanted to refine elixirs had to prepare their own spiritual herbs, and they had to prepare an extra portion at the same time. The extra portion was a reward for the Medicine Peak elder. In addition, as long as they had enough Xian crystals, they could ask the Medicine Peak elder to refine the elixirs for them. Or they could make enough contributions to the sect and accumulate enough points to apply to the sect for the Medicine Peak elder to refine the elixirs for them. G2 had been in the Purple Sky sect for decades, and the conditions he needed were basically enough to meet the requirements of the Medicine Peak elder. It was just that when he applied to the sect for the Medicine Peak elder to refine pills, the Medicine Peak elder did not help him refine pills because they lacked the main medicinal ingredient, the yellow marrowgrass. The yellow marrowgrass was only a Tier 3 intermediate spirit herb and was not a rare spirit herb. With Medicine Peak's many years of accumulation, it was impossible for it to not have any. In fact, G2 knew that it was just an excuse from Herb Peak, or perhaps it was more appropriate to say that Lu Dong was deliberately making things difficult for them. Because 20 years ago, when G2 had just become the city governor of Violet Sky City, he had once taught a lesson to the current head disciple of the Medicine Peak, Lu Dong. G2 didn't expect Lu Dong to harbor a grudge against him. This time, he had applied to the sect to allow the Medicine Peak elder to refine the third-grade bone growth pill. Only after Lu Dong's report could he refine the pill for him. Who knew that the result that G2 was waiting for was that the yellow marrowgrass was not enough to refine the bone-growing pill for him. Seeing Lu Dong's attitude, G2 knew that Lu Dong had not informed the elders of the refinement peak. In a fit of rage, G2 beat Lu Dong up. Now, Lu Dong had complained to his teacher, Rong Chong. At that time, Lu Dong was quite favored in Medicine Peak, so G2 was out of luck. Medicine Peak announced that they would not refine any pills for G2's day. Even though Zhu Ruchang couldn't fully represent Medicine Peak, his words still carried some weight in Medicine Peak. This matter also led to G2 not being able to enter the sect to become an inner sect deacon, but had always been the city lord of Purple Heaven City. On the surface, the city lord looked boundless, but his status in the sect was not high. G2 could only know his own bitterness. Of course, in the vast northwest, Purple Sky sect was not the only one with a third-grade alchemist. There was also a third-grade alchemist in the nearby Burning Land City. However, this alchemist's appetite was huge. He asked for 500 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals, and the spirit grass had to be prepared by himself. He also specifically stated that there was no guarantee for refining third-grade pills, because he was not sure that he would succeed 100% of the time. If a furnace of spirit grass was destroyed, he would not be responsible. These conditions almost made G2 choke on his breath. These requirements were really harsh. However, for the sake of his granddaughter, he had to find a way to prepare all the required materials and then think of a way. Unexpectedly, he could meet Ling Xiao in this herb hall today, and Ling Xiao was the personal disciple of the Peak Lord of Medicine Peak. After knowing the news, G2 almost jumped with joy. He knew that as long as he fawned on this young man, his granddaughter's foot might be saved. Ling Xiao deeply sympathized with G2's experience. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had encountered such a good thing. Now it would not be a problem to refine the bone regeneration pill for Li Kuanghu, and he could also save a lot of wealth. Elder 2, this is Lu Dong's fault, but he doesn't have the final say in Medicine Peak. If you trust me, then take me to see your granddaughter first, and then I'll tell my master about this. I believe my master is a reasonable elder. You've done so much for the sect, and even if you haven't done any meritorious deeds, you've worked hard. Moreover, my master is quite agreeable to me, and I'm sure he'll definitely refine a third-level medicinal pill for me. So Elder 2's matter shouldn't be a problem, said Ling Xiao very sincerely. Elder 2, this is Lu Dong's fault, but he doesn't have the final say on Medicine Peak. In that case, thank you very much, little Xiao. If this matter succeeds, Old 2 will definitely reward you greatly. G2 immediately cupped his hands in thanks. Old 2, you're too polite. However, the ugly words must be said first. It's fine for Master to make a move, but you still have to prepare the spirit herbs. After all, I don't know if my master has the spirit herbs for the bone-forming Dan. If he doesn't, then it won't be easy to handle. Ling Xiao first stated. To explain, the bone regeneration pill and the bone regeneration pill were both third-grade pills, but the bone regeneration pill was the upgraded version of the bone regeneration pill, so its effect was naturally more effective and more valuable. However, most people only knew of the existence of the bone regeneration pill, and the bone regeneration pill was recorded in the alchemy method, a pill recipe created by the medicine sect. Therefore, from the beginning, Ling Xiao had guessed that G2 needed the bone regeneration pill, and not the bone regeneration pill. That is only natural. These past few years, I have also gathered a portion of the spirit grass for refining the bone regeneration pill. Now, as long as I can obtain the yellow marrow grass here, it will not be a problem to gather 2 portions of the spirit grass for the bone regeneration pill, G2 replied with a nod. He naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Since he was asking for help, he naturally had to show his sincerity. However, he did not understand Ling Xiao. He did not know if Ling Xiao was another Lu Dong. If he coveted the spirit grass and did not help him refine the pill, then he would be a fool. However, he had no other choice but to take a gamble. If he had really misjudged him, then he could only blame his granddaughter's fate for being unlucky. Ling Xiao could naturally sense G2's doubts, so he immediately requested to see G2's granddaughter. He wanted to see the actual situation and also resolve G2's doubts. Before leaving, G2 still went to buy the yellow marrow grass. Ling Xiao did not stop him. After all, in his eyes, the yellow marrow grass had already fallen into his hands without a doubt. When G2 and Ling Xiao arrived downstairs together, Li Kuanghu and Xia Xianxian came to greet them. G2 looked at the limping Li Kuanghu and frowned. His expression also became gloomy. Ling Xiao naturally caught a glimpse of G2's expression, but he did not pay attention to it. He first let Li Kuanghu take Xia Xianxian back to the courtyard. When Li Kuanghu and Xia Xianxian had just left, G2 asked coldly, "What do you mean?" "Old 2, don't be anxious. Let's walk, I will explain to you at the same time," Ling Xiao said very calmly. G2 glanced at him and immediately suppressed the anger in his heart. He led Ling Xiao back to his own home. Ling Xiao then explained to G2 unhurriedly, Kuang Hu is my new servant. He participated in the last outer sect disciple selection and his leg was broken. I think he is a good person, so I plan to let my master refine a bone-growing pill for him. To be honest, I also came to the Spirit Herb Hall today for the yellow marrow grass in your hands. Old 2, I don't want to hide anything from you. A batch of third-grade elixirs can be refined into 2 bone-growing pills. It just so happens that I want one and you want one. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Of course, if Old 2 thinks that I am lying to you, I will leave now. Today, you can pretend that you did not see me. After saying that, Ling Xiao was about to turn around and leave without the slightest pretense. After listening to Ling Xiao's explanation, G2 immediately felt relieved, but when he saw that Ling Xiao was about to leave, he became anxious. He took 2 steps forward to block Ling Xiao's path and said, Xiao, don't be anxious. It's old G, I was wrong. I didn't know what was good for me. Don't take it to heart. Now, let's go back to my place to get the bone-growing pills spiritual herbs. You only need one of the elixirs to refine. Ling Xiao was definitely a disciple of the Herb Peak. That token could not be forged. It just so happened that Ling Xiao appeared in the Herb Hall. This must be a privilege given by the Peak Lord of the Herb Peak. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's status as an inner disciple, he would not be qualified to go to the 3rd floor. That was a VIP card that required 5 mysterious crystals. Ordinary people really did not have the capital. It should be a coincidence that Ling Xiao met G Tuesday. Moreover, not many people knew that his granddaughter was congenitally disabled. He did not think that Ling Xiao, who had just become an inner disciple, would know. Moreover, if Ling Xiao really wanted to cheat him of the spiritual herbs, he should not have let Li Kuanghu appear in front of him. After listening to Ling Xiao's explanation, he believed that Ling Xiao would not lie to him. On the surface, it seemed that Ling Xiao had taken advantage of one of his elixirs. However, only one elixir could cure his granddaughter's leg. It was useless to take more. Therefore, it did not matter if he gave one more to Ling Xiao. As long as his granddaughter could stand up, then it was all worth it. Of course, Ling Xiao would not really leave. He just wanted to prove that he did not want to lie to G Tuesday. The 2 of them soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. The scale of the buildings here was considered relatively extravagant and majestic in the city. However, this only looked good in the eyes of the secular world. For real martial artists, only places with abundant heaven and earth Lingqi were truly good places. Ling Xiao followed G2 all the way into the mansion. Along the way there were pavilions, small bridges, flowing water, rockery. The environment was beautiful and extraordinary. Ling Xiao could not help but praise, Elder 2 is really elegant. G2 knew what Ling Xiao was talking about and immediately replied, this is all for my granddaughter. She has been autistic since she was young and refused to come into contact with the outside world. I can only make this place look better and let her cultivate her mood. Ling Xiao nodded to show that he understood. When they walked in front of a pavilion, a burst of sound of a zither rang out. G2 waved his hand, indicating for Ling Xiao to stop. The 2 then calmly listened to the song of the zither. The sound of the zither revealed a trickle of sorrow. The rhythm seemed to be able to touch people's hearts. It was as if from this rhythm, a beautiful girl was in a very lonely world. She longed for freedom and happiness, but she did not know how to achieve it. She could only enjoy herself in this lonely world, but no one could understand her pain and sorrow. The song ended. Ling Xiao could not help but burst into tears. He had never thought that there would be someone who could play such a touching melody. He was originally a person with a strong personality, and no matter how serious his injuries were, he would not necessarily cry in pain. However, now that tears were flowing unconsciously, he could clearly feel the loneliness of the other party. Putting himself in her shoes, if he was that lonely person, would he be able to live strong? Perhaps he would rather die than live like that. Let's go over, she is my granddaughter. G2 wiped the tears from his old eyes and said to Ling Xiao, Chapter 190. Ling Xiao followed G2 across the bridge of the Lotus Pond and into the pavilion. He saw a 17 or 18-year-old girl sitting in front of the pavilion with her hands on the zither. Her beautiful eyes were looking at the fish in the lotus pond with a faint smile on her face. It was as if she was happy to see the fish in the pond playing happily, but it was also as if she was mocking herself for not being able to live as freely and happily as these fish. Beixin, Grandpa is here to see you. G2 walked in front of his granddaughter and said in an unusually kind tone. Beixin turned around and smiled. Grandpa, you're here, you. When she was about to say something, she saw that behind her grandpa was an unfamiliar young man. For a moment, she was stunned speechless. Ling Xiao was also stunned. He was stunned by the beauty. Her face is like a finely carved jade face, those beautiful eyes, that jade-like nose, those pearly white teeth, all of them show the gorgeous Feng Hua, so beautiful that it can make people suffocate. That slightly pale complexion, looking at it can make people's heart break endlessly. Really can't wait to immediately embrace her in her arms and comfort her. She was dressed in a pure white and elegant veil, but it couldn't conceal her exquisite figure. Her alluring charm added a bit of an otherworldly aura to her. She was like a fairy that didn't eat the food of the mortal world, causing people to not have the slightest intention to profane her. Beixin's beauty was actually not inferior to Yunmingqi. Compared to Bai Yuxi, Wei Dyer, Wu Xixue, Yu Lian, she was even more beautiful. Only Yunmingqi and Bing Ruoxue could compete with her. However, the three of them were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own unique flavor. Greetings, Miss Ji. I am Ling Xiao, Ling from Reaching the Nine Heavens, the smile that always smiles. Ling Xiao introduced himself with a smile as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Beixin looked at the handsome and elegant Ling Xiao and couldn't help but blush. Her expression was also quite evasive, as if she didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao directly. Facing this young man, she didn't know why her heart was beating like a deer. Her whole body had an unprecedented feeling of nervousness. From the time she was born until now, she had almost never come into contact with the opposite sex. Usually, she only listened to the maids talking about interesting things between men and women, but she also knew some love stories between men and women. She was thinking, could it be that Grandpa arranged this? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, G2 interrupted her thoughts and said excitedly, Beixin, this is Grandpa's old friend. He has the ability to help you stand up. Really? Really? Beixin asked G2 ecstatically. Before G2 could say anything, Ling Xiao had already walked over and gently said, Can you let me see Mrs. Jade Feet? If it was someone else, they would have cursed the pervert for breaking through a beauty like this. However, Beixin didn't have any schemes at all. Looking at Ling Xiao's sincere and clear eyes, she subconsciously nodded her head and let out a mosquito-like N. Her pale face actually flushed red, making her look even more beautiful. Ling Xiao very gently took off Beixin's cloth shoes, revealing a pair of smooth and delicate jade feet, which looked both petite and delicate, with beautiful jade fingers. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How unfair God is, to actually make such a perfect woman become a cripple. This is simply too cruel. Ling Xiao gently pinched that light jade foot, and Beixin's whole body seemed to have been electrocuted. Her mouth almost let out a shy cry, and her delicate face was lowered to her chest, not daring to look at anyone. I'll go prepare dinner first. G2 glanced at his granddaughter and Ling Xiao, said a sentence and hurriedly left. In the past, his granddaughter would be frightened when she saw strangers, but who would have thought that when Ling Xiao came for the first time, his granddaughter actually didn't have any disgust, and even let him see her feet. Even as a grandfather, he didn't have this ability. I hope Xiao Xiao can really get the bone-forming pill, then even if I let Beixin follow him, it won't be a disgrace to her. G2 sighed in his heart, and his footsteps quickened a bit, leaving the pavilion. Ling Xiao was not a doctor, but he was an alchemist and a martial artist, so he still had a little understanding of the muscle structure of the body. He gently pressed the Yongquan point at the bottom of Beixin's foot and slightly transferred a bit of Xian Qi to it. Unexpectedly, at this time, the innate yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness actually emitted a strong suction force. Ah! Ji Bei-shin seemed to be attracted by a suction force, and there was actually a swelling pain in her foot, causing her to be unable to help but cry out. Ling Xiao didn't know what was going on, and when he wanted to let go of Ji Bei-shin's foot, he found that his hand was still tightly holding Ji Bei-shin's jade foot, as if it was out of his control. Immediately after, he felt a strong cold energy surge from Ji Bei-shin's Yongquan point towards his palm. For a moment, Ling Xiao also couldn't figure out what was going on. He really didn't think that an ordinary woman like Ji Bei-shin would have such great energy, but when he saw that Ji Bei-shin's slender white foot had turned gray and black, he felt as if it was poisoned. Could it be that there is evil yin qi in her body? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be puzzled. Looking at Ji Bei-shin's painful expression, Ling Xiao couldn't help but clench his teeth and forcefully cut off the energy absorption. Ling Xiao stood up, only to feel that the xian qi in his body had actually increased a bit in a short period of time. This was too inconceivable. Are you okay? Ling Xiao looked at Ji Bei-shin, whose expression was even paler, and asked softly. I'm fine. Ji Bei-shin replied with a little stutter. Miss Ji, have you cultivated any xian qi before? Ling Xiao saw that Ji Bei-shin was not abnormal, and immediately changed the topic to ask. No. Never cultivated before. Ji Bei-shin seemed to have a stutter, even her speech was not fluent. Miss Ji, no, I'll call you Bei-shin. We are about the same age, it's very suitable to be friends. Alright, did you feel a lot of pain just now? Ling Xiao tried to get closer to Ji Bei-shin to understand the situation. It's a little painful. Ji Bei-shin nodded slightly. Then have your feet felt like this before? Then, let's try again, can we? Ling Xiao asked softly. Ji Bei-shin hesitated for a moment, nodded and turned her pretty face to the side. Since Ji Bei-shin had not cultivated xian qi before, Ling Xiao could almost confirm his thoughts in his heart, and immediately touched Ji Bei-shin's Yongquan point. The situation just now happened again. His body automatically produced a suction force, and the surface of Ji Bei-shin's jade foot was suffused with a grayish-black color. It's definitely the baleful yin qi. Ling Xiao confirmed his thoughts and immediately allowed his palms to absorb the energy. At the same time, he did not forget to comfort Ji Bei-shin. Bear with it, it'll be fine soon. Ji Bei-shin's personality could be considered strong. She gritted her teeth and did not make any sound. Ling Xiao did not expect Ji Bei-shin to have so much baleful yin qi, and only stopped after absorbing for a full hour. When the baleful yin qi entered Ling Xiao's body, it did not cause him any harm. Instead, it turned into two streams of energy, one entering his dantian, and the other entering the pre-celestial yin wind pearl in his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao had just broken through to the high-level profound realm not long ago. Now that he had absorbed Ji Bei-shin's baleful yin qi, he had actually reached the middle level of the high-level profound realm. This made Ling Xiao feel that it was inconceivable. He never thought that Ji Bei-shin's body would contain such a sinister energy. It seemed like he had picked up Pingyi this time. Ling Xiao calmed down the profound energy in his dantian and stood up. Looking at Ji Bei-shin, who had already fainted, he couldn't help but feel pain. Just now, he was only concerned about absorbing energy and forgot to endure the pain. Ling Xiao took out a pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Then, he infused a few strands of profound energy into her, and only then did she wake up. How do you feel? Ling Xiao asked. Ji Bei-shin avoided Ling Xiao's gaze and said indifferently, I'm fine. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Bei-shin, who was just inches away from him, and his heart was moved. He couldn't help but grab her jade hand and caress it. Believe me, I can help you stand up again. Ji Bei-shin's body trembled slightly. She wanted to break free from Ling Xiao's hand, but she discovered that the palm was strong and warm, giving her a sense of trust. She mustered up her courage and raised her head to look at Ling Xiao. She nodded firmly and said, I believe in you. Ling Xiao grinned. He reached out a hand and brushed away a few strands of hair that had fallen over Ji Bei-shin's face. He praised, Bei-shin, you are so beautiful. Perhaps the heavens are jealous of your beauty, and that's why you can't stand up. But before long, you will be able to defy the heavens. you will be able to walk out of this place and see the world. When Ji Beixin heard this, her expression became yearning. Can I really do it? Of course, as long as you believe me. Ling Xiao replied with certainty. Ji Beixin replied softly. Come on, I'll take you to the hall to eat something. Ling Xiao said. He didn't care whether Ji Beixin was willing or not. He directly picked her up by the waist. Ji Beixin didn't resist at all. She obediently hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck and gently leaned her head against Ling Xiao's chest. She found that she had completely accepted the existence of Ling Xiao and the feeling of being with him. She felt that he gave her such a sense of trust and security. It was as if she was destined to belong to him completely. Along the way, the servants saw Ling Xiao holding their miss and then looked at their miss's intoxicated look. They were all dumbfounded, as if they had discovered a new continent. When they arrived at the hall, Ji2 had been waiting for a long time. When Ji2 saw Ling Xiao coming with his granddaughter, he was also shocked by the situation. What's going on? After dinner, Ling Xiao followed Ji2 to his study. Xiao, you can take care of my granddaughter from now on, Ji2 said with a satisfied smile. At the dinner just now, he saw his granddaughter's eyes to Ling Xiao. He was almost sure that his granddaughter had been conquered by Ling Xiao. He couldn't help feeling that this guy was really capable. Old two, don't worry. Beixin will definitely be able to stand up. I've already removed the root cause of her illness. Ling Xiao replied. Root cause of her illness? What on earth is going on? Ji2 asked in confusion. The reason why Beixin couldn't stand up after she was born is that there is evil qi in her body. Ling Xiao said. What? There is evil qi in Beixin's body. Ji2 exclaimed in shock. Chapter 191. That's right, I discovered it when I felt her pulse just now. Fortunately, the baleful yin qi wasn't very strong, but it had existed in her body since she was young, slowly invading her meridians and bone marrow. That's why she couldn't stand up since she was young. Fortunately, old two, you have been using profound energy and pills to prolong her life, otherwise she might have already. Ling Xiao said solemnly. Sigh, I only have one granddaughter, so I naturally don't want anything to happen to her. Ji2 sighed and said with a sad expression, this child lost her parents when she was young, and I really can't bear to let her follow in her parents' footsteps at such a young age. All these years, I have been trying to get a bone-growing pill for her, but now, Bei Xian's happiness depends on you. Xiao, old Ji, I kneel to you here. After Ji2 finished speaking, he actually wanted to kneel to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hurriedly supported him, not letting him do such a big bow. Old two, aren't you the little brat Jiesha? Don't worry, now that the baleful yin qi has already been expelled by me, I'll refine some nourishing medicinal pills for her to smooth out her meridians. In the future, she'll take a bone-forming pill and she'll definitely be able to stand up again, said Ling Xiao very sincerely. Now, even if Ji2 didn't say it, Ling Xiao would still do his best to help Ji Beixin, because his heart was filled with infinite pity for her, just like how he felt for Bai Yushi. Both of them were women made of water, and they needed a man to care for them, not letting them suffer any injuries, and that man, of course, was himself. Ling Xiao had always had a great dream that all men wanted, awake to control the world, drunk to lie on the knees of beauties, and he had always been working hard in this direction. For a rare beauty like Ji Beixin, if Ling Xiao didn't accept her, then he wouldn't be a man. Of course, his thoughts weren't purely to possess her, but to properly care for her. He felt that such a woman shouldn't be sad, but should always be able to maintain a happy smile and live happily. Ling Xiao asked Ji2 to arrange a quiet room and instructed that no one was to disturb him. Then he walked into the room and began to refine pills. According to Ling Xiao's understanding, Ji Beixin had never cultivated any mysterious techniques, so she was no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, she had been attacked by the baleful yin qi for a long time. Now, the baleful yin qi had been removed, but the meridians under her legs had suffered a lot of damage. Therefore, like Li Kuanghu, she needed the tendon-warming pill to warm her meridians. Then, she had to refine a furnace of consolidating Qi-Dan to let her recuperate her body first. After refining the tendon and bone regeneration pill, her bone marrow could regenerate and show vitality. Then, recovering would not be a problem. However, Ling Xiao still felt that Ji Beixin was a little strange. He had absorbed Ji Beixin's baleful yin qi, but he still felt that her body should still contain profound energy to resist the baleful yin qi. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary person like her to survive until now. Even if Ji2 forcefully channeled profound energy, he would not have the ability to do so. Is there some kind of energy sealed in her body? Ling Xiao suddenly had an inconceivable thought. However, it was quickly denied by him. Ji Beixin was disabled from birth. Could it be that the seal started from her mother? This was obviously impossible. Ling Xiao calmed his mind, took out the spirit grass from the space ring, and began to refine pills. Now, Ling Xiao was completely proficient in refining first and second level pills, so it was not a problem to have a 100% success rate. After an hour, Ling Xiao walked out of the room. Ji2 had been waiting for a long time. He really did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to refine pills by himself at such a young age. No wonder he could be accepted as a direct disciple by the Peak Lord of Medicine Peak. However, when he saw that Ling Xiao gave him a first-level consolidating Qi-Dan and a second-level tendon-warming pill, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He never thought that Ling Xiao was actually a second-level alchemist. This was too young. This time, Ji2 was even more certain that Ling Xiao would not lie to him. In his heart, he felt that he must properly befriend Ling Xiao. He felt that Ling Xiao's future was absolutely bright. Not only was he a second-level alchemist, his strength was also already at a high-level mystic cultivator. How old was he? A second-level alchemist who was not even 20, and a high-level mystic cultivator. These two identities were enough to make anyone pay attention to him. After Ling Xiao handed the pills to Ji2, he did not stay any longer and prepared to leave. Ji2 was naturally tactful, and handed over the 2 sets of bone-forming pills that he had prepared earlier to Ling Xiao. Beixin will be relying on you. Ji2 instructed very seriously. Don't worry, Elder 2, I will definitely bring you good news within a month. Ling Xiao received the spirit grass and said very seriously. Now that the spirit grass needed to refine the bone-forming pill was all gathered, Ling Xiao could completely refine the pill immediately. However, he still did not want Ji2 to know his identity as a third-level alchemist. In case it was spread out, it would shock the world. Moreover, he had to go to the Wooden Flag Peak to cultivate in the next half of the month. He had no time to refine pills, so it would not be too late to refine it when he returned to the Medicine Peak. After leaving the city lord's residence, Ling Xiao did not immediately rush back to the sect. After all, he had promised Xia Xianxian that he would go back to accompany her. Xia Xianxian was really clingy to Ling Xiao, and played for half the night. Only after Ling Xiao repeatedly coaxed her to go to bed, and she also wanted Ling Xiao to accompany her before she was willing to sleep. Ling Xiao was also very doting towards her, and only after Xia Xianxian fell asleep did he walk out of the room. The moonlight shone on the courtyard, and the low cries of unknown insects and beasts in the surroundings made the courtyard seem especially quiet. Li Kuanghu was drinking wine at the stone table under the tree, and his expression was extremely lonely. When Ling Xiao walked out, he still very respectfully stood up. Before he could say anything, Ling Xiao said, "Kuanghu, I already said, there is no outsider, there is no need to be so polite. Come, let us brothers drink together." Ling Xiao walked to the stone table, picked up a pot of wine, and poured it down his throat. A fishy and spicy taste flowed into his lungs. "Good wine. Come, let's do it." Ling Xiao could not help but shout. Li Kuanghu's body and mind warmed, and he also raised the wine pot in his hand and clinked it with Ling Xiao, and also began to drink wildly. After drinking for 30 minutes, Ling Xiao said to Li Kuanghu, "All the spirit grass for the bone-forming pill have been gathered. At most, in a month, you will be able to return to normal." "But, really?" The wine bottle in Li Kuanghu's hand unconsciously fell from his hand, and he looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Originally, I could have refined it for you now, but I have to rush back to the sect as soon as possible. You just have to bear with it, said Ling Xiao. Refining a third-grade pill was not as simple as refining a first-grade pill. A third-grade pill had already entered the grade, and could already be called a miraculous pill. Not only did it need to refine a large number of auxiliary spirit grass, but it also needed to divide the beast core, which consumed a lot of energy and required a very long time. It was absolutely impossible to casually refine a third-grade pill, or else it would be disturbed. Not only would it waste a lot of spirit grass, but it would also consume one's own energy and energy. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Li Kuanghu was overjoyed and excitedly knelt to thank Ling Xiao. His leg had been injured for a few years, and it would recover in a month. How could he not be happy? How could he not be excited? Ling Xiao calmly accepted Li Kuanghu's bow and then said, "Get up, recovering your leg is the first step. I will help you break through to the spirit master level in the shortest time possible. In the future, you will be responsible for taking care of Xianxian. You must remember to follow me. I will not treat you unfairly. Perhaps one day, you will be glad that you chose to follow me." Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the beautiful moon, and said in an unusually calm tone, his tiger-like eyes emitting a resolute expression. Li Kuanghu looked at Ling Xiao, who was a few years younger than him, and he did not know why a deep sense of admiration arose in his heart. "In this life, I will only follow young master, and I will never be disloyal," Li Kuanghu secretly said in his heart. On the morning of the next day, before the sky had even brightened, Ling Xiao took advantage of the fact that Xia Xianxian had not yet woken up and hurried back to the sect. Earlier, Ling Xiao had become the disciple of two masters, the Peak Lord of the Medicine Peak, Nangong Changle, and the Wood Flag Peak's Mu Huai. He had agreed to stay at the Medicine Peak for the first half of the month to learn alchemy, and the second half of the month to cultivate profound energy at the Wood Flag Peak. The Purple Sky sect was vast, and the Wood Flag Peak was one of the 9 main peaks. The mountain where it was located was not inferior to the other 9 peaks, and the spirit chi was even denser. The towering trees were verdant and lush, and unknown wildflowers and weeds could be seen everywhere. If one looked carefully, they would also find that there were many low-level spirit grass growing. This was a treasure land with a relatively abundant wood spirit chi. Ling Xiao strolled along the way, and from time to time he would admire the beautiful scenery on the road, feeling very relaxed. The reason why he agreed to become Mu Huai's disciple was because he did not have a wood attribute cultivation technique, and his body was 100% wood attribute cultivation technique. If he did not cultivate it, it would definitely be a very big loss. As the saying goes, don't bite off more than you can chew. However, Ling Xiao had very strong confidence that such a situation would not occur. With the purity of his attribute being so high, cultivating would be twice the result with half the effort. Even if he were to multitask, it would not take up too much time. Moreover, he had always boasted that he was an exceptional genius, and there were not many things in the world that were difficult to obtain. In reality, he himself understood that Lu Wang, who existed in his sea of consciousness, would definitely be very happy to see him cultivate the wood attribute. After all, Lu Wang needed to recover his energy, so he had to absorb wood attribute spirit chi. Right now, he was in Ling Xiao's body, so his absorption speed was not fast. If Ling Xiao could break through to spirit master level and start to absorb spirit chi, it would not only be beneficial to himself, but also to Lu Wang. Just as they were halfway up Wooden Flag Peak, 2 disciples walked out from a hidden mound. "Who are you?" one of the disciples shouted. Ling Xiao slightly cupped his hands, then took out the token in his bosom and said, "I am Ling Xiao, a disciple of this year. I am entering the peak to see Master Mu." "So it's Senior Ling Xiao, the Peak Lord has already given orders. Please follow me." When the 2 disciples heard Ling Xiao say his name, they immediately revealed respectful expressions and bowed at the same time. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then revealed a proud expression and followed one of the outer sect disciples up the mountain. However, he did not notice that the disciple who did not follow behind him revealed a strange and sinister smile. Chapter 192. The more Ling Xiao followed that disciple, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why were they always walking on a narrow and winding path instead of the main path? Could it be that Master Mu has a hobby of seclusion? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. The further they walked, the more desolate the place became. Ling Xiao felt more and more uneasy. "Junior brother, where are you taking me?" Ling Xiao stood still and asked. The outer sect disciple smiled. "Senior brother, don't be anxious. The Peak Lord is cultivating not far from here. We'll be there soon." His words were evasive, and Ling Xiao had already noticed something was wrong. "Let's see what you can do." Ling Xiao became vigilant. At the same time, he disdainfully thought to himself. An annoying figure appeared in his mind. After walking for a short while, he arrived at a cliff on the mountain peak. It was still early in the morning, and there was still a white mist lingering around the mountain. The mist in front of the cliff was even thicker. "We're here, right? Call him out, I'll wait." Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest. How could this possibly be the place where the Wooden Flag Peak's peak master cultivated? It was obvious that someone had come looking for trouble. He had only offended one person on Wooden Flag Peak. Needless to say, that person was definitely here for revenge. As expected, just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind him. Ling Xiao turned around and saw that it was none other than Lao Fanren. "Brat, we meet again." Lao Fanren laughed evilly at Ling Xiao. Beside him were the people who had been taught a lesson by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao calmly looked at Lao Fanren and said, "Convict Lao, no, I should respectfully call you senior convict. Don't you know that internal strife is forbidden within the same sect? Aren't you afraid of being punished by Master? Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you've won Master's favor. Let me ask you, did you kill my cousin?" Lao Fanren coldly snorted. "Your cousin? Who is it?" "I've killed countless people, so how would I know which Tom, Dick, or Harry you're talking about?" Ling Xiao asked sarcastically, but in his heart he was puzzled. Why is this guy suspecting me? Lao Fanren's younger cousin was Lao Fanqing. Not long ago, during the Purple Maple Valley's training, he tried to do something to Wu Xixue and was eaten by the Golden Wolf King. Ling Xiao believed that no one would know that he was the one who ordered it. After all, when he came to the Purple Heaven City or the Purple Heaven sect, he did not let anyone know that he had a spirit beast to protect him. "Sharp-tongued bastard, it doesn't matter if you killed him or not. You must die today. Surround him and do not let him escape." Lao Fanren bellowed. He took out his profound level iron rod and smashed it towards Ling Xiao. Lao Fanren did not dare to be careless. He knew that Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, so he used 10% of his strength right from the start. He was determined to kill Ling Xiao. In any case, even if he killed Ling Xiao here, no one else would know. To be honest, it was just an excuse for him to accuse Ling Xiao of killing his cousin. The main reason was that Ling Xiao had saved Li Kuanghu and offended him in front of so many people. He couldn't swallow it. Originally, he did not want to kill Ling Xiao either. After all, his master had already accepted Ling Xiao as his disciple, and they could be considered to be fellow disciples. The sect strictly forbade internal strife, unless it was a grudge that could not be resolved. One could apply to the sect for a life and death battle. However, just 2 days ago, someone offered a heavy reward for Ling Xiao's life. This heavy reward was extremely tempting to him. After several considerations, he still decided to take the risk. When Ling Xiao was a middle-stage mystic cultivator, he was not afraid of a high-stage mystic cultivator. Although Lao Fanren relied on the power of his profound level weapon, Ling Xiao relied on the speed of the wind attribute. Dodging his attack was no problem at all. Moreover, he had already advanced to a high-stage mystic cultivator, and his strength was only higher than Lao Fanren's. Defeating Lao Fanren was just a matter of raising his hand. After Ling Xiao deftly dodged Lao Fanren's attack, he clearly felt that the opponent was going to kill him. "If that's the case, then don't blame me." Ling Xiao frowned. Using Cloud Phantom Shadow, he circled to Lao Fanren's back and attacked with a few rows of palm shadows. "Papa." Lao Fanren was slapped a few meters away, but he was not injured at all. "Oh right, I forgot that he still has a defensive inner armor. Ling Xiao just remembered that Lao Fanren was originally wearing a defensive inner armor. When he had just entered the sect, he had already experienced it. This brat is too strange. I have to finish this battle quickly. If I delay, there will be changes and it will be troublesome. Lao Fanren suppressed his surging aura and thought to himself. He pinched a storm pill in his hand and swallowed it. Attack together, get rid of him. After Lao Fanren swallowed the pill, he called for his companions to surround and attack Ling Xiao. He knew that it would be difficult to get rid of Ling Xiao by himself in a short period of time, but he did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to escape under the siege of so many people. He did not know that Ling Xiao had never thought of escaping. Just based on the few people here, he really did not put them in his eyes. Come, let's just treat it as a morning exercise. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes flashed with brilliance, and his aura was released completely. The few people around him brandished their Xian Qi and charged at Ling Xiao. The profound weapon in Lao Fanren's hand condensed the strongest power and swung out a ray of solid rod light. It was like a falling tree trunk, smashing towards Ling Xiao. Facing the numerous attacks, Ling Xiao turned into a few afterimages and attacked those with the weakest abilities at the periphery. Palm shadows flew, and whip kicks were traceless. Boom boom. The incoming people did not know what happened, and they were heavily injured by Ling Xiao. Here, only Lao Fanren was a high-level mystic cultivator, and the others were only mid-level mystic cultivators. Moreover, Ling Xiao attacked with all his might, and everyone fell to the ground in one move. Lao Fanren did not expect that Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that the people he brought actually fell before they could even react. He was shocked for a moment, but he had already shed all pretense of cordiality, and definitely could not back down now. 10,000 Vine Kill. Lao Fanren used his strongest killer move, and both his hands held the rod weapon tightly. Rays of green light appeared, and his aura directly approached the peak of a high-level mystic cultivator. The rod light smashed towards Ling Xiao, and that rod light actually turned into countless green vines, wrapping and cutting towards Ling Xiao. This move came too quickly and too suddenly, and when Ling Xiao sent the last person flying, it was already too late to dodge. Rumble. Phew, he must be dead now. Lao Fanren exclaimed softly, a little exhausted. That move just now had already used up all his profound energy, and it was his strongest move. If I have to die, it will be you who dies first. Ling Xiao bounced up from the ground, wiped the blood stain at the corner of his mouth, and stared fiercely at Lao Fanren. Fortunately, the defense of the Vajra 5 transformation art was not bad, or else he would really be dead under this move. You're actually fine? Lao Fanren said in disbelief. I'm fine, I'm seriously fine. You actually injured me, I will return it to you properly. Ling Xiao twisted his neck, and said, and instantly appeared in front of Lao Fanqing. A punch was thrown out, very direct and simple. Smith. Lao Fanren's nose broke with a sound. Damn, you actually want to kill me? Ling Xiao was furious. He did not want to be enemies, but trouble always came to him. Ling Xiao seized Lao Fanren's rod weapon, and then punched Lao Fanren's face. Lao Fanren did not have a chance to counterattack, and in just a moment, he was beaten into a pig's head. His screams resounded through the forest. Ling Xiao stepped on Lao Fanren's face and said coldly, You say, should I kill you? If you have the guts, kill me. Our Lao family will not let you go. Lao Fanren had some backbone and was not afraid of Ling Xiao's threat. Good, very good. Since you have the guts, then die. Ling Xiao responded twice, and the rod in his hand smashed towards Lao Fanren's head. No, it's not that I want to kill you, it's that someone wants to buy your life. Lao Fanren, under the threat of death, completely collapsed, and could not help but cry out. He could feel that Ling Xiao could really kill him, that strong killing intent was too real. Ling Xiao stopped and said with a frown, Are you trying to replace me? In the sect, other than you who wanted to kill me, I really haven't offended anyone else. No, this is true. It was Lu Dong who promised to give me a third-rank pill to help me break through to the Spirit Master level. The condition was that I had to kill you before you entered Wood Flag Peak. So I plan to kill you. Please let me go, I won't dare to do it again. Lao Fanren continuously explained as he begged for mercy. Lu Dong? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he murmured. He and Lu Dong only had a disagreement once, and it was not a big deal. Was he going to kill him because of that? However, even if it was Lu Dong's instigation, Lao Fanren still had the intention to kill. If it wasn't for his hard hand, he would have died here. Moreover, he had promised to avenge Li Kuanghu, so he absolutely could not let him off lightly. Ling Xiao extended his claws, and his hand directly slapped Lao Fanren's chest. Pooh! Lao Fanren was shaken to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. Friend, if it wasn't for the fact that we are from the same sect, I definitely would not let you go so easily. I'll take this profound artifact. Ling Xiao kicked Lao Fanren again as he spoke. Lao Fanren climbed up from the ground with difficulty and unwillingly looked at Ling Xiao before dragging his heavily injured body away. He was extremely unwilling. That staff was a profound artifact that was rewarded to him by his family, and it was what he relied on to fight against his enemies. Now that it was taken by Ling Xiao, he would not let this matter go so easily. However, he did not know that he did not have long to live. The palm that Ling Xiao had just slapped on his chest had already passed a trace of innate in-wind evil qi over. This innate in-wind evil qi was even more tyrannical than the one in Ji Beixin's body. It was just like Li Yang's yang poison, which could survive in Lao Fanren's body until his internal organs were completely destroyed and he died. Ling Xiao did not care about the life and death of this kind of person. Could it be that others were allowed to kill him, but not him? This was absolutely impossible. However, Ling Xiao had taken away Lao Fanren's profound artifact, which caused him to cause quite a bit of trouble in the future. Chapter 193. After a small disturbance, Ling Xiao finally saw Mu Huai under the guidance of other disciples. Mu Huai saw that Ling Zhao's clothes were torn and there were many wounds on him. Blood was still flowing, so he nervously asked Ling Xiao what was going on. Ling Xiao truthfully told Mu Huai the cause and effect of the matter, and wanted to see what his cheap master's attitude was. Outrageous! As a senior brother, Lao Fanren openly committed murder in the peak and went against the sect's decree. Looks like he needs to be properly punished. Mu Huai's eyes revealed a displeased expression, and he slammed the table heavily as he shouted angrily. Ling Xiao was a good disciple that he had painstakingly gotten. On the first day he came to the peak, he was almost killed by Lao Fanren. He wanted to immediately strangle Lao Fanren to death. Although Lao Fanren was also one of his beloved disciples, in front of Ling Zhao's 100% pure wood attribute, he was a little unsightly. Moreover, he did not feel satisfied with any of the disciples in the sect. Now, there was one that he was satisfied with, but he was almost killed. It would be strange if he was not angry. Ling Xiao was satisfied with Mu Huai's attitude, so he reluctantly recognized him as a cheap master. Actually, this can't be blamed on senior brother Lao. I believe that he was also instigated by someone to be so biased against disciples, Ling Xiao said to Mu Huai vaguely. Mu Huai looked at Ling Xiao with satisfaction and said, "It would be great if your senior brother Lao was as broad-minded as you are. Don't worry, I will make the decision for you. Those outer disciples will have all their Xian Qi destroyed and be expelled from the sect. As for your senior brother Lao, he will be punished to face the wall for 3 years." Lao Fanren was his disciple after all, and he was also an inner sect disciple. He was still useful to Wood Flag Peak, and he had to give some face to the Lao family. Furthermore, Ling Zhao's words had given him a way out of this embarrassing situation. He was even more satisfied with Ling Xiao, and he thought to himself, this kid knows how to conduct himself. It looks like my Wooden Flag Peak is going to prosper soon. After Mu Huai ordered the warden to give his order, he personally brought Ling Xiao to arrange his residence. With Mu Huai's status, there was naturally no need for him to personally bring Ling Xiao there. However, he still had matters to discuss with Ling Xiao in detail, so he brought him along on the way. When they arrived at Ling Xiao's residence, Mu Huai let him go in and change into a set of Wood Flag Peak's martial robes before lecturing him. Ling Xiao, under our Wood Flag Peak, there are a total of 65 inner sect disciples. Compared to the other peaks, the number of inner sect disciples is below average. Every 2 years, the sect will hold a little competition among the inner sect disciples to determine the difference between the peaks. The overall strength of our Wood Flag Peak's disciples is not as good as the other peaks, which is why I am so eager for you to join my Wood Flag Peak. With your talent and my careful training, you will definitely be able to break through to the Spirit Master level within 2 to 3 years. Within 15 years, there is hope for you to become a king. The future of my Wood Flag Peak rests on you. Mu Huai patted Ling Xiao's shoulder as he spoke. His eyes revealed a kind and yearning expression. After breaking through to the Spirit Master level in 2 to 3 years, Ling Xiao would only be in his early 20s. Within 15 years, he would be able to become a king, which would be in his 30s. In the entire Northwest region, those who could break through to the king level in their 30s were practically existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Within the Purple Sky sect, almost every king-level expert was already 100 years old. Only the sect master's daughter, Yunmingqi, was able to reach her current strength of half a step into the king level because she had obtained an Earth Emperor level inheritance. Moreover, Yunmingqi's tenbin was also extremely high. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before she would become a super genius who would break through to the king level before the age of 25. A fortuitous encounter like Yunmingqi's was not something that just anyone could obtain. As for Ling Xiao, he was a pure wood attribute cultivator, so there definitely wouldn't be too many obstructions in cultivating the wood attribute. As long as he accumulated to a certain extent, he would naturally be able to break through. That was why Mu Huai was so confident in saying such words. Ling Xiao will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations and wholeheartedly cultivate. In the future, I will spread the name of my Wood Flag Peak, Ling Xiao said solemnly. Good. How good would it be if you only belonged to my Wood Flag Peak? Your cultivation speed would definitely be doubled, Mu Huai said with emotion. He had always wanted to induce Ling Xiao to give up learning alchemy and only join his Wood Flag Peak. This would be even more perfect. Master, you don't have to worry. In the future, not only will I become a high-grade alchemist, I will also become a powerful martial artist. In this way, I can spread the name of my Wood Flag Peak, and I can also refine medicinal pills for the disciples under the peak. This will benefit our peak, so what's wrong with that? Ling Xiao tried to persuade Mu Huai instead. Mu Huai pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "All right, it's good that you can think like this. Now that you've joined my peak, I will pass on a set of mysterious techniques to you for you to cultivate. I will pass on the chant to you now, so remember it well." Mu Huai sat down cross-legged and began to recite the chant. Ling Xiao restrained his thoughts, sat down cross-legged as well, and began to silently memorize the chant. When Ling Xiao repeatedly imprinted the chant in his mind, when he opened his eyes again, he found that Mu Huai was no longer there. Invisible Wood Technique, Illusory 7 Kills. It sounds quite domineering, but I don't know how powerful it is, Ling Xiao muttered. The mysterious technique that Mu Huai had just passed on to him was called Invisible Wood Technique, and it also had the accompanying mysterious technique, Illusory 7 Kills. This technique was the highest rank technique of Wood Flag Peak, and it was a top-grade green rank technique. At the foot of Wood Flag Peak, there were only a few disciples who could obtain this set of invisible wood technique that Mu Huai had personally passed on. It was clear that Mu Huai attached great importance to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao originally cultivated at Wood Flag Peak. After Mu Huai passed on the invisible wood technique to him, he began to cultivate in seclusion. For 7 consecutive days, Ling Xiao did not step out of his residence. After 7 days of comprehension, he already understood how to cultivate the invisible wood technique, and he also knew the true essence of the invisible wood technique. The so-called wood concealment technique was just like its name. When one cultivated to the highest realm of the wood concealment technique, One would be able to transform into a tree and conceal within the bushes of trees without being noticed by others. Coupled with the profound skill illusion 7 slaughter, one would absolutely be able to defeat and assassinate one's enemies by surprise. However, why did Ling Xiao feel that this seemed to be a kind of assassination technique? He always felt that this technique was somewhat lacking, as if it was just and honorable. After Ling Xiao's comprehension, he came to the conclusion that cultivating the invisible wood technique had two great benefits. First, wood attribute techniques possessed some healing functions. Although it was not as obvious as the water attribute and light attribute, it did indeed exist. Second, it allowed one to be concealed in the bushes at any place. When he thought of a beautiful woman bathing in the middle of a lake, he could hide in the bushes nearby and peep without being discovered by others. Wouldn't that be great? If Mu Huai knew that Ling Xiao actually cultivated this mysterious technique that he was so proud of, in order to peep at a beautiful woman bathing, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao had the motivation to cultivate. Next, he operated his Xian energy according to the cultivation formula and began to cultivate the invisible wood technique. Just like that, a few days passed. These days, Ling Xiao was intoxicated by the pleasure of cultivating the invisible wood technique. He felt that this invisible wood technique was really easy to cultivate. He had only cultivated for a few days, but the Xian energy in his body had an obvious growth. This speed was a little too fast. At the same time, he was comprehending the illusory 7 kills sword technique. This illusory 7 kills had to be matched with the invisible wood technique in order to display its extraordinary power. However, Ling Xiao felt that this illusory 7 kills could be used for assassination. For a real frontal attack, it was really not as good as his 3 moves of Sword Tyrant and 6 secrets of Unyielding Snow. Now, Ling Xiao had stayed on Wooden Flag Peak for almost half a month. Apart from cultivating from day to night, he basically had very little contact with the outside world. Another night he sat cross-legged outside the house and operated his Xian energy to cultivate the invisible wood technique. The Xian energy in his body flowed along a certain path between his meridians. At this time, in Ling Zhao's Sea of Consciousness, a small tree was emitting an emerald green light. This little guy is beginning to understand how to use my origin attribute. This is great. Lu Weng, who was in the small tree, said to himself excitedly. Then he closed his old eyes and began to recover his vitality. Under his roots, he continuously absorbed the Xian energy that Ling Xiao had transformed into the wood attribute. Ling Xiao did not know that the Xian energy that he had painstakingly strengthened had been split into 2, and half of it had been absorbed by Lu Weng in his Sea of Consciousness. After cultivating at Wooden Flag Peak for half a month, Ling Xiao was preparing to leave for her peak when Mu Huai appeared. Disciple greets master. Ling Xiao greeted Mu Huai. Forget it. Mu Huai said, then asked, how is your comprehension of the invisible wood technique? If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask master now. Master, I've finished comprehending the invisible wood technique. Disciple has already begun to cultivate it. Ling Xiao replied. You've already cultivated it? Mu Huai asked in surprise. Ling Xiao replied with a nod. Let me see. Mu Huai said, then immediately grabbed Ling Zhao's hand and began to examine the Xian energy in Ling Zhao's body. Good, good, I didn't expect your comprehension to be so good. You can go back. Remember not to forget to cultivate the invisible wood technique when you return to Herb Peak, okay? Mu Huai happily instructed. Ling Xiao bowed towards Mu Huai, then went down the mountain. Mu Huai looked at Ling Zhao's young figure, stroked his beard, and said to himself, this kid is even more outstanding than I imagined. There's hope for our peak to rise. When Ling Xiao returned to Herb Peak, he first went to greet his master, Nangong Changle, before returning to the bamboo forest. When he returned to the bamboo forest, he couldn't help but nag with Hua Xiaogui again. After half a month of hard work, Hua Xiaogui's cloud-dispersing force, profound strength had an obvious increase, and he had reached the middle stage of a middle-stage profound practitioner. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could break through to a high-stage profound practitioner. For this, Ling Xiao felt happy for him. This kid was actually willing to calm down and cultivate. When Ling Xiao returned to his residence, he first took a bath and then had a good night's sleep. After that, he began to adjust his state of mind to refine the bone-replenishing pill. Before Ling Xiao went to refine the pill, he specifically told Hua Xiaogui not to disturb him. Only then did he feel at ease to refine the pill. From G2, Ling Xiao had obtained 2 rank 3 water attribute beast dawn, as well as yellow marrow grass and some other auxiliary spirit grasses. These were the 2 sets of bone-forming pills that G2 had prepared beforehand. Furthermore, he had the ox tendon vine and some other auxiliary spirit grasses. Refining the upgraded version of the bone-forming pill, the muscle and bone-forming pill, was no longer a problem. Whether Li Kuang and Ji Beixin's legs could recover depended on Ling Xiao's actions. Chapter 194. On Herb Peak, in the midst of the bamboo forest, in an alchemy room filled with the fragrance of medicine, a young man was throwing second-tier spiritual herbs into the medicine cauldron from time to time. Flames danced in his hands, dazzling people. The flames were sometimes big and sometimes small. The spiritual herbs withered, and the medicinal essence was extracted bit by bit. After a round of refinement, Ling Xiao's forehead was covered with fine sweat, but his expression was still abnormally serious. After all the spiritual herbs had been completely refined, a water attribute beast core appeared in Ling Xiao's hands. This water attribute beast core was a mid-tier third-tier beast core. It was emitting a faint blue halo, and contained a powerful energy within it. After Ling Xiao took 2 qi returning pills, he threw the beast core into the medicine cauldron. The intense flames instantly surged, burning the surroundings of the medicine cauldron. A formless mental strength drilled out of his sea of consciousness, turning into the shape of a sharp blade. It incessantly cut and separated the 2 fist-sized beast cores in order to speed up the refinement. After an unknown amount of time, the energy of the beast cores was completely separated. "It's time!" Ling Xiao gently took a breath, and took 2 more elixirs. The flames in his hands were at full force, and his mental strength wrapped around the medicine cauldron at the same time. All the spiritual herb essence and the energy of the beast cores in the medicine cauldron were instantly kneaded together, producing a strong mass of air in the middle of the medicine cauldron. The mass of air became more and more solid. Condense. A muffled sound came from the medicine cauldron, and a white smoke rose. 2 smooth and flawless elixirs appeared in front of him. "Phew, I finally succeeded." Ling Xiao wiped the fine sweat on his forehead, and immediately kept the 2 bone and marrow replenishing pills. The elixirs had been refined, but Ling Xiao's mental strength was extremely exhausted. He immediately took out the elixirs and returned to his room to meditate. Following the completion of the elixirs, Ling Xiao's mood was also a lot more relaxed. However, he still remembered one thing in his heart. If he didn't resolve this matter as soon as possible, he wouldn't feel too comfortable. That was what Lao Fanren had said. Lu Dong, this despicable person, actually wanted to sell his life. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to find out sooner or later. However, Ling Xiao wandered aimlessly around Medicine Peak for a few days in a row, but did not find any trace of Lu Dong. After asking around, he found out that Lu Dong had been sent by the sect to a remote city to handle some matters. "You're lucky, but I'll have to get my revenge eventually," Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Another half a month at Medicine Peak passed by quickly. During his days in Medicine Peak, he would study alchemy when he had nothing to do. Occasionally, he would discuss alchemy with Hua Xiaogui. Nangong Changle would also frequently appear to impart some insights into alchemy to them. Ling Xiao was becoming more and more proficient in the art of alchemy. When night fell, Ling Xiao began to cultivate the invisible wood art. At the same time, he also began to study the Raging Flame Finger technique from the Li family. His days were very fulfilling. Hua Xiaogui saw that Ling Xiao was so hardworking and was also affected. He became more focused and continued to cultivate the cloud-expelling force day and night, hoping to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. In the middle of the month, Ling Xiao went down the mountain again. This time, Hua Xiaogui was determined to follow Ling Xiao out no matter what. After staying on Medicine Peak for a month and a half, he was almost bored out of his mind. Ling Xiao could not dissuade him, so he could only bring him down the mountain together. After going down the mountain, Ling Xiao went straight to his courtyard. He had not seen Xia Xianxian for a month, and this little girl seemed to have grown a little taller. Ling Xiao knew that this little girl had suffered a lot in the past. She had not been able to absorb nutrients, which led to her stunted growth. Now that the conditions were better, her growth speed had become obvious. Ling Xiao let Hua Xiaogui play with Xia Xianxian in the courtyard, while he called Li Kuanghu into the house. This is the bone and muscle replenishing pill. Ling Xiao handed a pill to Li Kuanghu and said. Li Kuanghu trembled as he took the pill from Ling Xiao, and then he could not wait to swallow the pill. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to him and walked out of the house. He believed that it would not be long before Li Kuanghu could recover to his original state. After half an hour, my foot is finally healed. Li Kuanghu's exclamation came from the room. After solving Li Kuanghu's matter, Ling Xiao went to the city lord's mansion alone. Hua Xiaogui took Xia Xianxian and Li Kuanghu to stroll around the Purple Sky sect to relax his nerves. When Ji2 saw Ling Xiao again, he was so excited that he could not speak. Ling Xiao did not break his promise. Ling Xiao walked into the city lord's mansion again. Ji2 only told Ling Xiao where Ji Beixin was, and then let him find her himself. Ding dong! Ding ding dong! It was another melodious tune that intoxicated everyone. This melody was clearly different from the last time. There seemed to be a vague sense of longing in this melody. At the same time, there was also a sense of loneliness, and there was a sense of cheerful joy. After the song was played, a clear voice like an oriole leaving the valley sounded, "Are you here?" Ling Xiao walked across the bridge and entered the pavilion. Looking at the slender figure, he said softly, "It's me." Ji Beixin turned her delicate face over. Her originally pale face was suffused with a faint flush as she looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with endless tenderness. Ling Xiao squatted down and held her hand. He said softly, "I've made you wait for a long time." Ji Beixin slightly raised the corner of her mouth. Her expression was simply too beautiful to behold. She said, "No matter how long I wait, I know you will definitely come." Ling Xiao replied softly. He took out the muscle and bone regeneration pill and handed it over to her. "You can stand up today." Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes shone with excitement, but she quickly calmed down and said, "Thank you." "There's no need to thank me between us," Ling Xiao replied. After Ji Beixin consumed the pill, she could not jump up like Li Kuanghu. After all, her situation was different from Li Kuanghu's. She was innately attacked by the baleful yin qi, causing her legs to be crippled. Although she had the muscle and bone regeneration pill to recover her tendons and feet, she was still unable to immediately walk or run. However, it was true that he could already stand up. In the future, as long as he practiced walking more, he should be no different from an ordinary person. Seeing that his granddaughter was able to stand up, Ji2 was so excited that his old eyes were filled with joy. He continuously thanked Ling Xiao. Back then, he only said thank you on the surface. He took out a few level 3 spirit grass and 20 low-grade profound crystals and gave them to Ling Xiao as compensation. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony and kept the spirit grass and profound crystals. Among them, he discovered that there was a spirit grass that was of great use to him, which made him overjoyed. A day passed quickly. Before leaving the city lord's mansion, Ji Beixin was reluctant to part with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that this girl had already fallen deeply in love with him, but he had no time to make any promises to Ji Beixin right now. He could only helplessly tell her that he would come to see her often before leaving the city lord's mansion. Returning to the Purple Heaven sect, Ling Xiao went straight to the Wooden Flag Peak. In the Wooden Flag Peak, everyone knew that Ling Xiao was the beloved disciple of the Peak Lord, so no one dared to plot against Ling Xiao. As for Lao Fanren, who had plotted against Ling Xiao, he died for no reason. This made others stay away from Ling Xiao, as if they all felt that this matter was related to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not take this to heart. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already been in the Purple Heaven sect for a year. During this year, Ling Xiao spent half of his time in the Medicine Peak and the other half in the Wooden Flag Peak. Occasionally, he would go to the city to visit Xia Xianxian and Ji Beixin. After Ji Beixin took Ling Zhao's bone-replenishing pill, she had returned to normal after a period of recuperation. However, she still lived in seclusion and rarely went out of the city. It was as if she was not the slightest bit curious about everything outside the city. On the contrary, every time Ling Xiao went to see her, she would ask to go out with Ling Xiao. Ji Beixin was as beautiful as a fairy. Walking in the Purple Heaven City, no matter where she went, she would attract a wolf-like, greedy gaze. Because of this, she even met a few playboys who wanted to bully the weak and snatch the beauty. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had broken the legs of those playboys, which shocked a lot of people. Of course, Ling Xiao only spent a small part of his time down the mountain. Most of his time was still spent on cultivation and alchemy. Now, Ling Zhao's profound strength had reached the peak realm by relying on the invisible wood technique and the 3 parts origin returning technique. This speed could be said to be extremely fast. It would take at least 2 to 3 years for a person with a high cultivation level in Tenbin to accumulate from the beginning of a high-level mystic realm to the peak of the mystic realm, but Ling Xiao only took a year to reach it. No one would believe it if he said it. At the same time, Ling Zhao's mental strength was also accumulating at an astonishing speed through the frequent refining of medicinal pellets and the spiritual herbs that he bought from the Spirit Herb Hall to increase his mental strength. Now, Ling Xiao was able to use his mental strength to attack within a range of 20 meters, and his sensitivity was as high as 500 meters. What was even more worth mentioning was that Ling Zhao's cultivation of the Raging Flame Finger had already reached the initial stage. Among the numerous profound arts and profound skills, only the Vajra 5 transformation art remained at its original stage and did not make any progress. This matter made Ling Xiao extremely distressed. The Vajra 5 transformation art was not inferior to the 3 parts origin returning technique, and was much more powerful than the invisible wood technique. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to give up on cultivating the Vajra 5 transformation art. However, he knew that this matter was still lacking some opportunity and could not be rushed. In addition, Hua Xiaogui had already successfully broken through to a high-level profound practitioner half a year ago. After 3 months of stabilizing her realm, Nangong Changle used medicinal pellets to forcefully raise Hua Xiaogui's cultivation to that of a low-level mystic realm cultivator. Now that he could already use the fire attribute to refine medicinal pellets, he could be considered a true first-grade alchemist. It had to be said that Hua Xiaogui's tenbin of refining medicinal pellets was extremely high, and even Nangong Changle was full of praises for him. Even though his success rate was not as abnormal as Ling Zhao's, it was still around 70 to 80%. For a first-grade alchemist, this was extremely rare. Through Ling Zhao's observation, he always felt that his master, Nangong Changle, and Hua Xiaogui's relationship seemed to be rather close, and he always felt that there was some unknown secret between the two. Ling Xiao was not a person who liked to gossip. Although he was curious, he would never investigate this matter to the end. Moreover, he was not the kind of person who was extremely jealous. Even if Nangong Changle treated Hua Xiaogui warmly, it did not matter to him. Even though Nangong Changle was a 4th-grade alchemist, in Ling Zhao's eyes, he was only an alchemist that was 1 grade higher than him. Once he broke through to the Spirit Master level, he would have an even stronger strength, and with the pill formulas and essentials of the pill refining technique, with his talent and comprehension, it would not be too difficult for him to become a 4th-grade alchemist. Peaceful days would eventually pass. A piece of news that made Ling Xiao extremely angry suddenly came. Chapter 195. Xia Xianxian had been kidnapped. When Ling Xiao received the news, he was still cultivating on Wooden Flag Peak. It was Li Kuanghu who found G2, and G2 sent people into the sect to inform Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao heard the news, he was furious. He immediately stopped cultivating and rushed down the mountain from Wooden Flag Peak. When he saw Li Kuanghu, his body was very weak. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. "Kuanghu, what is going on?" Ling Xiao suppressed his anger and asked with an ashen face. If Li Kuanghu was not injured, he would have scolded Li Kuanghu for not being able to protect her. As for Xia Xianxian, Ling Xiao treated her like his own sister. But now that she had been kidnapped, how could he not be angry? Li Kuanghu climbed up from the bed with difficulty and knelt in front of Ling Xiao. "Young master, please punish me." Kuanghu was unable to protect Mississippi. "Get up first," Ling Xiao said. He took a deep breath and said, "Tell me what's going on." Li Kuanghu stood up and said, "Miss was playing in the yard today when a strange old man came and insisted on taking Miss as his disciple. Miss naturally did not dare, but that strange old man actually wanted to take Miss away. I went to stop him, but unexpectedly, that strange old man's strength was extraordinary. He knocked me out with one move. When I woke up, Miss was already gone. I had no choice but to ask City Lord Ji for help." "He knocked you out with one move?" Ling Xiao asked with a frown. He then said, "Could this person be a spirit master?" "Young master, I can't feel any spiritual energy from him. I also feel that he should not be as simple as a spirit master," Li Kuanghu guessed. "Not just spirit master?" Ling Xiao said in shock. "Yes, he only raised his hand and I completely lost the ability to resist." "Even a spirit master would not be so powerful," Li Kuanghu replied. For a moment, Ling Xiao's forehead formed a Chuan shape. A deep feeling of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Ever since he transmigrated and was reborn, this had never happened before. Xia Xianxian was kidnapped, but he did not know who did it. Even Li Kuanghu, a high-level mystic cultivator, was knocked unconscious in just one move. This showed how powerful the person was. Even if he stayed by Xia Xuanxuan's side, he might not be able to protect her. "Damn it, my strength is still too low. I need to break through to the martial master level as soon as possible." Ling Xiao clenched his fists tightly, his heart yearning to advance to the next level. At the same time, he also asked G2 to send people to look for the strange old man that Li Kuanghu said. It was a pity that he turned over the Purple Heaven City, but he couldn't find a shadow. Since then, Xia Xianxian had disappeared. However, when he thought about how the other party wanted to take her in as his disciple, there shouldn't be any danger. Thus, Ling Xiao stopped searching. Ling Xiao returned to the sect and announced that he would go into death seclusion on Wood Flag Peak. He swore that he would not come out until he reached Spirit Master level. Mu Huai did not expect that Ling Xiao could break through to Spirit Master level in a short year. He was overjoyed. Ling Xiao was only 19 years old. In the Purple Heaven sect, only Yun Mingqi had reached Spirit Master level before 20. He hoped that Ling Xiao could succeed in one go. Nangong Changle did not have any objections to Ling Xiao's seclusion. In any case, he felt that it would be beneficial for Ling Xiao to break through. At that time, he could teach Ling Xiao how to refine third-grade elixirs. In a stone cave on Wood Flag Peak that was full of spiritual energy, Ling Xiao was meditating like a statue. His whole body was emitting colorful light of attributes, which looked extremely magical. Ling Xiao chose to suddenly go into seclusion at this time. One reason was because of Xia Xianxian, and the other reason was that he wanted to catch up to that figure. Because he accidentally heard his master Mu Huai say that Yun Mingqi had successfully broken through from half-step king level to king level yesterday. When Ling Xiao heard this, he immediately became annoyed. He felt that his speed of advancement was still too slow. He was so slow that he did not know when he would be able to catch up to Yun Mingqi. This time, his profound strength had just reached the peak of high-level profound disciple, and he could not wait to break through. In fact, it was a bit too hasty. Breaking through from profound disciple level to spirit master level was a change in fighting strength and form. It was also a dividing line between whether a martial artist could reach a higher level in their lifetime. Once a martial artist reached spirit master level, they would no longer cultivate the profound strength in their body. Instead, they would absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper their body, strengthen their muscles, and make their fighting strength even more astonishing. At the same time, they would be able to look inside their body, such as their internal organs, meridians, acupuncture points, sea of consciousness. It could be said that only after breaking through to spirit master level could one be considered a true cultivator. Spirit master level represented the strongest power in Meteor City, but in Purple Sky Sect, it was only the backbone of power. In the whole Xianling continent, it was only a martial artist who had just entered the sect. If one wanted to transform the profound strength in one's body into spiritual strength, then one must sense the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's body, so that the profound strength in one's body was replaced by spiritual energy. Only then could one become a true spirit master. This process seemed very simple, but it was really very difficult to take this step. Otherwise, there would not be so few spirit master level experts in Meteor City at that time. Originally, with Ling Zhao's comprehension and the level of his profound strength, there was a certain chance that he could guide the spiritual energy into his body and replace his profound strength, so that he could reach spirit master level. Unfortunately, his current state of mind was already in a mess. His normal state of meditation was completely messed up. The profound strength in his body kept rushing around in his meridians, and his breath was completely messed up. A mouthful of blood spurted out. His eyes became terrifyingly red, and his profound strength swelled to the point that the meridians in his body seemed to be about to explode. Ling Xiao was like a wild beast, both of his fists waving around in a disorderly manner. One after another, the attributed profound strength exploded on the rock walls, making muffled sounds, and many pits suddenly appeared. The Wood Flag Mountain disciples who were cultivating in the nearby caves were all alarmed by the bursts of rumbling sounds, interrupting their cultivation. One by one they rushed out of the caves. Damn, what the hell is he doing? He wants to destroy the mountain peak. Who is in the 8th cultivation room? Damn it, I almost broke through. This is great, I don't know when I can break through again. I'll go fight him with my life. Don't go. Didn't you see how big of a commotion he caused? You'll only be asking for trouble if you go in. Damn, what a pervert. If he wants to cultivate, he doesn't have to do it in the stone room, really. After an unknown amount of time, the stone cave gradually calmed down. A figure fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The knuckles of both hands were covered with blood. At this moment, Ling Zhao's meridians were in a mess, and his inner breath was in a mess. He was unconscious. Outside the cave, an old man waved his hand, and the sealed entrance of the stone room was opened. Mu Huai slowly walked in and looked at Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground. He shook his head lightly and said, "This child is too anxious." Then, Mu Huai lifted Ling Xiao from the ground and flew out of the cave with him. Back at his residence, Mu Huai pressed his palm on Ling Zhao's chest, and a green light suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, after the green light entered Ling Zhao's body, it was guided to the depths of Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness by a force of attraction. Mu Huai didn't know what was going on, so he frowned slightly and increased the amount of energy he used to urge his spiritual power. However, Ling Zhao's body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual power he poured in, it still didn't have any effect. This made Mu Huai puzzled no matter how much he thought about it. Does a body with a pure wood attribute need so much spiritual power? Mu Huai muttered to himself. He stopped channeling spiritual power and stuffed 2 pills into Ling Zhao's mouth. Then, he carried him and flew towards Medicine Peak. Old man Nangong, quickly come out and save him. Mu Huai was worried about Ling Zhao's safety. As soon as he arrived above Medicine Peak, he anxiously called out. Nangong Changle quickly shot out from a direction. Old Huai, what's wrong with Ling Xiao? Nangong Changle looked at Mu Huai carrying Ling Xiao and couldn't help but ask worriedly. This kid is about to break through to Spirit Master, so he's a bit anxious. He's probably gone mad. Let's go below you first, Mu Huai explained before descending from the sky. Nangong Changle led the way and hurriedly entered one of the houses. Mu Huai put Ling Xiao down, and Nangong Changle impatiently took Ling Xiao's pulse. He's really gone mad. Nangong Changle felt Ling Xiao's pulse and immediately confirmed Ling Xiao's condition. Without another word, he took out 2 pills and stuffed them into Ling Xiao's mouth. Mu Huai anxiously asked from the side, "He'll be fine, right? After taking my heart-calming pill, he should be able to return to normal very quickly. It's just that he won't be able to break through in the short term. Furthermore, his meridians have been damaged, so his strength might have regressed." Nangong Changle said, "It's good that he's fine. If his strength regresses, he can cultivate it back. However, his mental state needs to be tempered. Otherwise, if it happens again, I'm afraid." Mu Huai said with a sigh of relief. Young people are sometimes impulsive. It's not necessarily a bad thing to let him suffer a bit. Let's go, we'll leave. This kid won't wake up for a while, Nangong Changle said with a bitter smile. Yes, you're right. He's still young anyway. As long as he can break through to Spirit Master before the age of 25, it won't be a problem. Mu Huai nodded. Then, the 2 of them left the room. After Ling Xiao, who was lying on the bed, took the pill, the condition of his body did indeed gradually improve. The Vajra 5 transformation technique began to display its miraculous effects again. The damaged meridians were gradually repaired, and the muscles in his body were also slowly recovering. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's consciousness entered his own spiritual sea. It was as if he had walked into another world. He looked at the little green tree and the innate sinister wind bead in his sea of consciousness and couldn't help but feel shocked. So this was what existed in his sea of consciousness. What's going on? Ling Xiao thought in confusion. He didn't understand why he had mysteriously entered this place. At this moment, a green figure walked out of the little green tree. Who else could it be but Lu Weng? Little friend, I trust you've been well since we last met. Lu Weng stroked his beard as he proudly greeted. Elder Lu, how did I end up in your sea of consciousness? Ling Xiao asked Lu Weng in confusion. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.